Welcome to this course on mastering Kali Linux for ethical hackers. Here what you can expect to learn. This course is crafted specifically for beginners who have recently installed Kali Linux but not yet familiar with executing Linux commands. Our goal is to guide you through the essential Linux fundamentals, starting from basic concepts and advancing to more complex topics. Additionally, the advanced sections of this course will explore a range of Linux tools essential for ethical hacking activities. So guys, we'll see you in the course. In this video, I will show you how to set up the Kali machine and Metasploit 2 machine on VMware. So first search on Kali Linux download on Google and click on this get Kali. Alright, and then click on virtual machine and then download it for VMware. Okay, click here. So it will start downloading this Kali machine for VMware. And on another tab, just search for Metasploit 2 download and click on this Metasploit. Okay, and you can download this Metasploit from here. So after downloading this Kali Linux and Metasploit, let's see how we can set up the Kali machine and Metasploit 2 on VMware. Then you have to extract these files, this Kali Linux file and the Metasploit Linux file. Okay, after extracting it, just open this VMware. And then we will click on this open virtual machine. And then click on this folder. After that, just click on this. So then click on this play virtual machine. And then press N key. Okay. It will automatically start. And for Kali Linux, the default credential is Kali and Kali. Username is Kali. And the password is also Kali. Alright. So we'll type the username and password. Okay. So this is how you can set up the Kali Linux on VMware. Now we'll see how you can set up the Metasploit 2 machine. Once again, click on open a virtual machine. Then select the file. So the file name is this is a folder and here is a file. Okay. And just click on play virtual machine. So starting up. So for this Metasploit 2 machine, the username and password are msfadmin. Just type msfadmin for username and msfadmin for the password. So this is how you can set up the Kali Linux and Metasploit 2 on VMware. That's all for this video. Hey guys, in this video, I will cover some basic commands of Linux. Let's explore some fundamental commands. Okay, the first command we have is pwd. Pwd command will show you your present working directory. So for me, my present working directory is home and Kali. It's displaying me home/Kali. That's my present working directory. So if I want to display the files and folder inside this directory, I need to use ls command. So guys, hope you know what is a directory. Directory is a folder. Okay. So here it's showing me the directories and the files. Okay. And if I want to move inside this desktop directory, I need to use cd command. Cd command is used for changing the directory. Like if I want to change my directory to desktop, I can use cd command, cd and the directory name. So if I will check my present working directory is home, Kali and /desktop. Okay. So think I'm inside this desktop directory. If I list files and folder inside this desktop directory, I need to use ls command. ls command can list files and folder inside this directory. Okay. So as we can see, there is no files and folders present inside this directory, so it's not showing anything, right? So let's see how we can create directory. For creating directory, you can use mkdir command, mkdir, and the directory name. Let's say directory name is d1. So that's gonna create a directory with name d1. Okay. If I list files and folder using ls command, now it's showing me d1, right? So d1 is a directory. And if I want to remove this directory, I need to use rmdir command, rmdir d1. So that will remove the directory. So how we can make the directory? For making the directory, we need to use mkdir command. And for removing the directory, we need to use rmdir command. Okay, so let's move to the next command. Next command is for making the file. So if you want to make any file like file1.txt, you can use touch command. Touch command is useful for making the file with 0 byte size. Okay, so here it has created this file using the touch command. Okay, if I want to write any content in it, I can use leafpad text editor, leafpad file1.txt, and I can write any text in that, like this. This is file.txt. All right. So now let's see how we can delete this file. Okay, first list it using ls command. So it's displaying me file1.txt. So for removing this file, we can use rm command, rm file1.txt. That will remove this file. Okay, so if I list here using ls, so it's not displaying many files and folders, right? So using rm command, we can remove the files. Okay, so let's think you have written something in file1.txt. Okay, like this is file1.txt, and you have saved it using Control S. Now just make one more file. Okay, and I'm making one more file, file2.txt. Now if I list here, it's displaying me file1.txt and file2.txt, right? If I want to copy the content of file1 to the file2.txt, I can use cp command. Cp command is useful when I want to copy the content of file1.txt to the file2.txt. So before copying the content, I will display you what is inside the file1.txt. So we check the file1.txt using cat command. So it's displaying us this is file1.txt, right? So let's check the content of file2.txt. Okay, is it displaying us something? It's not displaying us anything, because in file2.txt we didn't write any content, right? Whereas in file1.txt we wrote this is file1.txt. So let's copy the content of file1.txt to the file2.txt using cp command. Cp file1.txt to the file2.txt. Here you have to mention the path. As we are in the same directory, so there is no need to mention the path. We can directly write the file name. Okay, so this is gonna copy the content of the file1.txt to the file2.txt. So if I check the content of file2.txt now, so it is having the content. This is file1.txt. So using copy command, we can copy the content of one file to the another file. Okay, and using cat command, we can display the content of the file. Okay, so let's move to the next command. We have one more editor like leafpad. We have nano editor. Nano is a text editor. So I will make one file, f1.txt. I'll write something in that. This is f1.txt. Okay, and if I want to save it, I need to click on Control S and then Y, and then now it's Control X, then Y, then hit enter. That's gonna save your file. Okay, so using nano command, nano is a text editor, and we can write something into the file1.txt, and even it is useful for making the file. Okay, so if I want to display the content of f1.txt, what command I can use? The cat command, right? Okay, so let's move to the next command. Next command is move command, mv command. Okay, if I list here my files and folders inside this desktop directory, I can use ls command. Okay, if I want to move the content of f1.txt to the file2.txt, so I can use mv command. Mv command works like cut and paste. Okay, when you cut the file and you paste it in some other destination or paste it in another path, it works the same. Okay, we'll write mv and f1.txt, then file2.txt. Here you just have to mention the path. Okay, as we are in the same directory, so no need to mention the path. We can directly mention the name. Okay, so that's gonna move the content of f1.txt to the file2.txt. So let's hit enter, and let's again check ls. So here we can see that f1.txt is not there, right? And as it moved to the file2.txt, let's check the content of file2.txt using cat command. Here can you see, guys, the content which was present inside f1.txt, now it is inside the file2.txt. So using mv command, we can move the content of one file to the other file. Okay, now the next command is man command. If you want to check the manual page of any command, like if I want to check the manual page of ls command, I can type man and ls. That's going to show me the manual page of ls command. So ls command is list directory content, and if you want to get from here, you can use q option. Okay, so if I press q, that will get from that page. Okay, so the next command we have, let's check the manual page of man. Okay, if I want to check the manual page of man command, I can use man and man. That will display me the manual page of this man command. All right, so let's open the terminal and we'll explore more commands. So the next command, if you want to check the host name of this machine, okay, just type host name. That will display you the host name. Like in my case, my host name is Kali. All right, and next command, if you want to check the name, you can type uname. That will display the name. Uname is Kali. Uname is Linux, right? So now the next command is we have is if we want to download something from the internet. Okay, Like if I want to download, let's go to ngrok. If I want to download ngrok, I'll go to ngrok and download, right? And here I'll click on Linux and we'll choose the version like x8664, and here just click on that and then right click and then copy link. Okay, if I want to download it from terminal, I can use wget command. Wget command is useful when you want to download the content from the internet. Okay, so that's going to download the ngrok from the internet. All right, as you can see, it has downloaded the ngrok from the internet. So I'm removing it, okay, using rm-rf command. So means I'm removing it forcefully. Okay, so if I want to download using another command, I can use curl command to download the ngrok. Okay, so ngrok, you can download using wget command and the curl command. Okay, so let's copy the link. Copy link. Not only ngrok, anything from the internet, you just have to copy the link and use wget command or the curl command. So it's showing something binary output can mess up your terminal. Use output to tell. So let's use the option not here. Output new dot zip. Okay, so it's started downloading it. As we can see, it has downloaded this ngrok and it created a zip file new.zip. Right, that's it for this video. We'll see more commands in the next video. Now we'll see the chmod command in Linux. The chmod command in Linux is used to change the permission of file or directory. It allows you to control who can read, write, or execute a file. So the basic syntax of chmod is, first you have to write chmod, and here you have to specify the options. Okay, options are additional settings, and then the permissions, what permission you want to give, like read, write, or execute, and then the file name. Okay, it can be file or the directory you want to change the permission. Okay, so let's see how we can use it. First, let's create a directory using mkdir chmod1. Okay, and then we'll understand how we can use chmod command. And let's move to this directory chmod1. Okay, now we are inside chmod1, right? So let's make a file here using leafpad. Okay, leafpad file1.txt. We'll write something in that. This is a private file. Okay, and we'll save it. Then let's check the permission for this file. ls minus, using ls minus la command. Okay, so to this file, ls minus la, and then mention the file name. File name is file1.txt. Okay, so here we can see this dash means it is a file. If it's showing us the d, then t means the directory. So let me create a directory, then we'll show you what I mean by that. So if I type here ls minus la and d1, so it is showing me d. So d means the directory. So this directory is having this permission: read, write, and execute. R means read, W means write, and X means execute. Okay, this RWX is for honor, and the next read, write, execute, this is dash 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 means no permission. Okay, so that is for the group, and the next is for this R dash and X is for group, and R dash X is for others. Okay, so we'll see that how we can change the permission for group, honor, or for others. How we can change it using chmod command. Okay, hope you got what is d and what is dash. Here d means the directory, whereas this dash means it is a file. Okay, so the owner is having the permission to read the file, write the file, and the owner doesn't have the permission to execute the file. Okay, but the others, they are having the permission just to read the file. They don't have the permission to write the content in that. Now we'll see how we can change the permission of this file1.txt. So type chmod. Let's again type ls minus la file1.txt. Here we can see read write permission is for the owner, right? So let's try to execute this file using /file1.txt. So it's showing us no such file or directory, right? Because it is file1.txt. So it is showing us permission denied. Why it is showing us permission denied? As I told you, because the owner doesn't have the permission to execute this file. Okay, so if I give the permission for the file execution using chmod command, chmod, then mention u. Okay, u means we are giving the permission to the owner. Okay, u, and the permission that you want to give. Like I'm giving the permission to execute the file. So for that I'm giving +x and the file name. File name is file1.txt. So let's check the permission using ls minus la command. So now it's showing us rwx for, that is for owner, right? Now if we try to execute this file, it is showing us this file.txt1 thus not found. So let's check what we wrote in that file 1.txt. This is a private file. Okay, so let's change it to something else. Let's write a bash script in that echo, and we'll print the statement using echo command. Print the statement using echo. Okay, when we will execute this file, it's gonna print the statement. We'll save it, and now I will execute file1.txt. Now it is printing this is file1.txt, right? So if I check the permission of file1.txt, it is having the permission for the execution. So like this, you can change the file permission using chmod command. Now if we want to check the permission of file2.txt, we can use the command ls-la and file2.txt. That will show us the permission for file2.txt. So we can see read write, and this dash means there is no permission for execution of this file, right? So if I want to give the execute permission using chmod, just type chmod, and for the owner I need to give u+x and the file name. File name is file2.txt. So that will change the permission to execute, that we can execute this file. If I check it using ls-la, that's showing me r_x for the owner, right? So same if we want to give it for group, we need to mention ls-, we need to mention chmod g for group, plus if I'm giving write and execute permission to the group, I need to type x, and next is the file name. File name is file2.txt. So that's going to give the read, write, and execute permission to the file2.txt. And if I check it using ls-la, that's showing me for owner and for the group, they are having all the permission like read, write, and execute. But for others, they don't have write and execute permission. So let's give them this write and execute permission. So if you want to give write and execute permission to the others, just type o plus x. That's going to give read and write permission, read and execute, not read and write. It's write and execute permission to the file2.txt. Okay, so if we want to give write and execute permission to the file2.txt, we can use this command. Okay, o plus x, that will give permission to file2.txt. Okay, for writing and executing. If we check it now using ls-la file2.txt, we can see the owner, the group, the others, they all are having the read, write, and execute permission. And now if I want to remove the permission, okay, so let's write something in this file. Yes, I'm writing like file1.txt. This is file1.txt. Okay, and if I check the permission of the file1.txt, here we can see the file1.txt is having the permission to for reading and for writing. So if I check it using cat command, if I read the file using cat command, so it's showing me, it's displaying me this is file1.txt. But if I remove this read permission from this file1.txt, how can I do that? I need to mention, write the command chmod, and I'm removing this permission from the owner. So if you are removing the permission from the owner, just type u minus and read. Okay, so that will remove the read permission from file1.txt. If I try to read this file1.txt, it's showing me permission denied. Hope you got it, how you can add the permission and how you can remove the permission from the file. So if you guys want to give full permission to the owner and the group and to the others, you can use this command chmod ugo plus r_x and just mention the file name. That's going to give all the permission to this file1.txt. Okay, now we'll see what is chmod calculator. Okay, so here using chmod calculator, you can calculate the permission, Linux permissions. Like if I want to give the read permission to the owner, I can mention this number 400, and I need to mention the file name. Okay, let's check how we can use this. So like if I want to give just the read permission to file1.txt, first we can see we have all permission, right? We have full permission to the owner, to the group, and to the other users, right? Now let's see how we can by number, how we can change the permission. So if I want to give just read permission using the numbers, okay, I need to type chmod, and the number is 400. 400 means we are just giving the read permission to the owner. Okay, so if I write chmod 400 file1.txt, that's gonna give just read permission to file1.txt. So if I check the permission for file1.txt, so it's just telling me that just read permission for this file1.txt, right? So using the chmod calculator, you can change the permission. Like if you want to give, if you are writing this number 440, it means you are giving read permission for the owner and to the group, but not to the public. Okay, but if you are writing 444, it means you are giving the read permission to the owner, to the group, and to the public. Okay, but if I want to give all the permissions, then I can use this number 777. That means I'm giving full permission to all the entities. Okay, chmod and 777, and then file1.txt. Okay, that's gonna give the full permission to the owner, to the groups, and to the public. So we can see RWX for the owner, RWX for the group, and read write execute for the public. Okay. So in the chmod calculator, for reading the file, the value is 4, and for writing it, the value is 2. Okay, and for executing it, the value is 1. Okay, it's total 7. If you're mentioning 777 and the file name means you are giving all the permissions. Okay, so hope you guys got what is chmod and how you can use chmod for giving the permission or for changing the permission for the file. Guys, now let's explore more commands of Linux. If you want to make a zip file of this f1.txt, just type zip and f1.zip and just mention the file name that you want to zip. Okay, so that's gonna zip the file f1.txt and that will create f1.zip file. If I check using ls command, you can see it has created f1.zip file. So now if I want to unzip it, first let's remove this f1.txt using rm command. Okay, so now if I want to unzip this file, I can use unzip and then f1.zip, so that will extract all the files from f1.zip file. Okay, so you can see it has extracted this f1.txt from f1.zip. So using zip command, we can make a zip file, and using unzip command, we can extract all the files from the zip file. Now, if I want to display the information about processes, how can I display that? So first, if you want to clear the screen, you can write clear command. Clear command will clear this entire screen. Okay, or you can click on Ctrl+L. That will also clear the entire screen. Now, if I want to display the information about processes, I can just write the command ps. That will display information about processes. Okay, and if I want to kill any process, I need to type kill and just mention the process id, PID. Okay, so here the PID is 1523. That will kill this process. So the next command we have is df. Df command will display information about disk space uses. So as you can see, it's showing me the file system and the blocks used in that, 1K blocks, used available space. Okay, so that's gonna show you the information about disk space uses. Okay, so let's create one file. We'll create one file using leafpad, like file1.txt, and we'll write something into it. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Okay, 11 12. I'm writing here 13 14 15. From 1 to 15 I've written in this file1.txt. Now if I want to display the first 10 numbers in the file1.txt, I can use the command head and just write the file name. File name is file1.txt. So that's going to display me the first 10 lines of this file1.txt. Okay, the head command will display the first 10 lines of this file1.txt. So if I want to display the last 10 lines, then I can use tail command. Tail command will display me the last 10 lines of this file1.txt. Okay, but if I want to display only first 5 lines, then I can write head -5 or -5 file1.txt. That will display me first 5 lines of this file1.txt. Here you just have to mention the number, how many lines you want to display. Like if I want to display first 15 lines, I can write a -15. That will display me -15, total 15 lines. Okay, and if I want to display last 5 lines, I can write tail -5 and the file name. That will display me last 5 lines of file1.txt. Now next command we have is echo. If you want to make a text file using echo command, you can make it using echo and this greater than sign and just write the file name. So that's the syntax of creating the file using echo command. So if I type ls, so we can see it has created f2.txt. So guys, if you want to print something on the terminal, you can use echo command. That can even print something on the terminal. Okay, so if you want to write some text inside this file, you just have to mention echo and then there's double braces and greater than sign and the name of the file. So here we can see name of the file is f2.txt. Okay, so if we check the content of f2.txt, we can see the content inside f2.txt is hello. So using echo command, you can write into something in the file and you can create a file, right? So next command we have is date. If you want to check your current date, you can use date command. That will display you the current date. Now next command is, if you want to check the calendar, you can use cl command. Cl command will display you the calendar. Okay, And if you want to see all the history of all the commands, you can use history command. History command will display you the history of the commands. Okay. And now if you want to check for a file, if you want to find any file, you can use find command. So let's use this in this directory, home and Kali. We'll try to find F1. Okay. So we can see there are lots of file F1. So using find command, you can find any directory or you can find a file. Now let's see how we can search for a specific pattern in file. So we can use grep command for searching for a specific pattern inside a file. So if I list here the files, here we can see f2.txt is present inside this grep directory. And if I want to check the content inside this f2.txt, I can use cat command that will display me the content which is present inside this f2.txt. So here I can see in the f2.txt it is having hello, hi, AA and something else, right? So if I want to search for hi inside this f2.txt, then I can use f2.txt and then this pipe sign and just write grep and hi. So that's going to filter this hi inside this f2.txt. So if you're looking for any pattern inside any file, you can use the grep command. Okay. Now let's see more commands of Linux. If you want to add groups, okay, or if you want to add users inside Linux, then you can type user add and the username you need to write. So let's add a user hacker inside this Linux. So here you can see that it's showing us permission denied because we are not a root user. Okay. So let's write sudo that will give you permission to add this hacker user. So we can see that it has added this hacker user. So if you want to look that the user hacker is added or not, you can see it in etc past wt. That will display you that hacker is added inside the Linux. Okay. Now, if you want to make a group, you can make it using group add and just write the group name. So I'm writing here hackers group. Okay, that's going to create a group, hackers group. So here we can see again it's showing us permission denied. So I again need to write sudo and then group add hackers group. So that will make a group, hackers group. So if I check it again, but here it's going to show it in etc/groups, not groups, it's group. So you can see it has added hackers group, okay, with this GID. Okay, so now let's see how we can switch the user. If we want to switch the user from Scali to hacker, we can write SU and the name. Okay, so that will switch from the Scali to hacker. So now it's displaying us the authentication failure. As we can see, we didn't set any password for this hacker. So let's add a password using passwd command, passwd, and we'll add the password for hacker. So it's saying us that you may not view or modify password for hacker. So let's use sudo command again, passwd hacker, and now we can set the password for hacker. Now if I want to switch the user from Kali to hacker, I can write this command as you and mention the name of the user and just mention the password. So we can see we are inside this hacker user, right? So now if I want to exit from here, I can type exit command that will exit from this hacker user. Okay, so if I want to display the files inside this grep directory, what command I can use? ls command. So ls command will display me the files inside this grep directory. If I want to check the permissions and who is the owner and where the file is present, I can use ls-la command and just mention the file name. So that's showing me the Joker is the owner for this f2.txt, and Joker is having the permission to read and write the file, whereas Kali is a group which is having the permission. The Kali, this group is having the permission just to read the file, and others they also have the same permission. So if we want to change this user to hacker, we can use chown command and just write the name of the user and then mention the file. So that will change the owner of this file using this chown command. Okay, so it has changed the ownership of f2.txt. No, it is showing us operation not permitted. So again, we need to use sudo command, sudo chown hacker and f2.txt. That's gonna change the ownership of f2.txt. So we check it again. So that's displaying us. Now the owner is the hacker and this file is present inside this Kali group, right? So now if we want to install any files, if we want to install any packages inside this Kali Linux, for that we can use apt command. Apt command can install packages. Like if I want to install neofetch, So now it's showing me that permission denied. So let's being a root user. If you want to become a root user, this dollar means you are just a normal user. But if you want to become a root user, just use sudo su. So you will become the root user. Okay. Now, if we want to install something like neofetch, we can install it using apt install neofetch. So it's displaying us that it is already installed. Okay. So if we type this neofetch, that is displaying the system information. Okay. Let's type it again. So that is displaying the OS, hostname, kernel, the uptime. All these things are displaying us using neofetch command. So if I want to display the system uptime, there is a command that we can use. Command is uptime. So that will display me the system from how long the system has been running. Okay. And who is running the system? If I want to check, then for that I can use who command. Okay. So here it's displaying Kali, and the time it's displaying me. So the next command we have is finger command. If finger is not installed in your operating system, then just install it using apt install finger. That will install this finger tool. Okay, so as it is already installed in my system, I will type finger and the username. Okay, so that's the syntax for this finger tool. So that will display me the information of this Joker user. So it's showing me Joker login Joker directory is this one, and now we're logged in. Okay, so if I want to display the information of hacker user, I can type finger and the username is hacker. So it's showing now we're logged in, no mail, no plan. Okay, so using this finger, you can inspect the user. Next command we have is what is. If you want to check a short description of any command, you can use what is command. Like if I want to see the short description of ls command, I can use ls what is command, what is, and the command. Okay, that will display me the short description of this ls command. So ls command is useful for listing directory contents. Next command we have is figlet command. If you want to display the text banner, you can use figlet and just write the name that you want to see as a banner. So it is displaying me hello as a banner. So using figlet command, you can display the text as a banner. Next command we have is apt update. If you want to update your system, you can use apt update command. Okay, so apt update command is useful for updating the system. It will refresh the packages in your system. Now it's taking time, so let's move to the next command. Next command we have is apt upgrade. So type apt upgrade. Apt upgrade command will upgrade the packages to the latest version. Okay, so it is gonna take some time. So let's open another terminal. I will check another command. So guys, here is one more command, bc command. That's for calculating the numbers. So that's a calculator, basic calculator. Like if I want to calculate 1 and 2, 1 plus 2, it's showing displaying me 3. Okay, so if you want to do any basic calculation, you can use bc command. And now if you want to install any tool, or if you want to clone any repository from GitHub, you can use git clone command. So let's move to GitHub and we'll install a tool that is Mr. Fish tool. So if I want to install this Mr. Fish tool, I can use git clone command. Okay, so let's see how we can install it. It's taking time to load. So just click on this code and then this copy icon, and then open your terminal, and then you need to type git clone and then paste the URL. That will install the Mr. Fish tool. Now if you want to shut down this operating system, you can use shutdown command. Shutdown command will shut down this operating system. Okay, shut down and then H, and now that will shut down it now. Guys, in this video we'll explore networking concepts and delve into some advanced Linux commands. So the first command we have is, if you want to check your IP address, you can use fconfig command. That's going to show you your IP address. Okay, that in my case my IP address is 192.168.174.150. Okay, so using one more command, you can check the IP address. Now we have addr. That's going to show you your IP address. Okay, the next command we have is ping. Ping command is useful when you want to check the host is active or not. For example, I want to check google.com is active or not. I can check it using ping command. Okay, so it's going to give me the IP address of the google.com. So using ping, we can get the IP address of the google.com. and even it can show the host is active or not. So to display the root packets to reach a destination, we can use trace root and just type here the domain name. That's going to show you how you are reaching the goal.com. So here in the router 1, we are getting the response, whereas in the second, third, fourth, we are not getting any kind of response. So in the trace route output, this asterisk typically represents packets that have timed out or were lost during the trace route process. Each asterisk indicates a failed attempt to receive a response from a router along the route to the destination. So when you run a trace route, the tool sends a series of packets to the destination, and each router along the way is expected to send back an ICMP packet. Okay, ICMP echo reply. However, due to various reasons such as network congestion, firewall rules, or router configuration, not all routers may respond to the trace route request. Okay, so the next command we have is ARP scan, and -L. So that's going to scan for devices on the local area network using ARP. It's not scan, it's scan. So the devices which is present inside your local area network, that's going to show you all the IP addresses of your local area network. Okay, like inside this network, two devices are connected. Like one is this one and the second one is Metasploitable. So if I want to check that this command gave me the IP address of Metasploitable machine or not, I can check it using fconfig. So you can see that I got the IP address of this Metasploitable machine, which is connected to the same network, right? 192.168.174.146. So using ARP scan -L, we can get the IP addresses of the devices which is connected to the same network. Now the next command we have is net discover. Okay, so what the net discover command can do? So using net discover command, it discovers the host on the local area network by actively sending ARP request. So same, we will get the IP address of the Metasploitable machine using this net discover command. Okay, so if you want to get the IP addresses of the machines that are connected to your network, you can get it using either ARP scan or using net discover. Okay, so here we can see the result of this command. Here we got the IP address of the Metasploitable machine, which is 192.168.174.146. So we can see these two machines are connected to the same network that we call a local area network. So if you want to get the IP addresses of the local area network, you can use net discover command or you can use ARP scan. Okay, so here we can see currently it is scanning, but we'll stop the process now. There is one more tool that can do the same. You can perform a network scan on the specific IP range using Nmap. So Nmap is a tool that can perform this kind of scan. Okay, so just write the IP 192.168. So if you want to check our IP address, it's 192.168.174. So let's take these 3 byte as network bits and the 1 byte as the host. Okay, so how we can do that? We can use the command nmap 192.168.174. Okay, and it's going to start from 0 because you want to scan 256 host. Okay, so we use /24. /24 means it is taking as these 3 byte as network bits and other as host bits. Okay, so as we can see, it has scanned the network with 256 hosts. So it has started with 192.168.174.1. Okay, and here we got the IP address of this Metasploitable machine, and even we got what are the ports which are open, right? So using Nmap, ARP scan, and net discover, you can get the IP address of the machine which is connected to your network. Hope you guys got it. So we'll cover more commands in the next video. Let's explore more commands of Linux. So here we have Hydra tool. Hydra is a tool for cracking the password. So let's crack the password of this machine, Metasploitable machine. Now we can see the IP address is 192.168.174.146. Alright, so you need to mention the username. Username is msfadmin, and just mention the password list, and then this //the IP address. Okay, then just hit enter. That's going to crack the password for this Metasploitable machine. Now we can see if we log in using msfadmin, then we can get into the Metasploitable machine. Okay, so using Hydra tool, you can crack the password. Next command we have is DNSenum. DNSenum is command for gathering the information regarding the domain name. Okay, so let's gather information about this domain name, test.php 1web. Okay, just type this command DNSenum and just copy this domain name. Okay, and just hit enter. So that's gonna show the information regarding the domain name. So here it's showing that NS record query failed. So let's try on some other domain name. Okay, let's try it on www.hackavan.com. So you can see some information regarding host addresses. Alright, the IP addresses we are getting, and NS record query failed. So let's explore more commands. Next command we have is DNS-recon. It's also for gathering the information regarding the domain name. So let's use test PHP again. So it's showing us we need to mention -d and then type the domain name and just hit enter. It's it's showing something could not resolve domain. Okay, so let's take just testphp.oneweb.com. Now we are getting some information regarding it. It's saying DNSSEC is not configured for testphp.oneweb.com and testphp.oneweb.com. It's showing the IP address for this and more information regarding this DNS. Okay, so if it is not configured, it means the person can do DNS poisoning attack on this website. Okay. Now guys, if you are looking for an exploit, you have the version of the operating system and you are trying to search for an exploit. So the command is searchploit. Like if I'm looking for Apache 2.2, 2.4 exploit, I can search searchploit Apache 2.4. So that's going to show me all the exploit present for this Apache 2.4. Okay. So using this command, you can search for exploit. The next command we have is nicto. Nicto is a web server scanner that will show you all the vulnerabilities by scanning this domain. Okay, this website. So now it's showing us multiple IP found. Okay. Guys, next command we have is CWL. CWL can generate custom word list based on the website content. So I'm generating the word list based on this testphp.oneweb. Okay, so that's going to generate the word list based on this website. Okay. It's taking time. So let's move to the next terminal. So we have one more tool. That's C Toolkit. It's a social engineering toolkit that you can use to perform social engineering. If you want to open it, type the command C Toolkit, sudo C Toolkit, and type the password. That's gonna open this social engineering toolkit. As we can see, it has generated the word list word.txt. If we want to check it, we can check it using cat command, cat word.txt. That's gonna display you all the words, and all the words are related to that website. Okay, so that's all for this video. We'll see you in the next video. Hi everyone, in this video I will show you how to install and configure the Metasploit framework on your system. Let's get started. So to install the Metasploit, just type apt install Metasploit framework. So this will download and install the Metasploit along with all its dependencies. Alright, so just hit enter. And now it's time to configure the PostgreSQL. Okay, so as Metasploit uses PostgreSQL as its primary database server, so we need to make sure it is running and set to start on boot. So if you want to check the status of PostgreSQL, if it is running or not, just type systemctl status PostgreSQL. Okay, this is gonna show you if it is running or not. So you can see it is currently active. So if it is not active in your system, just type systemctl and then start PostgreSQL. So this is gonna start the PostgreSQL. All right. And if you want to stop the PostgreSQL, you just type systemctl stop PostgreSQL. So if you want to enable the PostgreSQL to start on boot, just type systemctl enable. All right, enable PostgreSQL. So this will start the PostgreSQL. Whenever you boot your system, it will automatically, start the PostgreSQL for you. And now let's initialize the Metasploit database. So for that, type msfdb init. Okay, so this will initialize the Metasploit database. So it is showing me that database already started. All right, so if you want to check the status of it, just type msfdb status. So you can see it is showing me that it is enabled and it is active, right? So now let's start the Metasploit framework. Just type msf console and this is gonna start the Metasploit framework. So once inside the Metasploit console, verify the database connection by typing db_status. So you should see a message indicating that database is connected. So you can see connected to MSF, right? So if it is not displaying you connected to MSF, then you need to connect it manually. All right. So how to connect it manually? Just type db_connect, then -by. Then we have as user, share, then Metasploit. Okay. And then framework, config, /database.py. Okay, then hit enter. This will connect to the database. manually. And that's it. You have successfully installed and configured the Metasploit framework. Now you're ready to start exploring and using the Metasploit for your security research and testing. Thanks for watching. In this lesson, we'll exploring the power of workspaces in Metasploit. So workspaces help you to keep track of all your hosts, scans and activities, allowing you to organize your data efficiently based on your target. So let's dive into how you can create, manage and switch between multiple workspaces using MSF console. First, let's launch MSF console by typing MSF console. Alright, so once MSF console is up and running, you can list all available workspaces using the workspace command. Now type workspace. So you will see a list of current workspaces. Initially there may be only one workspace, that's the default workspace. Alright, and you can see this red star as you're currently in this workspace. Okay, so if you want to change your workspace, just type workspace W1. Then now if you check the workspace, just if you list the workspace, then you can see my current workspace is W1. So if I want to add the workspace, how I can add it? Just type workspace -a and then the workspace name. Let's add W2. So you can see it has added this workspace W2, right? So if I list the workspaces, then just type workspace. You can see my current workspace is W2 and we have total 3 workspaces. First one is default, second is W1 and the third one is W2, right? So if I want to delete this W2 workspace, then just type workspace -d W2. So it will delete the workspace, okay, and it will switch to the default workspace. Alright, and if you want to rename the workspace, like if I want to rename this W1 workspace to W2 workspace, then type workspace -n -r and the workspace name, like in my case it is W1, and I will rename it to W2. Okay, first I will show you that how many workspaces are there. So just type workspace, it will list the workspaces. You can see we have these 2 workspaces, W1 and default. So let's rename the workspace by typing workspace -r, then the name of the workspace and to what name you want to rename. Okay, so just hit enter. So it has renamed this workspace W1 to W2. Alright, so let's check using workspace command. You can see now we have W2 workspace and the default workspace, right? So this is how you can rename the workspace. If you want to check the host which is present inside this workspace, just type host command. It will show you the host available in this workspace. Currently there is no host, right, in this workspace, in this default workspace, right? So let's add a host. So we'll scan this host 192.168. We'll scan the Metasploitable 2 machine. Alright, so you can see the IP address of this Metasploitable 2 machine 192.168.174.160. So we'll type 160. Okay, so if we type now the host command, you can see it has added this host, right, this address and the MAC address of the Metasploitable 2 machine, right? Address and the MAC address and the OS name, it hasn't detected it. So if you want to detect the OS name, you can just type SNV, it will detect the version of it, -sv, okay, service and the version of the operating system. So if we type now host command, so you can see our operating system is Linux in this Metasploitable 2 machine, right? So if you want to list the vulnerabilities in it, you can type vulns command. Okay, it will list the vulnerabilities in this operating system. So for now we didn't scan for the vulnerabilities. If you scan for the vulnerabilities in this system, it will list all those vulnerabilities in this. Okay, it will store all the things in the current workspace. So if we see the workspace now, we have the default workspace, right? So it is storing all the things in the current workspace. That's the default workspace. Alright, so hope you got what is the workspace and why workspace is important in penetration testing. So while leveraging workspaces, you can easily manage multiple projects and keep your data well organized, right? That's all. Thanks for watching. In this lesson, we'll dive into MSF console, the powerful command line interface for Metasploit framework. Whether you're a beginner or experienced penetration tester, MSF console is an essential tool for managing and executing your security assessments. So let's start by understanding what MSF console is and how to use it. So MSF console provides an easy to use, all-in-one interface that gives you access to all functionalities of the Metasploit framework. So first let's launch MSF console by typing MSF console. Now you will see the Metasploit banner and be taken to the Metasploit prompt. Okay, so here you can see the Metasploit banner and to be taken to the Metasploit prompt. So if you want to change the banner of it, just type the banner command. This is gonna change the banner. All right. So whenever I'm typing this banner command, it is changing the banner. Right. So if you want to check the help page of it, just type help. Okay. So the help command will show the help page of Metasploit framework. All right. Like you can see this question mark means you can just help menu, or the banner command will display you the awesome Metasploit banner. So here you can see all the commands with the description. Now let's see how you can search for modules. So if you want to search for modules, like to find port scanning modules, just type search and port scan. Okay, so this is going to show you all the modules related to port scan. You can also search by type, name, or CV. For example, if you want to search for the type auxiliary modules, just type auxiliary. Okay, so this is going to display you all the modules contain auxiliary. All right, so these auxiliary modules are used for tasks such as scanning, fuzzing, and gathering information about targets. Now if you want to search for the specific module name, for example, if you are searching for the module port, just type name and this colon port. So this will search for the module contains port. Okay, we'll search for all the auxiliary modules contains port that include port in their name. So it helps narrow down modules related to port scanning or services running on specific ports. Now if you're searching for common vulnerabilities and exposures from the year 2018, then just type search CVE. Okay, 2018. So this is gonna find the exploits or tools targeting vulnerabilities disclosed in 2018. Okay. Now let's select a module. So we'll search for the port scan module and we'll select a module from it. Let's select this module. Let's select this 6th module. Okay, for SYN TCP SYN port scanner. So if you want to select this module, just type use 6. Okay, so this will select the module, this module auxiliary /scanner /port scan /SYN. Or there is one more way to select it. Okay, just type use and mention this name. Okay, auxiliary /scanner /port scan and /SYN. All right, so this is gonna choose the same module. Now let's check the options in this module. If you want to check the options in this module, just type show options. This is gonna show you all the options in this module. Let's set the necessary option now. So if you want to set necessary options, just use the set command. Okay, set command will set the options. Like if I want to set this R host is the target host. So the target host in my case is 192.168.174.160. So this is the host of the Metasploitable 2 machine in my case. Okay, so just hit enter. This is going to set the R host as 192.168.174.160. You can also globally set variables using setg and verify them with getg. So just type setg R host and the IP address of the machine. Okay, and just hit enter. So by setting a global variable, you apply a configuration parameter across all modules, avoiding the need to set it for each module individually. So if you want to unset this global variable, just type unset g. Okay, and the R host. Okay, it will unset the R host. And now if you want to verify it, just type get g and the R host. All right, so this is how you can set the R host and you can unset the R host. Now let's use a different auxiliary module. So we'll search for port scan. Okay, and we'll use this module. Just mention the name of it, /TCP. Okay, you can mention the path or the number of the module. So we are using this module. and let's check the options of it using show options. And now let's set the global variable using setg. Our host 192.168.174.160. So this is IP address of the metasploitable 2 machine in my case. All right, and now I will hit enter. If I want to verify it, then I will use getg command. Okay, so this is the R host, and if you want to unset it, just type unset g R host. All right. If you want to check the detailed information about a module, use the info command. Okay, this is going to show you the detailed information about this module. So you can see the name is TCP port scanner, and this is auxiliary module. Okay, now we'll see how we can search for payloads. So guys, if you want to show payloads in this, just type show payloads. So it is displaying 1400 something payloads, right? So let's search for a specific payload. Just type search, and we'll search for, let's search for payload. Okay, type is payload, and for the platform Linux. Okay, and the name will search for SSH. So it is not displaying us any payload related to this. So let's remove this SSH and just hit enter. Now it's displaying us 296 modules, right? So let's use SSH module. Okay, we'll search for payload, and name is SSH. Okay, now it is displaying us this module, right? So if you want to use this payload, just set payload and the number. So here we have number is 1. Okay, it's not payload, it's payloads. Okay, so guys, in this video I will not show you how you can exploit the system, but after exploiting vulnerability on a target system, if you want to list active session on that system, just type the sessions. Okay, that's gonna show you the active session, but for now we'll not go through that. So to save your current configuration state, use the save command. This will save the current configuration. Okay, so you can see saved configuration to /root and .msf4 /config. So it has saved this configuration and this file. Okay, that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we are going to dive into port scanning enumeration using Nmap. We'll also integrate Nmap results into Metasploit for further analysis and exploitation. Let's get started. So first, what is port scanning? Port scanning is a crucial step in reconnaissance phase of penetration test, and it helps us understand what services are running on the target system and identifying potential vulnerabilities. So let's perform a port scan and service enumeration using Nmap. We'll use Nmap to perform the port scan. Okay, so here we have this command nmap -ss and then -sp and then -o. Then we have the IP address of the target machine, and then we have -ox, and where we want to output this result. Okay, so this IP address is the IP address of the target machine that I'm using is Metasploitable 2. Okay, and Metasploitable 2 IP address is this one, 192.168.174.160. Okay, now what are these options and what each option means? So first we have this -ss. So -ss, it means it is conducting a TCP SYN scan, which is fast and stealthy. And the second option that we have over here is -sv. It is detecting the service and versions. Okay, and the third option is for OS detection. Okay, and if we want to store all the results in a file, then we need to use -o. And this X option is for we are outputting the results in XML format, and the file name we have is m1. So let's hit enter. It will scan this host. Okay, And here we have, so it's gonna show us the result. So you can see it is displaying us this result, right? So you can see this port 21 is open, and the service that is running on this port is FTP, and the version of the server. Okay, so you can see it is VS FTPD. All right. So this is how it works. It's gonna scan the host. And now if we want to, import this Nmap results into that Metasploit for further analysis. First, let's start the Metasploit. Then I will show you how you can import the result. Just start using MSF console command. And once Metasploit is up, we'll import the Nmap results using db_import command. So let's import the results. Okay, so here we have this file m1, and if we check the workspace, we are going to store everything inside this default workspace. As you can see, this red star, right? And it is highlighting this default one. So let's import the results using db_import and the file name. The file name is m1. Okay, so this is going to import the results of this file name. You can see importing nmap xml data and importing host. So this is the IP address of the host machine. If we type over here the host command, you can see it has detected all these things: the IP address, the MAC address, the OS name, okay, and the purpose. Okay, if you want to check the services, just type services command. Now let's add a different workspace. We'll add another workspace using workspace command, workspace -a, and we'll add W1 workspace. Okay, so it will create W1 workspace. And now if we want to scan the IP address, here we're going to use db_nmap. Okay, first we'll check what's our current workspace. So you can see our current workspace is this one, W1. And now if we scan anything, it will store all the things in this current workspace. So let's use db_nmap and the type of the IP address of the host machine. So IP address of the host machine is this one, 192.168.174.160. And let's use the same options that we used earlier. So -ss, then -sv for service and version detection, and then OS detection. We'll use -o and just hit enter. So this is gonna store the same result, okay, inside this workspace W1. So you can see it is displaying us the same result that we got using nmap command. So this db_nmap you can use in MSF console, okay, in Metasploit framework. Now if we check the host, you can see same thing it is adding, and if we check the services, it is displaying us the same thing, right? So that's it for port scanning enumeration with Nmap. So you have learned how to perform a SYN scan, how to detect service versions, and integrate the results into Metasploit for further analysis. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we'll explore how to perform port scan using Metasploit auxiliary modules and how to enumerate services on the discovered open ports. First, let's understand what an auxiliary module is. In Metasploit, an auxiliary module is a type of module that performs tasks other than exploitation. These tasks can include scanning, fuzzing, and service enumeration. They help in gathering information and identifying potential vulnerabilities. Now let's create a new workspace for our enumeration task. So let's type workspace -a, then enum. It will add a workspace name enum. Next, we'll search for port scan module. So just search port scan. Okay, it will search all the port scan module. I'm gonna use this one. Use 6. Okay, /syn. Okay, next we'll see the options for this module. Just type show options, and we'll set the values for it. So in this, we have already set the R host. So if you want to set your R host, just type set R host and the IP address of the target machine. Okay, and next just type the run command. So this is going to scan all the open ports on a target. So you can see it is displaying us 21 port is open, 22 port is open, right? So if you want to stop it over here, just press Control C. And next let's check the host by typing host command. You can see our host is 192.168.174.160. So if we want to check the FTP version, let's use another auxiliary module for it. So we'll search for FTP version auxiliary module. Okay, just type as auxiliary. Okay, and the name is FTP version. So it is not displaying us any module. So just search for FTP version. So we'll use this module. Type use 0. We'll check the options for this module. So it has already set this rhost. Next, we'll run this command, run this auxiliary module. And here we got the FTP version. Okay. So the what service is running on 21 port? On 21 port FTP service is running. And it is running this VSFTPD. Okay. Now let's search for another auxiliary module. So we'll search for FTP login module. Okay, and we'll perform the brute force attack. So use 0. And let's check the options in this module. So these are the options that we have in this module. So you can set the rhost. Okay, and this stop on success to true, because whenever we get the credential, it will automatically stop. So let's set this to true. Stop on success. Okay. Next, we'll set the username and password file. So let's set this user password file, which contains passwords separated by space. So I've already created one user password file inside this home and Kali. If I want to check the user password file, I will use the cat command. Okay. Next, I will set the path to this user password file. So the path is home, Kali, and this is the path. Next, I will run this auxiliary module. Okay, so it's going to start the FTP login. So this module attempts various logins. As we can see, it's successfully logged in with the credentials MSF admin, right? And that's how you can use Metasploit auxiliary modules for port scanning and enumerating services. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we'll be diving into Nessus, a powerful vulnerability scanner developed by Tenable. Let's get started with understanding what Nessus is and how you can use it to secure your systems. So Nessus is a vulnerability scanner created by Tenable and helps you to identify and fix vulnerabilities in your network before they can be exploited by attackers. First, you need to download Nessus from the official website. Okay, go to tenable.com and download the Nessus from here. Once downloaded, install the Nessus using the command. Just type dpkg, okay, and then -i, and just give the path, okay, where you have downloaded it, and then just hit enter. This is going to install the Nessus. After installing the Nessus, we'll start the Nessus service. So just type systemctl start Nessus ust.service. This is going to start the Nessus service. All right. Next, we'll check the status of it. So just type systemctl status Nessus ust.service. So this is going to show you the status of Nessus. Is it running or not? So you can see it is active and currently it is running. So we'll quit from here. Just press Q. Okay. And then open your Firefox and then type 127.0.01 and port number is 8834. Okay. Just hit enter. This is going to open this Nessus login page. So I haven't created the credentials. First create the credential and then log in. Okay. Then click on sign in. After clicking on sign in, initiate a new scan by clicking on new scan. You can click on this new scan and then click on basic network scan. Here you have, lots of templates, scan templates. Okay. So for vulnerabilities, we're going to use this basic network scan. Just give the name. So we are going to give this name to basic scan. Okay. And add any description. So it's a, I will add, it's a basic scan. Okay. And the IP address of the target machine. So in my case, my target IP is 192.168.174.160. Okay. So I will click on save. Okay. So where is this scan? So here is the scan. I will click on this launch icon. It will start the scan. Just wait for few minutes. Once the scan is complete, just click on this basic scan and then you will see list of vulnerabilities detected. All right, now we're going to export this result to Nessus. So here we have this basic scan dot Nessus. All right, now we will import this result into Metasploit framework. So we're going to open the terminal here, open terminal here. All right, let's being the root user. And now let's start the Metasploit framework using MSF console. Now we'll import the result using db import. db underscore import and the file name. So here the file name is this one, basic scan. All right, so this is the file name we have, and just hit enter. So you can see it has imported the result. Now explore the imported data under sections like hosts, services, and vulnerabilities. This type host. Okay, so we have this host, this, the IP address of the target machine and the MAC address. All right, so let's check the services. So these are the services running, like on 21 port FTP services running, right? Now check the vulnerabilities using vulns command. So this is gonna list all the vulnerabilities in the target host. Okay. For further analysis and to potentially gain access to the target system, you can use the analyze command. Okay. So here you can see the exploit that you can use that is ready for testing, right? You can see. So we're gonna use this exploit and we'll see the options in it. Just run the command show options. This is gonna show you all the options in it. And after setting this R host, we can check the payloads. Just type show payloads and then we'll set the payload using set payloads command. And then we're going to use this payload /cmd/unix/rewards. Okay. And then hit enter. I think it is payload. Okay. So after setting the payload, now we can exploit the system. Just type exploit. So you can see it is showing that one or more options failed to validate. So we need to set lhost. Lhost is the IP address of your machine. So if you want to check your IP address, just type config and just copy this IP address and just paste it over here. Okay. Then just type exploit. So we got access to the target system. You can see session 1 is opened. Okay. Now you can run any command like fconfig for checking the IP address, right? So you can see we got access to the target system. That's all for this. In this lecture, we'll demonstrate how to perform a penetration test on Metasploit Able 2 machine and follow up with some post-exploitation. Remember, this is for ethical hacking purposes only. Let's get started. First, we'll check the IP address of the target machine. Okay, so just open this Metasploit Able 2 machine and type fconfig. So it's going to show you the IP address of this machine. It's 192.168.174.160. Okay, so let's scan this IP address using Nmap. Nmap-sv 192.168.174 then 160. Okay, so let's check the open ports and services on this IP address. So I can see on this port 21 this FTP service is running, and the version it is using is PSFTPD. Okay, and it is 2.3.4, which is known to have a backdoor vulnerability. So let's use Metasploit framework to exploit this. Okay, just copy this one and we will start the Metasploit framework. Okay, it's starting the Metasploit framework. Okay, and then search for VSF TPD, search VSF TPD, and we're going to use this exploit, this one, use one. Okay, then check the options in this exploit using show options command, and we'll set all the options in this. So our host is already set. It's 192.168.174.160. So it's the target host. Okay, so I will just exploit it. Okay, let's launch it. So you can see it has found the shell and session 1 is opened. Okay, if we type here ls, we can see it is listing all the files and folders. And if we type present working directory, that's pwd, so we can see we are inside this root directory. Okay, and just press Ctrl Z. This will start. If you want to start the session in the background, just press Y and then type sessions command. Now you can see the active sessions. ID for this active session is 1. So if you want to upgrade your session, just type sessions u then 1. So this is going to upgrade the session, okay, to session 2. Now if you want to interact with the session 2, you can see session 2 is also opened. If we want to interact with the session 2, just type sessions then I then 1 then 2. Okay, so we are inside the session 2. All right, if I type fconfig, this will show me the IP address of the Metasploitable 2 machine. You can see displaying me the IP address of the Metasploitable machine, right? Now let's use Metasploit to dump password hashes for further analysis. Okay, so just exit from here using exit command. And now let's search for some post exploitation modules available for Linux. So we'll search post /linux /gather. Okay, so let's search for the hash dump. Okay, so we're going to use this exploit, this module we're going to use. Okay, so just type use post /linux /gather and /hash dump, and let's see the options. So if we set this to 1, this option, the session to run the module on. So set the session to 1, or even you can set to 2, the session to run this module on. So we are gonna run the session on 1. Okay, set session 1, and then just type the command exploit. Okay, so you can see it is dumping all the hashes and has stored these all the hashes in this file. Okay, linux hashes.txt. So let's copy this path and we'll crack the hashes using John the Reaper tool. Okay, so we got the credentials as msfadmin. That's the username and the password of the Metasploit Able 2 machine. So this is the way you can crack these hashes using the John the Reaper tool. And we have successfully cracked several passwords, right? You can see. So these credentials can be used for further post-exploitation tasks. And that's all for this video. Thanks for watching. In this lesson, we'll demonstrate how to perform penetration test on Windows machine using the Eternal Blue exploit. Remember, this is for ethical hacking purposes only. Let's dive in. First, let's check the network configuration of our attacking machine. So I'm using Windows 7 machine. Okay. So I will open the command prompt and we'll type ifconfig. So you can see the target IP address is 192.168.174.163. Okay, so this is the IP address of the target machine. So let's scan it using Nmap. So I'll open the attacker machine and let's open a new tab. Now we'll scan the target machine for open ports and services. So let's type -sv for scanning the service and version 192.168.174.163. So this is the IP address of the target machine, and we're going to scan for open ports and services. So let's open another tab and we'll start the Metasploit framework using MSF console. All right. This is going to take some time. So guys, what we're going to do, we'll search for Eternal Blue exploit. Let's search for Eternal Blue. And then use this exploit which contains. So let's Eternal Blue. Okay, that contains Eternal Blue. Okay, so let's use this exploit. Just copy this and just type use exploit /windows /smb /ms17 underscore 01 0 underscore eternal blue. Okay, just hit enter. And now we'll set the target machine IP address. So as you know, target machine IP address is 192. First, let's check the options. Show options. Okay, so here we can set the lhost. Okay, lhost is your machine IP address. So you can set the lhost, and the rhost is the target machine IP address. It is already set. Or you can set it using set rhost or rhost, and then 192.168.174.163. All right. After setting this, you can set the host. It is already set, right? So that's your IP address. Okay, where you have to listen. This is a listener address. Now let's launch the exploit. Just type exploit, and we are it. We have successfully gained access to the target machine. Now we have a meter session. If you want to capture the screenshot of the target machine, then just type screenshot. Okay, this command will take the screenshot of the target machine. You can see it has saved the screenshot in home Kali downloads, and this is the file name. Okay, so let's open this path. You can see it has taken the screenshot, right? And if you want to check the IP address of the target machine, just type ipconfig because it is a Windows machine. Okay, so you can see this Windows machine IP address, right, that we have scanned earlier. So you can see the result of this Nmap scan. We can see this port is open, 135 port is open, and the services, the service and the version, the service which is running on this port and the version of it, right? So these are the ports are open in this. We can see the host name is Hyperstrain, this -PC, and the operating system is Windows. That's it. We have successfully exploited a Windows 7 machine using the Eternal Blue vulnerability.
Hello everyone. In this lecture, we will dive into the basics of Burp Suite. Burp Suite is a powerful web application security testing tool developed by the company Podspeaker. It is widely used for penetration testing of web application, helping us to identify and exploit security vulnerabilities. Burp Suite is built on a modular architecture. That means it allows us to customize the tool according to our specific needs. In this lecture, we will explore the core components of Burp Suite, including proxy. This component intercepts and modifies web traffic. It allows us to see and change the data being sent between your browser and the web application. Spider. The spider automatically crawls the web application. It finds all the pages and forms, helping us to understand the entire scope of the application. Scanner. The scanner identifies vulnerabilities automatically. It scans for common security issues like SQL injection, cross-site scripting, and many more. Intruder. The intruder performs automated attacks to find weakness. All these components work together to provide a comprehensive security solution. Now, let's take a look at the different editions of Burp Suite. First, we have the Community Edition. This edition is free to use and includes all the essential Burp functionalities. This is a great starting point for beginners, but it does have some limitations. It doesn't include automated vulnerability scans, and the speed on the intruder tab is very limited. That's why we'll use the Professional Edition for this course. This is a paid version for single users. It provides all the main Burp features including automated vulnerability scans and allows unlimited speed on request. This edition is perfect for those who need more advanced features. Finally, there is an Enterprise Edition. This is also a paid version, but this is designed for the enterprises. It includes the same feature as the Pro version, but is suitable for the multiple users and applications. One of the features is the dashboard, which allows us to monitor the overall security of the company. This edition is used by the major companies like Cisco, Wells Fargo, PayPal, and NASA. To summarize, Burp Suite is an essential tool for any web application security tester. Whether you are just starting out with the Community Edition or using the advanced feature of the Professional or Enterprise Edition, it provides the tool you need to effectively secure web application. In the upcoming lectures, we will dive deeper into each components of the Burp Suite and we will demonstrate how to effectively use in the real world scenarios. Stay tuned. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this lecture, we will see how to install the Burp Suite Professional and how we can run Burp Suite in just one tab. First, we will gather the basic resources. In this lecture resources, there is a PDF where I have included the link to download the Burp Suite Professional. Click the link in the browser. This folder will come. Download. Download anyway. Open this folder and unzip it. Extract. Now open another tab and just type OpenLogic Java JDK 8. Click on the first link. We will install the Java JDK 8 version to run the Burp Suite Professional. There are some options. Java version is 8. Operating system is Linux. Architecture is 64-bit. Those who are using 32-bit, they can select the 32-bit. And package is JDK. Download .deb file. All the basic resources are gathered. Now we will see the installation. Now open the terminal from where you download the file. Opening terminal. We need to give the executable permission with the command OT plus X and the file name. File name is open logic -open JDK and enter. Now we will install the file. Sudo G. I is for installation and again the file name. Press tab. is getting installed. The file is installed. Now we have to select the file with the command sudo update -alternatives config java. Enter. We have installed the Java JDK 8 version. We will select that version. We need to keep 2. Enter. That's it. Now we navigate to the Burp Suite directory. cd Burp Suite. Enter. Let's to see all the files. Now we will give executable permission to everyone. We will run es-addition.jar file by java -jar es-addition.jar. Enter. This tab will open after running the file. Simply change the name of the license with your name. So I'll write Isha. Run. Burp Suite Professional will run. Okay. I accept. Copy this license, Ctrl A, Ctrl C, Ctrl V, and paste it here. Next. Our next option is for manual activation. Simply copy this request and paste it here. The response is being generated. Copy that response and paste it here. Click on next, finish. Our Burp Suite Professional is on. You can see here it is coming licensed to Disha. Click on next, start Burp. The license is activated and Burp Suite is running. To open the Burp Suite, we need to follow the same process every time, but we can shorten this process with one command. Now we have activated the Burp Suite Professional. If we will run burp.sh file, our professional Burp Suite will run. But the problem is we need to come to the Burp Suite directory again and again. So we will shorten this process and we see how we can on the Burp Suite in only one tab. We will edit the burp.sh file. For editing the file, we need to give vi burp.sh. No need to give sudo. We will add the path from where we can on our Burp Suite. We will see the path. Copy path, copy location. I'll write this location in leaf pad. Inserting permission I. Now you can insert. Here, I'll give the location. So my location is root / top. Burp Suite. Everything should be correct, otherwise it will not work. Same I write here also, in front of jar. Root, downloads, Burp Suite. That's it. Check it once. Click on escape. This is for saving and coming out. Click enter. After saving it, we can run the file from anywhere. But we don't know how to run the file. For that, we need to create a symbolic link. How we will create a symbolic link, we will see. We will create a link. Sudo ln s means symbolic link, and we will create it forcefully. We will give the location of the direct root downloads. Burp Suite burp.sh. Where we need to save it? We will give that also. So we'll save it to user local link, and we will keep it a name. Whatever the name we will keep, when we will give that name, our Burp Suite professional will know. So we'll give it as Burp Suite Pro. That's it, our link is created. Now if we will run Burp Suite from here, it will on. But if we go out from this folder and we'll run here, it will not. No such file or direct. But if we'll give Burp Suite Pro, our Burp Suite will on from here. So this is how you can activate our Burp Suite in one tap. We'll click Ctrl C. Every time you can open the Burp Suite from the downloads. Open the terminal. If you go to the downloads directory, downloads directory, you can on Burp Suite from here. That's it. In next lecture, we will configure the proxy and we will connect the proxy with the Burp Suite. Thank you. Hello everyone, in this lecture we will see what is proxy and how to configure the proxy for using in Burp Suite Professional. This component intercepts and modifies web traffic between the browser and the target web application. We will see this in practice. First we need to configure the proxy, which means connecting the proxy to the Burp Suite Professional. In the last lecture, we have activated the Burp Suite Professional. I'm going to on it now. Burp Suite is on, and now I'll open the browser and go to the add-on section. Add-on and themes. Search for Foxy Proxy. Foxy Proxy. Enter. Click on the first one. Add to Firefox. Add. Okay. Now open the Foxy Proxy option and go to the proxy setting, proxies. We need to connect it to our Burp Suite. Click on add. Title as Burp Suite. And we need to take the host name and port from the Burp Suite proxy settings. So here is a proxy option. So this is the port number and this is the host name. So host name is 127 dot 0 dot 1 dot 0 dot 0 1, and the port number is 8080, and save it. That's it. Now the Burp Suite option will appear here. Just click on it. That's it. Our proxy is being configured, but now we need to export the CA certificate so that we can modify the web traffic. So import export CA certificate. We will export it in DER format. Click on next. Select file. File name. I'll give it as sir. Save. Next. Successfully exported. Close it. Now go to the settings. We will find certificate. View certificates. We will import here. Import all files. I will import. Open. Press this. This. Okay. Okay. Our certificate is being imported. Now, if we will write anything here, the request is coming here. Our intercept is on. If I'll forward this request, it will come here. And now we will understand about the proxy tag, how it is helpful to us. So we will visit any website. I'm visiting this website. Here intercept is off. The website will go through the proxy, but it will not be visible here. So I click on it. If I'll on the intercept, so now our request is visible here. If the proxy tabs are blinking, that means the data is going through it, and our request will be visible in this proxy tab. This is the header tab. You can see any request here, whatever we did. So we visited this website and we again forward our request. So this will come. This is the hexagon code. This is not human readable, but if we needed penetration testing, we can change it. But we focus on the raw data only. This is the HTTP history. 200 request means successful. 101 request means we are changing the protocol. And 204 request means we have requested and the page is modified but nothing information came. Here we can study about the targeted website. The URL of WebSocket connection, the direction of the message, whether it's incoming or going, the length of the response in bytes, and whether we used SSL certificate or not, timing and in which port it is running. From the option tab, we can configure the proxy settings. We already configured our proxy settings, imported CS certificate also. From here, we can control the request of the clients, which request we needed. From here, we can intercept the server responses, which one we need. We can see whether our status code matched or not. We can modify the responses from here. Like we can hide the hidden form fields, remove all JavaScript, remove object tabs, and we can see which web server is passing through the SSL connection. All these about the option tab. And now we come back to the intercept again. If we want to see the response, we can see from here also. Do intercept response to this request. I'll forward. So this is the response, not modified. We didn't do anything in this website. If I visit this website here and I forward the request, and now I'll do response to this request. So we have visited this website. We will use all these tabs in the upcoming lectures one by one. So this is all about the proxy tab. In the next lecture, we will see how to set the target and how to use the target tab. Thank you.
Hi everyone, in this section we'll explore the decoder tab in Burp Suite. Let's dive in. So the decoder tab helps you to decode and code data, and it is divided into three sections: input area, operations, and output area. Now, what are the operations? So we can decode and code strings, okay, in various formats. So let's see how we can decode a base64 string. Guys, just paste the string and select decode as base64. So you can see it in a plain text, right? Now let's encode this hello world as a URL. So just choose it, encode as URL, okay? So you can see it in a URL encoded format, and this is a URL encoded base64 string, right? So guys, you can change the operations now. Like if I want to decode the string, I'll choose decode as, and the same format, the URL format. So like this, I can decode or encode any string. Now if I want to close this area, okay, just have to click smart decode. So this will close all those areas, output areas, and here I can type any string like hello, and if I want to encode this, I will choose encode as, and any format like base64, okay, and if I want to decode it, just choose as decode as base64. So that's it for the decoder tab. Practice with different encodings to master this tool, and happy hacking. See you in the next lecture. Hey everyone, we are diving into Burp Intruder, one of the most powerful tools within Burp Suite for automating customized attacks against web application. Let's get started. So Burp Intruder is a tool designed for automating attacks on application. You can use it for various purposes like fuzzing, brute forcing, and parameter enumeration. So let's see how we can use the Burp Intruder practically. First open Burp Suite and make sure your intercept is off. Now let's capture a request from test vulnerability. So open the browser by clicking here open browser and navigate to this site testvulnerability.com. Let's log in with some test credentials. So I will enter admin as username and test1 as a password. Okay. Before hitting login, we'll go back to Burp Suite and we'll on the intercept. Okay. Then click this login button. Now you will see the request being intercepted, right? So send this request to the intruder by right clicking and selecting send to intruder. Now let's configure Burp Intruder. So just go to the intruder tab and let's select the positions. So here you will see the intercepted request, right? So we need to specify which part of the request we want to attack. So we want to attack this username variable and the password variable. So just click here, add $, add this payload as a $, and then select other payload position, and then click again add dollar. Okay, so we have two payload positions here. All right. The next thing what we're gonna do, we'll select the attack type. So in this we have several attack types. Let's go through them briefly. First we have sniper. So sniper, this attack type, it trades through a single set of payloads, placing each payload in one position at a time. So if we have only one, one payload position, like a password position, then we can select the sniper attack. But here we have two payload positions, right? So we cannot select the sniper attack. We have to go for this cluster bomb. Okay. Now what is this battering ram? So battering ram is useful for session token test, that we are not doing it right now. And next one we have is pitchfork. So that is useful when you want to test corresponding payloads in parallel, like testing different username password pair from a credential dump. And next we have is cluster bomb. So this is the most exhaustive, iterating through every possible combination of payloads across multiple positions. So this is the one we will be using today. Just choose this cluster bomb, and then we'll go to the payloads tab. Now we can see payload set. Okay, so here we can load the list of usernames, right, from by clicking here load, and you can select the username list. All right, but I'm gonna add it manually. I will add some usernames, like let's add admin1, admin2, root, test. Okay, now we'll select the payload set 2. Just click here, and then we'll add here the password list. Let's add test as password. Okay, then test 3, test 4. You can add it as many as you want, or you can choose the load, this load button, and you can choose from the word list. With our position and payload set, we are ready to launch the attack. So click here start attack. So this burp intruder will now start sending requests with different combination of usernames and password. And as the attack progresses, you can see the results in real time. Now look for any request with different status code or response. So you can see here we are getting the same status code, but in this we are getting a different status code as 200. It means we found a successful login with the username as test and the password as test. So let's try this username test and test as password. So we'll go to the proxy tab and we'll off the intercept. We'll go to the Chrome. Okay, and then let's try test and test as password. Test as username and test as password. So you can see we are successfully logged into this page, right? So this indicates a vulnerability that needs to be addressed. That's all for this video. Thanks for watching. Hey everyone, we are going to learn how to use Burp Repeater. So let's see. Burp Repeater is a tool within Burp Suite that allows you to manually modify and resend HTTP request. It is perfect for testing and verifying vulnerabilities. Okay, so let's capture request from test1 web. Open this proxy tab and then open the browser. Then we'll navigate to test.php website and let's log in with some test credentials, like test1 as username and test1 as password. Okay, so let's click login. But before that, we'll make sure our intercept is on. We'll on the intercept and then we'll click on the login button. Okay, now you will see request being intercepted, right? You can see username is test1 and the password is test1. Now what we can do, we'll send this request to the repeater by right clicking and selecting this send to repeater. Okay, just go to this repeater tab. Here you can see the intercepted request. Now we can modify any part of this request. For example, let's change the username to admin. So we'll change this username to admin and then we will send this request. Okay, so it is displaying us 302 not found, or we can even render it. So it is displaying us you must log in. Now let's modify the username and password to test and look for any differences in the response that might indicate a successful login. So let's change it to test. Username is equal to test and password is equal to test and resend this request. So you can see it is displaying us 200 code, means we have successfully logged in using this test as username and test as password. Now if you want to see the visual representation of this HTTP responses, then click on this render tab. This will display you the web pages as they would appear in a browser. Alright. So guys, here you can try any SQL injection payloads and check for SQL injection vulnerabilities. Now what's the main difference between repeater and intruder in Burp Suite? So repeater is used for manually modifying and resending individual requests to test for vulnerabilities, while intruder is used for automating customized attacks on web applications like brute force attacks. And that's how you use burp repeater to test web application. And you can see it is a powerful tool for manual testing and verifying vulnerabilities. And always remember, use this technique ethically and only on application you have permission to test. Thanks for watching. Hey everyone, we are diving into Burp Sequencer to analyze the randomness of session cookies in web application. Let's explore why randomness matters and how to use Burp Sequencer effectively. So first, what is session cookies? Session cookies are temporary cookies used to maintain a user session while they navigate through a web application. However, if these cookies are predictable or have patterns, attackers could potentially hijack sessions. So let's see it practically. So guys, the first step we have is to start the Burp Suite. Okay. After starting the Burp Suite, just open the browser. And after opening this browser, just open this site, Jinanju shop, and then click on this icon. Then click on this login. Then we'll log in into the site using the username Carlos. Okay, you can copy it from here. Just paste it. Then click login, and the password is hunter2. After opening this site, we'll on the intercept. Okay, just on the intercept. Again, refresh this page so that it will capture the cookies. Or if you want to check the cookies, just right click here and just click on inspect, and then go to this tab application. You can see the cookies over here. Okay, so let me off the intercept first. Okay, now you can see the session value, right? Again, I will on the intercept and will refresh this page. So you can see it has captured the request. So what I'm gonna do, I will send this request to the sequencer. First I will verify. You can see the cookies, right? Cookie session is equal to something value it has stored, right? So I will send this to the sequencer just by right clicking over here, and then I will select send to sequencer. After sending this request to the sequencer, I will go to the sequencer tab, and you can see the cookie, it has selected this cookie. All right, you can see the drop down button. Okay, so you can select any cookie from it. So I'm selecting this one, and then I will start this live capture. So just click on this button and we'll start the live capture. Okay, so if you want to auto analyze it, just take it and then click on analyze now. So it has started capturing these tokens. You can see it is displaying me the overall quality of randomness within the sample is estimated to be excellent. And even you can see the character level analysis. So it is not displaying anything in that. You can see the bit level analysis in this, right? Or even you can do the analysis settings. Okay. So what steps we followed in this? Let's repeat the steps that we followed. First, we open the Burp Suite, then we set the target, right? After that, we captured the session cookie, and then we are analyzing the results in Burp Sequencer. So you can click here, analyze now, right? But it is showing you the sample is estimated to be excellent. So you can see Burp is providing a detailed analysis, including a summary of the token randomness and statistical tests performed. In our case, we got excellent results, indicating high entropy and unpredictability in the session cookie. So this is exactly what we want to see for secure session management. So strong random session cookies like these are essential for preventing session hijacking. So developers should use secure random number generators and avoid predictable patterns. And they should regularly update session tokens and ensure they are securely transmitted over HTTPS. Alright, so hope you got how to use the sequencer tab. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, I'm going to show you how to set up and use the vast broken web application in VMware. So this will help you to practice and understand real world applications vulnerabilities in a safe environment. Let's get started. First, we need to download the VAST VWA file. So just search VAST VWA and then download the latest file to your machine just by clicking download. So after downloading it, let's set up our VMware environment. So just open a virtual machine and just choose that file that we just downloaded and then click here, open. After that, just give any name of the virtual machine. So I'm giving VWA, all right, and just click here, import. So it will import this broken web application. Just wait few seconds. So guys, after importing it, just click here, play virtual machine, and then it will start this machine. So we can see VWA virtual machine has successfully booted. From here, you can log in with the credentials. Username is root and the password is wasp VWA. And start using the various vulnerable web applications for your testing and training. Alright, and even you can access all the apps on this IP address. So let's log in again with the username root and the password is wasp VWA. So you can access the application using this IP address 192.168.174.164. Alright, and that's all. You have successfully set up VWA in VMware. And from the next lecture, we'll explore some real world testing scenarios. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we'll cover what a password brute force attack is and how to use proxy, repeater, and intruder tabs to execute this attack. And we'll see a step-by-step demo of a brute force attack against a login page in a controlled lab environment. So the password brute forcing attack involves attempting several passwords until the correct one is found. This method is commonly used to gain unauthorized access to accounts. In this video, we'll focus on three main tabs. The first one is the proxy tab. We'll see how we can intercept the login request. And the next one we have is the repeater tab. We'll see how we can send a modified packet. And the last one is the intruder tab, where we are going to see how we can send multiple modified packets for brute forcing. So these are the three tabs we'll focus on this video. So let's see it practically. Let's start the Burp Suite and go to this tab, open browser. Okay, and here you have to type the IP address of the target machine. So I will go to the target machine, that is VWA, vulnerable web application. Okay, I will launch this machine. Just click here, play virtual machine. So this will start booting the machine. And then I will log in into this machine. Alright. So you can see the username is root and the password is wasp VWA. Again, I will log in. So you can access this machine by typing this IP address 192.168.174.164. Okay, just open your browser. Just type this IP address 192.168.174.164. This is in my case. In your case, it may be different. And then choose this application DVWA. Just open it. Okay, then you will get this interface where you can log in using the username and the password. After navigating to the target application, we'll go back to the Burp Suite and we'll see the target tab. We can see in the target tab, this will automatically fill up with target website and this will begin creating a sitemap. So we can add this to the scope. Okay. So that any data collector or analyze will be limited to just this website, excluding all other sites. So let's open the browser and we'll attempt to log in with incorrect credentials. So let's log in using admin and test as a password. Then I will click login. So you can see it is displaying me login failed, right? So I will go to the Burp Suite and we'll open the proxy tab. Then you just open this HTTP history and just check the post request. Okay, so in the post request, you can see it has captured the username and the password. We'll see how we can use the repeater tab. So we'll send this request to the repeater. Just click here and then select this send to repeater and then just go to the repeater tab. We will manually change the password value and resend the request from here. Alright, so let's change the password value to test1 and then just click here send button and you can see the response here, right? But using repeater for multiple passwords is time consuming, as we have to manually try list of passwords. That will take so much time. So we are going to use the intruder tab. So let's see how we can use the intruder tab. Let's send this request to the intruder just by selecting send to intruder and just open the intruder tab. Now you can see the entire request. So identify the variable to brute force. For example, the password field. Just select this test1 and click here add $. You can see one payload position is set. So the password variable is now set for brute forcing. Alright, and select here the sniper attack type. After that, we'll go to the payloads tab, and then you can load a list of passwords from here, or you can manually add like admin as password, then test1, test2. You can add list of passwords here. After that, just click this button, start attack, to begin the brute forcing attack. Just click here, OK. Now analyze the result and identify the successful attempt. Check for the status code or response length for variations. So here you can see all the requests are having the same status codes, right? And even the length of the requests are somewhat similar. So we cannot guess the right password from here, right? And if we check all the requests manually, if we check the response of all the requests manually, it will take so much time, right? Like if we go to this request, you can see it is displaying us location : login.php. It means it is redirecting us to the same site. And if we check the next request where the password is admin, so we can see it is redirecting us to index.php. So that may be the correct password. Okay, so let's see the next request. In the next request, it is redirecting us to login.php. That is the same site. Okay, and even the next request, it is redirecting us to login.php. It means this is the correct password, where it is redirecting us to the index.php. So what we can do, we'll search for the string location : login.php. Okay, if we are getting this string in any request, then we can say the password of the request is not correct. And if you are not getting this location : login.php, then it means it may be a correct password. It may be a right password. So let's go to the settings. Just open the settings tab and clear it. Okay, and then just add location : login.php, and then untick this, exclude HTTP headers, because even we want to check it on HTTP headers. Okay, and just add it. Then from here we can restart the attack. Now you can analyze the result. So the missing login.php, that will indicate a successful login. So we can see here it is not displaying us anything like fun. Okay, so it may be a correct password. So let's try login with admin as username and admin as password. Okay, so if we log in with admin as username and admin as password and click login, you can see it is redirecting us to index.php, the home page of the website. Okay, so this is how you can perform the brute force attack. But if both the username and password are unknown, then use the cluster bomb attack type. And in this lecture, we successfully demonstrated how to perform a brute force attack using Burp Suite, focusing on the proxy, repeater, and includer tabs. Thank you for watching. In this lecture, we'll explore cookie tampering attacks, focusing on identifying insecure cookies and modifying their values. Let's start with an example of cookies. So cookie : ID is equal to 100. In this example, the cookie represents an ID. That may be a user ID. So by tampering with these values, an attacker could potentially impersonate another user. So to effectively perform a cookie tampering attack using Burp Suite, we'll be using 4 main tabs: proxy, decoder, repeater, and comparer. So let's dive into each of these tabs and understand their roles in the process. So the first step is to intercept a request that contains a cookie. So for that, we are going to use the proxy tab. And next we need to decode the cookie value if it is encoded. And for that, we're going to use the decoder tab. And once we have decoded the cookie and understood its structure, it's time to tamper with it. So just modify the cookie value as desired. For example, changing ID is equal to 10 to ID is equal to 11. So after modifying the cookie, send the entire request to the repeater tab. In the repeater tab, you can resend the tampered request to the server and observe the response. Finally, we need to analyze the impact of a tampered cookie. So go to the comparer tab in Burp Suite. Here you can compare the original HTTP response with the response received after sending the tampered cookie. Let's understand it practically. Guys, in this demo, we'll tamper with cookies to escalate our privileges. Let's dive in. Open the target application, Ghost, and let's log in using the credential test and test. Test as username and the test as password. And then click login. So you can see it is displaying welcome developer. Use the form below to add to the block. So let's inspect the page. Just right click and click inspect the page and check the cookies. Just go to this application tab and you can see in cookies, we can see user cookies, right? User colon test. So let's change this value to something else. Let's change it to admin. Okay. So changing this value to admin should grant us admin access. So let's refresh this page and just see what it is displaying us. You can see it is displaying us welcome admin. Use the form below to add to the block. So we logged in as admin. And there is another way. You can see there is another cookie, right? When we inspect the page in the application tab, you can see there is another cookie named server, right? With some value. But this value is something is not in a plain text, right? Is a encoded value. So let's see how we can decode it. Now we'll go to Burp Suite and then we'll on the intercept and just refresh this page. So you can see it has captured the request, right? With the cookie user is equal to admin and the server value. So if we select the server value, you can see this is decoding the server value and the plain text is was PWA, right? Just select this value and you can see it in a plain text, or you can select this text and send to decoder. Okay, and the decoder tab, just click here, decode as, then base 64. So you can see it in a plain text. So guys, in the decoder tab, you can decode or encode the data. For example, you can encode a string test1 using base 64, and then you can change the server cookie value to the encoder string. Now let's go back to the proxy tab and then send this request to the repeater. Select send to repeater, and in the repeater tab, we'll locate the username cookie. We can see username cookie is equal to admin. So let's change this value from admin to test. Okay, and just send this request. We will see the response. So you can see in the response, you can see welcome developer. Use the form below to add to the block. And if we change this user is equal to test to admin and resend this request, we can see it is displaying us welcome admin, right? Now let's open this, and now we'll send this response to the comparer tab, okay, to compare the responses. So right click here and send to comparer. All right, now again let's modify this admin to test, user is equal to test, and send this request, and we will send this to comparer. Okay, now in the comparer tab, we will compare the two responses. So look at the differences. Just click here, compare words by words or by bytes. So we'll compare by words. Just click here and then look at the differences, the content length and the cookie value, right? You can see the content length is, for this case, we have content length 3572, and for this case, we have a different content length, and even the date and timings are changed. Date is same, but the time is changed, right? And you can see welcome, here it is displaying as welcome admin, and in this case it is displaying as welcome developer. So like this you can compare the responses. That's it. We have successfully demonstrated how to tamper with cookies, to escalate privileges and modify user roles. Always remember to perform this test in authorized environment only. Thank you. In this lecture we'll learn how to identify weak session tokens that might seem secure at first glance but are actually vulnerable. So you can see these tokens. At first these tokens look randomly generated. However, by analyzing the tokens, we can uncover potential weaknesses. So if we analyze the tokens, the only change is the number at the end. So that is indicating these tokens are sequential. So this makes them predictable and susceptible to brute force attacks. So we'll use two main tabs in Burp Suite to analyze session tokens. First, we will intercept the session tokens from the web application using proxy tab. Then identify patterns and analyze the randomness of the tokens using sequencer tab. Let's see it practically. Now let's see how to tamper with session tokens to gain access to another account. So just open the browser and navigate to this IP address and then open DVWA. Then log in using the credential admin admin as username, admin as password, then click login. When you log in, the application generates a session token to manage your user session. So let's go to the Burp Suite and check the HTTP history. Here you can check the post request, okay, in Burp Suite. And then you can see username is equal to admin and the password is equal to admin, right? We'll send this request to the repeater, not sequencer, repeater, okay? So let's go to the repeater and we'll send this request. You can see the response, right? If you submit the request with PHP session cookie already defined, the server will not return a new cookie. So just remove all the cookie from here and resend this request to get a new PHP session ID. So you can see we get a new PHP session ID, right? PHP session ID is equal to this one, right? So notice that the session ID changes with each request, indicating it is dynamic, okay? So in the response side, just right click and then send this to sequencer. Then let's go to the sequencer tab. In the sequencer, select the token location, okay? At the bottom, you can see PHP session ID is equal to something. So select this one and start live capture, okay? And even enable auto analyze so that it will automatically analyze the randomness of tokens. And once the capture is complete, we'll review the summary page in Burp Sequencer. The analysis shows that session tokens have excellent randomness, making them hard to tamper with. Even if session tokens look secure, it is important to use tools like Burp Sequencer to check their randomness and security. Always test session tokens in authorized environment to avoid vulnerabilities. And thank you for watching this lecture. See you in the next lecture. In this video, we'll demonstrate how to bypass two-factor authentication. Let's get started and exploit this weakness step by step. So we have this lab 2FA simple bypass. This lab two-factor authentication can be bypassed. You have already obtained a valid username and password, but do not have access to the user 2FA verification code. To solve this lab, access Carlos account page. These are your credentials and these are the victim credentials. So first we'll access this lab. Just click here, access the lab. This will open the web page, okay, where we can access this lab. So we'll log in with these credentials. So here we can see email client. So we'll open the email client and then click here, my account. Then we'll log in with Wiener as username and Peter as password. Click login and it's asking for 4-digit security code. Okay, so we'll go to email client, refresh this page and enter this code. This is security code. And then click login. Now carefully make a note of the URL. It's crucial for our exploit. So I can see after this / we have my -account. Okay. After noting the URL, we log out from this account. And now go back to this Portspeaker website and just copy these credentials, victim credentials. And then we'll log in with this victim credentials. Then click login. Now it's asking for 4-digit security code. So you can see guys, the URL it's /login2. So if we remove this login2 with my -account, so we have successfully gained access to the victim account without a need for 2FA. This vulnerability exists because the server isn't validating the 2FA at each step. And that's it. You have successfully bypassed 2FA in this lab. Thanks for watching and I will see you in the next video. In this lecture, you will learn about HTTP methods. We'll start with the get method. Imagine you're using a login form on a website. So with the get method, when you enter your username and password and hit submit, those details are shown right in the website address. So this isn't good for security because anyone's snooping around, especially on shared network, and see your login details. But if the form uses the post method instead, your username and password stay hidden. So when you submit a form using the post method, the form data is transmitted in the body of the HTTP request rather than as the part of the URL. When you're dealing with the private information like passwords, it is much safer to use the post method. So to understand this better, let's try something hands-on. We're going to intercept the request using the tool called Burp Suite. Let's first start the Burp Suite. Okay, just type Burp Suite and then choose this temporary project. and start burp. Okay. Next, open this tab, proxy, and then open the browser. Okay. And then you can take any website. I'm using test PHP. Okay. And then if I click on this your card and will on the intercept, it is not opening this. So let's open this artist. Okay, so you can see it is using the get request because everything is stored, everything is appended to the URL itself, right? When you open this artist, so this is gonna append in the URL. Okay, you can see it is appended in the URL, right? So let's open this tab, sign up, and then enter the username and the password. I'm entering username as test and the password as test. Okay, and then on the intercept and then click login. Okay, so you can see it is using the post request. Yes, everything is stored in the request body. You can see username is test and the password is test. Okay, next we have options method, which allows us to determine which specific methods are permitted on a web server. So how do we use it? Let's take a practical look. So for this demonstration, I'm using Metasploitable machine as a web server. This is the IP address of the Metasploitable machine. Okay, so to make the request using the options method, we can utilize curl command, curl, and then type v is for purpose, and then x, that is going to specify the options. Okay, next is the URL of this IP address. Okay, here is the IP address. Okay, here you can provide the website URL. Next, just hit enter. So this is going to display you what all the methods are permitted on this website. So you can see options, get, head, post, delete, these all the methods are allowed on this website. Next method we have is delete method. So using delete method, we can delete the files on the web server. So let's see how we can delete the files on the server. Here you can see on the web server, we have this file 1.txt. Let's see how we can delete it. So let's type curl -x, then delete. Okay, because we want to delete this file and the URL. Okay, to specify this URL. And next, after specifying this URL, specify the file name. File name is 1.txt. Just hit enter. Okay, you can see this will delete this 1.txt file. Now we'll see what is a put method. Guys, it is a dangerous method if it is allowed on the server, as attacker can upload the malicious files. Okay, so let's see how to use the put method. Just type curl -x, then put, and the URL. Okay, so like if I want to upload this file, okay, on this location, like DAV, okay, and I want to upload a file, then I can use this option, upload file. Okay, but here I'm just writing something inside a file. For that, you can use -d option. Okay, I'm writing hacked. Okay, I'm writing hacked inside a file 1.txt. Okay, so this is going to create 1.txt file and we'll write hacked inside it. Okay, let's hit enter, and now you can see it has created this file 1.txt. Now let's upload the malicious file and get the meterpreter shell. So guys, you can download any web shell. I'm downloading C99 shell. Okay, I'm downloading it from this website. Okay, you can download the C99 shell from here. I've already downloaded it. It is in downloads. Okay, the C99 shell.php. So let's see how we can upload the C99 shell using curl command, curl -x, and then put. Okay, then the option upload file, then C99 shell.php. Next, specify the URL and then specify the HTTP 1.0. So HTTP 1.0, that is indicating we are using HTTP 1.0 protocol. Okay, and then hit enter. So you can see it has uploaded this C99 shell.php. So if you click on it, you can see here is the option to enter the commands. Like if we try to run this command like ls and just click on execute, so this is running the ls command. It is listing all the files present inside this web server. Okay, so let's execute another command. Okay, we can run any Linux command. Like if we want to run any command, just type here and then click on execute. Okay, so you can see this is Linux Metasploitable machine. Next, we'll see how we can get the meter shell. For that, just start the Metasploit framework, MSF console. Okay, and then use the exploit multi-handler. Okay, we are using this exploit multi and then /handler. Next, set the payload. Otherwise, you want to use this payload cmd unix. Okay, then reverse python, then hit enter. And next is set the lhost. So lhost is your IP address, your machine IP address. If you want to check it, you can use config command. So this is going to show you your IP address. So this is my IP address. Okay, so I'm going to set this as lhost. Okay, next is set lport. Lport is 443. And let's generate the payload. So type as we know p -p option is to generate the payload. So we are generating this reverse _ python, this payload we are generating, and it is using the same lport and lhost that we used over here. Okay, next just hit enter. This is gonna generate a command. And just copy this command, copy this again from here, okay, and just paste it here and then click on execute. But before that, before the start the listener, type your run and then execute this command. Okay, so let's see if we got the shell or not. So here you can see we got the shell. It has opened the session 1, right? So if we type ls, we are able to list files inside this, right? So guys, like this, you can upload the malicious file and get the meter shell. Alright, thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're talking something called HTTP web tampering. Sounds complicated, right? But do not worry, I will break it down for you. First, let's quickly understand what HTTP verbs are. So when you interact with the website, your browser uses this verb to tell the website what to do. For example, get is used to fetch data, post is used to submit data, put is for updating, and delete is for deleting. Imagine you are on a website, checking out your profile, and your browser sends a GET request to fetch your profile data. Now what if an attacker changes this GET request to delete request? So if the website does not properly check the request, it might delete your profile instead of just showing it. So this is HTTP web tampering. An attacker changes HTTP method to trick the website into doing something it should not. Let's see it practically. So let's just open the site and we'll create an account in this site. Here you can type any name. Okay, I'm using Joker1234 as username, and then you can take an email address. So I will use a temp mail. Just go to temp mail. Okay, and take a disposal email address. Just we'll change it. So I'll just copy the email address from here and just paste it here. Okay, and password you can type any. Alright, then confirm the password and then submit it. Okay, so a mail has been sent to this mail, okay, to let you confirm your subscription. So I'll go to temp mail, just close it, or if you can refresh the site and open this mail. Hello Joker1234, so let's confirm your email address. So after verifying this, it will open this site. Alright, so let's move to challenges. First let's select the language, English. Okay, and then move to challenges. Then get us in. Yeah, challenges, and then open this web server. Then here is a challenge named HTTP WAF tampering. Just open this challenge. Close these sites. So guys, after opening this challenge, just click on start the challenge. Okay. So you can see here it is asking for username and password that we don't know, right? So let's on the intercept. Just open the Burp Suite and on the intercept, and just we can refresh this page. Okay. And here you have to change this method to a different method. I'm changing it to options, and just forward this request. Then open the browser. You can see it is displaying us the password. So after changing the method, after manipulating that method, we got the password. So it means it is vulnerable to that attack, HTTP WAF tampering, right? So if we enter the password and click send, okay, now you can off the intercept. So you can see, well done, you have won 15 points. So to prevent this, website should always validate HTTP methods on the server side, implement strong access control, and regularly test for vulnerabilities. So in a nutshell, HTTP WAF tampering is when someone changes the method of HTTP request to exploit a website. So simple validation and security practices can keep this in check. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next lecture. In this lecture, we are going to explore HTTP parameter pollution. So HTTP parameter pollution is a web vulnerability when an attacker can manipulate or inject multiple parameters with the same name in an HTTP request. So this can cause unexpected behavior, potentially allowing attackers to bypass security controls or inject malicious data. So let's see it practically. To demonstrate this, I'm using BW machine. Just paste the IP address of BW machine in your browser, and do not forget to start the burp. Okay, and make sure your intercept is off. After that, just start this application, multi-day 2, and then go to this one A1 injection. Okay, we'll open this page of HTTP parameter pollution. Then we'll go to the user poll page of multi-day. So you can see this page allows user to vote for their favorite security tool, and we will be using this page to demonstrate HTTP parameter pollution. So you can select anything from here, your favorite security tool. Okay, so I'm selecting Wireshark as my choice. Okay, and then enter anything in the initials field. I'm entering hacker in the initial field. Then click here, submit vote. But before that, let's on the intercept. Okay, and now we'll submit it. So guys, if we submit this, what we are getting here, it is displaying us no choice selected, right? But if you open the Burp Suite, it is displaying us choice is equal to Wireshark and initials is equal to hacker, right? So if we on off the intercept, we'll see what it is displaying us. It is displaying your choice was Wireshark. All right, so let's again submit a different choice. This time I will submit choice as Burp Suite. Okay, and I will enter the same thing and will click on submit vote, but make sure your intercept is on. Now let's submit vote. So now you can see it is using the get request, right? And here you can see choice is equal to Burp Suite and initial is equal to hacker, right? So now we will add a different parameter. Okay, so and choice equal to, so let's add something else, hacked. Okay, and again add and, so choice is equal to Burp Suite and choice is equal to hacked. Okay, so let's forward this request and let's see what it will display us on the web page. We'll click forward, then just analyze the response from the server. So you can see it is displaying us your choice was hacked. So guys, it is depending on how the server processes the parameters. You may notice different behaviors. Like some applications use the first parameter and others application use the last, and some might concatenate the value. For example, when I was choosing this Nmap and I was adding another choice like hacked, if it concatenates the value, so it's gonna show us result something like Nmap hacked. Okay, that's the quick overview of HTTP parameter pollution and a practical demonstration using multi-day and Burp Suite. Thanks for watching. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back everyone. In this lecture, we'll recapping the key concepts and tools we have covered so far in Burp Suite. This will help you to consolidate your understanding and ensure you are ready to apply these tools effectively in your security testing. Our journey begins with the proxy tool. Think of the proxy as a middleman that sits between your browser and the internet, and it captures all the data exchange between the two. So this tool is crucial because it allows you to inspect and modify requests and responses to see how the web application reacts. So this capability is foundation for effective testing. And next we have is target tool. This tool provides a comprehensive map of the application structure. It lists all the URLs and endpoints discovered by Burp Suite, helping you to understand the scope of your testing. And by mapping out the application, you can plan your testing strategy more effectively. Next is the intruder tool. It acts like an automated attacker. It sends numerous requests with different payloads to identify vulnerabilities such as SQL injection and cross-site scripting. And this tool is powerful for pinpointing weak spots in the application that could be exploited by malicious actors. Then we have is repeater. So the repeater tool is designed for manual testing. It allows you to send in weak HTTP request, giving you the flexibility to try out different inputs and observe the application responses. So this is particularly useful for fine-tuning your testing and verifying potential vulnerabilities. Next is the sequencer tool that can analyze the randomness of tokens like session IDs to check if they can be easily predicted. And then we have decoder. The decoder tool converts encoded data to plain text and vice versa, supporting various encoding schemas. Next is the comparer tool that can compare two pieces of data to highlight differences, useful for spotting subtle changes. And then we have a scanner tool that can automate the search for common security vulnerabilities, providing a thorough security assessment. Next we have is the extender tool that can add plugins and extensions to enhance functionality. And last but not the least, the spider tool that can crawl the website, discovering all the content and links to build a complete map of the application. And that's a quick recap. Keep these tools in mind for effective web application security testing. Thank you for watching and happy testing. In this lecture, we'll explore what is Nmap. Nmap or network mapper is a tool that helps you to see what's on your network. So think of it like a flashlight in a dark room. So when you turn on the light, it shows you all the things which are there in the room. Same as using Nmap, it shows you all the devices which are connected to your network. Let's say you have a small office with a printer, laptop, server and a router, and you want to check what's connected. So you can use a simple command nmap -sp and the IP address of the network. Okay, 1.0/24. So here we have /24 is the subnet. So this checks which devices are on your network, and the result shows all the active devices and their IP addresses. That will confirm that our router, server, laptop and printer are online. So it's like making a quick head count to see who's present. So with Nmap, you can easily see what devices are connected and what services they are running. It's a simple but a powerful way to understand and manage your network. In the upcoming lessons, we'll explore Nmap features and how you can use them. Thank you for watching. In this section, we'll walk through the steps to install Nmap on different operating systems and configure it for optimal use. So Nmap, short for a network mapper, is an open source tool used for network discovery and security auditing. So to get started, let's download Nmap from the official website. Just go to nmap.org, and here you can find version for Windows. Okay, just go to this download tab and you can see the latest version for Windows operating system, Mac and Linux, or any other OS. Okay, so if you want to download it for Windows operating system, just click on Windows installer link, and once downloaded, just run the installer and follow the on-screen instruction. So it's easy to do the setup for Windows and Mac OS. And for Mac OS, just download the installer package and follow the standard installation. And after installation, you can verify it by opening terminal and typing nmap -version. So I'll show you how you can download and set up it for Linux. Okay, so for Debian based system, just open your terminal and type the command sudo apt get install nmap. Okay, so type the command sudo apt get install nmap. This command will install the nmap. Okay, and after installation, verify that nmap is properly configured by running nmap. Okay, so this will show you the help page of it, or you can see by using nmap -help. So that's going to show you the help page of nmap. Now let's perform a simple scan on a local network. So just type the command nmap -sp and the IP address of the network. Okay, /24. That's the subnet. Okay, so this command will ping all the devices in this specified IP range, and then it will list the ones that are up So you can see it's showing that this host is up 192.168. So you can gather more information about this IP address. So in this lecture, we covered the installation and basic setup of Nmap across different operating systems. In the next session, we'll explore advanced scanning techniques and how to interpret Nmap results effectively. Thank you for watching. In this lecture, we'll learn network scanning with Nmap. So what is network scanning? Network scanning is the process of discovering active devices on a network, identifying their IP addresses, and gathering information about the services running on these devices. There are three main objectives of network scanning. First is discovering live host. So we'll identify which devices are active and connected to the network. Then service detection will determine the services and application running on the discovered host. And then operating system detection. So we'll identify the operating systems of the host. So Nmap is widely used for these purposes due to its efficiency and the wealth of information it can provide. Now next we have is types of scans in Nmap. So Nmap offers a variety of scanning techniques, each suited for different scenarios. Let's go over some of the most commonly used scans. First we have is ping scan. So the purpose of the ping scan is to quickly identify live host without scanning for open ports. So the command that you can use for it is nmap-sn, and here you can mention the target IP address or the domain. Okay, so this scan is useful when you want to get a list of active devices on a network without getting detailed information. Next we have is SYN scan. So the SYN scan is also known as half open scan, and it is the default and most popular scan option in the Nmap. The command that you can use for it, nmap-s, capital S, and you can mention the target. Okay, so the scan sends in packets and wait for SYN-ACK responses to identify open ports without completing the TCP handshake. So it is fast, making it ideal for large network. Okay, next we have is UDP scan -su. So it is used for scanning open UDP ports. Okay, the command that you can use is nmap-su, and you can mention the target. So as you know, UDP does not have a handshake mechanism like TCP. So UDP scans can be slower and more challenging, but they're essential for discovering services like TNS and SMP. Next we have is service version detection -sv. So it is used to determine the version of the services running on open ports, and this is the command that you can use for running the scan nmap-sv, and here you can mention the target IP address. Okay, next we have is to detect operating system. So for that you can use -o option, and then we have is aggressive scan. Aggressive scan is used to combine multiple scans into one, including OS detection, version detection, script scanning, and trace route. So if you want to use the scan, just type the command nmap-A and mention the target IP address. Alright, so that's the aggressive scan. That's all for this lecture. Thank you for watching. In this lecture, you will learn some basic commands and options of Nmap. So let's start with the first command, nmap-help. So this command will display the help page of the Nmap. You can see the help page, right? First, we can see the Nmap version and a simple users format like Nmap, scan type, options, target specification. So you can scan specific IPs, whole networks, or even domain names. And under target specification, you can input IP addresses, host names, or networks. You can also exclude certain hosts or use input files for bulk scanning. So hope you guys can explore all these options for host discovery, scan techniques, port specification, and scan order. There are lots of options in Nmap. So we'll explore them one by one. And if you want to save this output, Nmap also provides extensive output options, enabling you to save results in various formats like XML or grabbable with the -o flag. Okay. So nmap-help is your go-to reference for Nmap capabilities. So let's see some basic commands of using this Nmap. Okay. So you can see some examples of it. So let's type nmap and any IP address like 192.168. I will enter the IP address of the Metasploitable machine. We'll go to Metasploitable machine. The Metasploitable machine IP address is 192.168.174.160. 174.160. So you can see it is scanning for the ports and the state and it is displaying the service which is running on these ports, right? So this is the simplest nmap command. Just type nmap and followed by the target IP address or host name, and Nmap will perform a basic scan to discover open ports and services that you can see over here, right? Next, if you want to perform a simple ping scan to check if the host is up, use the -sp option. So this command will send ICMP echo request and TCP ACK packets to determine the host availability. As you can see, it is displaying as host is up with the MAC address of the target machine, right? Now, if you want to scan for specific ports, then type nmap -p, and here you can mention the port number that you want to scan for, like if these ports are open or not, and then mention the IP address of the target machine. Okay. So this is useful when you are interested in particular services running on known ports. You can specify a single port or range of ports or a list of ports. Next, for service version detection, you can use SV option. So just type the command nmap -sp and the IP address of the target machine. So it probes open ports to determine what services and version are running. So this is especially useful for identifying potential vulnerabilities. So you can see it is displaying us which port is open and what services running on those ports with the version, right? So you can see on 21 port FTP service is running, and the version is BSFTPD. Alright. Next, if you want to know what operating system is running on the target, then just type nmap -o and the target IP address. Alright. So it's capital O. Then hit enter. So this will display you what operating system target is using. So you can see OS detail Linux 2.6.9, right? And even it is displaying the information regarding the port, state, and service. Next option is -a. Okay, we'll see what is -a option. So this is for aggressive scanning, which includes OS detection, version detection, script scanning, and trace route. So this commands give you a comprehensive overview of the target. Okay, so you can see it will display us everything from OS detection to trace route. So this command will take some time, right? And I can see it is displaying us this result, right? From this port, like 21 port is open, the service is FTP, the version is BSFTPD, right? And even so much information about this, right? About this port, like it is connected to 192.168.174.165, logged in as FTP, type Sky, no session bandwidth limit, right? And more information about the target. Next we have is the scan or send scan, and it is one of the most popular scanning technique in Nmap. It is faster and less likely to be detected by firewalls and intrusion detection system. So just type the command nmap -ss and the target machine IP address, then hit enter. You can see it is starting Nmap. Nmap version is this one. Nmap scan report for this IP address and the time taken, right? 0.00 something seconds it took. And it is displaying us that 977 ports are closed because it is not active. Okay. And then it is displaying us list of ports. So what this command is doing, here the SS command sends in packets and wait for responses, making it an effective method for discovering open ports without establishing a full TCP connection. Now we have covered the essential. Okay. So let's see how we can save this. So if you want to save this in a human readable format, okay, use this option -on when it is means it is saving in a normal format. So I will save it in a out.txt file. Okay, so it will save all these things in out.txt file. If you want to see that, just check this out.txt file. Okay, using cat command. You can see, right? You can see the result. That's all for this lecture. Up next, we'll explore real-world scenarios where these Nmap commands comes into play. Thanks for watching. Yeah, everyone, in this lecture, you will learn how to scan ports on vulnerable web application. I will show you how to uncover open ports, interpret the results, and understand what they mean. So let's get started. For this, I'm using testphp1web.com. Okay, a vulnerable web application used for security testing. So just copy this and let's scan this using Nmap. So we run a basic scan to see what's open. So just type Nmap and php.vulnweb.com. Okay, and just hit enter. So it will show you what ports are open. So you can see it is starting Nmap. You can see the Nmap version 7.94, right? So this command will scan the most common ports and give us a quick overview. Okay. So the results show several open ports, including FTP on port 21, HTTP on port 80, RTSP on port 554, and then last one is PPTP on 1723, right? And it is even showing how much time it took, right? Host is up and 0.045 seconds it took, right? Next, let's focus on port 80, which is where the web server is running. So to scan only this port and skip host discovery, just type nmap -p 80 and then -pn, okay, and just type test vulnerabilities.com. So this will just show the result for port 80. Okay, so you can see the port 80 is open, right? Meaning the web server is accessible. So this is where the web application is hosted. If you want to get the detailed information about the service running on port 80, we'll use nmap with -sv option. Okay, just type the same command and just use one more option, -s and v. So this option will detect the service and version. Just hit enter. So here -p, it will target port 80. Okay, it will show you the results of port 80, and -pn, it will skip host discovery, whereas -sv, it will perform version detection. So you can see the scan reveals the port 80 is open and it is running Nginx 1.19. That's a popular web server, right? So this version of Nginx may have specific vulnerabilities or security issues that could be exploited if not properly secured. Each open port represents a service running on test vulnerable. For example, FTP on port 21 might allow file transfers, and HTTP on port 80 gives us access to the web application. That's all for this lecture. Thank you for watching. In this lecture, we're covering how to use Nmap to detect the operating system and service versions running on a target machine. So type in nmap -o-sb and target machine IP address. Here -o option detects the operating system of the target machine, and this is done by analyzing the responses it gets from the host, which helps Nmap guess the OS. Then we have -sb option. So -sb option is used for service version detection. It is used to determine which services are running and, more importantly, their versions. Now let's take a look at the results of the scan. So let's hit enter. So Nmap detected the target machine is running a Linux operating system, specifically a kernel version between 2.6.9 to 2.6.33, and the scan revealed several services running on this machine. For example, FTP on port 21 running via FTPD. So knowing these versions allow you to search for known vulnerabilities that could be exploited in these services. Why is this information important? So by identifying the OS and specific service versions, you can tailor your security assessments more effectively. For instance, if you find an outdated version of MySQL, you know how to check for specific exploits related to that version. And that's it. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we'll learn about NSE. NSE is like the ultimate upgrade to your Nmap scan. It's not just about finding open ports, it's about diving deeper. So think of NSE as a collection of powerful automated assistants that can do everything from finding vulnerabilities to identify the specific software versions running on your target. So NSE scripts are pre-written commands that tell Nmap what to look for. So if you want to check if the website is vulnerable to an attack, there is a script for that. And the best part, you don't need to be coding genius to use them. So how you can use NSE? It's simple. In kernel Linux, these scripts live in user shared Nmap scripts. So let's type in cd user share and then Nmap, then scripts. Okay, then type ls for listing files and directories. So import scripts for almost anything you can imagine, from brute forcing VNC passwords to identifying outdated TLS configuration, and running them is also easy. So let's say you are targeting a website and you want to find who owns the domain. Okay, so simple, we'll use a who is domain script. So just I will copy this website URL. Okay, and I will type nmap hyphen script, and I will use the script whose domain equal to whose domain dot nsc. Okay, so we'll type it whose hyphen domain dot nsc and the target. Okay, so let's run it. So instantly you will get whose information right in your terminal. So with this command, this will display the whose information of the target. Okay, but if you want to dig into the IP address details, then you can use IP. Okay, who is IP dot nsc, and let's take this time, let's take google.com. So this command will display you the IP address of google.com. Okay, so you can see it is returning us the IP address or DNS record for this IP. Okay, so if you copy and paste this IP, then it will open google.com, right? And it is even displaying about the port information, which port is open, right? And what services running on those ports. Next, now let's get a little creative. And this isn't just about running pre-made scripts. You can chain them together for even more powerful scans. So here is how. Just type in this command nmap hyphen script. I'm using two scripts this time. Okay, http title http num.nsc -p, and I'm focusing on two ports, port 80 and port 443, and my target is testphp.vulnerabilities.com. So just hit enter. So this command first grabs the http titles, then enumerates potential hidden directories. So it's a quick way to get a snapshot of what the web server is exposing. This scan shows that the host php.vulnerabilities.com is up and has an IP address of this one. It also shows that host domain is this one, right? And the port is open. This 80 port is open, that is running HTTP service. And using HTTP title script, it is giving us a hint about what the website is about, right? And with HTTP enum script, it has identified several directories on the web server that could be of interest, like /admin, possible admin folder, /login.php, and many more directories, right? And then it is displaying as 443 filtered. So this port, it is not able to determine whether it is open or closed. So maybe the firewall is blocking. So with this single command, you have gathered key information that could lead to further exploitation. And now I want you all to explore more and more scripts. Only then you can become an expert. That's it for this lecture. In this lecture, we will learn about host discovery techniques. Host discovery is the process of finding out which devices or computers are currently active and connected to a network. So using host discovery, you can find out active devices, IP addresses, and some basic details like the device MAC address or the type of device, depending on the scan method used. Let's start with the basics. If you want to check whether a single device is online, you can use a simple nmap command. For instance, here is how to scan a specific IP address to see if it is up. So type in nmap -sn and the IP address of the target machine. Here -sn option is used to disable port scanning. Okay, and it will focus only on finding live host, as we do not want to know which port is open. So we are using this option. Okay, so let's run this command and you can see it is displaying us this host is up 192.168.174.160, right? And the MAC address of this host. So we can see this is running on a virtual machine, right? And this IP address is the IP address of the Metasploitable machine. Okay, you can see the Metasploitable 2 machine IP address is 192.168.174.160. So this is how you can find the live host. Okay, and this is for single IP. Next, let's say you want to check an entire range of IP addresses. Here is how you can do it. So we'll scan from 192.168.174.0 to 161 to identify all the active devices within this range. So this will identify several hosts, each with this IP and MAC addresses. Okay, you can see it is displaying the IP addresses with the MAC addresses, right? So Nmap quickly scans the entire range, showing us which IPs are active and providing additional details like MAC addresses. Sometimes you need speed over stealth. For those situations, you can use Nmap-T5 timing template, which speeds up the scan significantly. Let's apply it to the same range and see the difference. So you can see it has scanned this range within 1.79 seconds, right? And displaying us the host is up with MAC address, right? So T5 is perfect when you want to do very fast scan, though it might be too aggressive for some networks. What are timing templates? Nmap timing templates are predefined profiles that adjust the speed and stealth of a scan. We'll see various options in the timing templates. So first we have -T0, that's paranoid, and this is extremely slow. It is designed to avoid detection by intrusion detection systems, and the scan can take several hours to days depending on the size of the target range and network conditions. Then next we have -T1 option. Okay, so this one is slow and stealthy. Then we have T2, that is slower than normal. Then T3, that is having default speed. Then T4, that is aggressive, faster than normal. Then T5, this one is very fast, but may overload the network or miss host due to the speed. So if we have a larger network and we want to scan it very fastly, then we can use T5 option. Okay, but it can miss hosts due to its speed. All right. So if you as we are moving from T0 to T5, you can see the scanning speed is increasing, right? Now we scan an entire subnet using the CIDR notation, which is perfect for larger networks. So this time we are scanning 192.168.174.0/24, which includes all IPs from 192.168.174.0 to 255 that contains 256 hosts. So it will scan for all the 256 hosts. So with this scan, we will identify all the active devices on the subnet, giving us comprehensive overview of the network. So this method is ideal for discovering every live host in a broader network. So you can see it has scanned for 256 IP addresses, in which 5 hosts are up, and it has scanned this in 1.92 seconds, right? So you can see it is giving report for this IP address with the MAC address of this device, right? And that's it for this. Like, MAC address spoofing is the act of changing the media access control address of your device to a different one, either randomly generated or copied from another device. And this can be done to hide your device identity, bypass network restrictions, or test the security of a network. Next, there are some common uses of MAC address spoofing. So first we have is bypassing MAC address filters. So some networks only allow devices with specific MAC addresses to connect. So by changing or spoofing your MAC address to match one of the allowed devices, you can gain access to the network without permission. So then we have for maintaining anonymity and privacy. When you are using public Wi-Fi, spoofing your MAC address can help protect your identity. This makes it harder for anyone like network administrators or attackers to track your device and see what you are doing online. And then we have evading network restrictions. So some networks restrict access to certain devices by their MAC address. By spoofing the MAC address of an authorized device, you can trick anyone into thinking your device is allowed, giving you access. And then we have impersonating another device. So by spoofing a MAC address, you can pretend to be another device on the network. This might give you access to sensitive data or even let you disrupt the network. Fifth one, we have avoiding detection. So whenever you're performing penetration testing or vulnerability assessment, using a spoofed MAC address can help avoid detection by security systems that log and track MAC addresses. And lastly, we have testing network security. So whenever you're testing the network security, you have to check how well the network security measures, such as IDS or access control list, respond to unauthorized devices. In the next lecture, I will cover the practical on it. Thanks for watching. Now let's get into practical side of things. I'm going to show you how to use Nmap, a powerful network scanning tool, to perform MAC address spoofing. We'll go through different scenarios where you might want to spoof a MAC address. So to spoof a random MAC address, type in this command, nmap -spoof, then 0, then the target, okay, that you want to scan. Then hit enter. So you can see it is scanning this target using this MAC address, right? Spoofing MAC address and displaying as host is up. So this host is up and all 1000 scan ports on. this IP address or in ignore states. Okay, so you can see it has scanned this IP address, right? So this command will generate and use a completely random MAC address for this scan. Next, we'll specify the prefix of the MAC address and let Nmap generate the rest. So use this command nmap -- spoof MAC, and here you mention this prefix and target IP address. Then hit enter. So this command will use a MAC address that is starting from 0011. Okay, while the remaining bits are randomly generated. To spoof a specific MAC address, type in the command nmap -- spoof MAC and specify here the MAC address. Okay, and then the IP address of the target machine. So this command sets the MAC address to this one. So let's hit enter. You can see it has set the MAC address to this one, this MAC address, and then it is scanning for this target machine. Alright. Next, if you want to spoof a MAC address associated with a particular vendor, use the vendor name. So type in the command nmap -- spoof, then -mac, then the vendor name. Here you can mention any vendor name like HP, Asus, or Samsung, or any other name, and then the IP address of the target machine. Then hit enter. So Nmap will generate a MAC address with the prefix associated with the vendor Asus. Okay, that's it for this lecture. Thank you for watching. In this lecture, we'll dive into an essential tool for ethical hackers, SQLMap. SQLMap is an open source penetration testing tool that automates the process of detecting and exploiting SQL injection vulnerabilities in web applications. Guys, imagine you are an ethical hacker and you are testing website security. Let's say you want to test this website, and here we have a login page where users enter their username and password. And website connects to a database on the server to check if the login credentials are correct. Now let's consider that this login page might be vulnerable to SQL injection. So in a typical scenario, when a user submits their login details like username as admin and password as test, the website sends a query to the database like this. Select star from users where username is equal to admin and password is equal to test. So this select query runs in the background on the database server where the data is stored. And the query will return all the information, all the columns for the user who has username admin and the password test. If there is no match, the query will return nothing. Now, if the website does not properly sanitize input fields, an attacker could enter something like this in the username field. So this is SQL injection payload, admin single quote or 1 equal to 1 and password as test. So this could change the SQL query to this select star from users where username is equal to admin or 1 equal to 1 and password is equal to test. And here the OR operator means that the query will return results if either condition is true. Since 1 equal to 1 is always true, this query could bypass the authentication check. And then we will be able to log in into the website. Guys, have you noticed one thing? We did this entire process manually. So this is where SQLMap comes in. Instead of manually crafting and testing SQL injection payloads, SQLMap can automate this process. You would point SQLMap to the vulnerable login page and it would automatically test various payloads, detect the vulnerability, and even exploit it to extract sensitive data from the database like user, credentials, emails, or even entire tables. In the next lecture, we'll set up our environment so you can start using SQLMap. We'll walk through the installation process and get you ready to start testing for SQL injection vulnerabilities. In this lecture, we're going to set up a pen testing lab. Let's get started. First, open your browser and search for VirtualBox download, and then open this website. And then here you can download the VirtualBox for the version suitable for your operating system. Okay. In my case, I'm using Windows operating system, so I will click Windows host. So it will start downloading it for Windows operating system. Okay, and then follow the installation prompts to install VirtualBox on your host machine. After that, search for Kali Linux download, and then click on Get Kali. So that's the official website of Kali. So then click on Virtual Machine. We'll download for VirtualBox. Okay, so this will start downloading the Kali for VirtualBox, and then we'll see how we can install Kali Linux and VirtualBox. After downloading the Kali, extract the file. After extracting files, just open this folder and then double click this file. Okay, this will open this VirtualBox, and now from here we can start the Kali, and this will start the installation of Kali Linux inside VirtualBox. So you can see voting in 4 seconds. So guys, here you can log in using Kalia's username and Kalia's password. That's the default credentials for this machine. So Kali has a username and Kali has a password. So we are inside this machine. So after getting inside this machine, we'll update and upgrade this operating system using this command. So let's just type apt update and apt upgrade. So that will update and upgrade this operating system, and then type the password. Okay. Guys, after updating and upgrading your system, just open the Firefox and search for Pentest Lab GitHub. Now we'll set up the Pentest Lab environment, which includes DBWA. So we clone this repository. So just click here, code, and copy URL to clipboard. Or you can check the help page. Okay, just scroll down. You can see how you can get started. So how you can clone the repo, you can just copy this. Okay, you can copy the command from here, git clone with the URL, and then you can change directory to this one, Pentest Lab. So I'll copy this and then paste it here on the terminal. Okay, so this is cloning into Pentest Lab. Now for listing files and folders, we'll type ls, so that will list all the files in this. Now for using the script, we need to have Docker installed in our system. So we'll type this command, apt install docker.io, and then hit enter. So this will install Docker. Okay, and then execute the script, bash pentest lab.sh. So you can see the help page of this. If you want to list all the available projects, then just enter bash pentest lab.sh and then list. Okay, this will list all the web apps that you can use, pentest applications. Okay, like vwap, webcode, dbwa. So we'll start dbwa. So if you want to start any web app, just type bash pentest lab.sh and then start, then the application name. Okay. Okay, so you can see the default username and password for this web app. Admin and password. Admin is the username, and password is the password for this web app. Okay, so open this. Admin is the username and password as password. Then click login, and then click create or reset database. So finally, we have successfully set up the lab. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we'll cover the basics of discovering SQL injection vulnerabilities using SQLMap. We'll start by exploring the help menu to understand the options available in SQLMap. Before we dive into any commands, let's quickly take a look at the help menu. This will give us a better idea of the various flags and options we can use while performing SQL injection testing. So just type in the command SQLMap -help. So it will display you the help menu. Okay. So here we can see many options like -h for showing basic help message, -hs for showing advanced help message, and many more options. We can see if you want to set the target, if you want to specify target URL, you can use this option -u. Okay. In this lecture, we'll focus on discovering SQL injection vulnerabilities. So for that, we will be using DBWA, which is a safe environment to practice security techniques. So let's start the pen test. Let's just change the directory to pentest lab, and we will start the DBWA. Okay. If it is displaying you any error while loading the website, okay, this web page, then first you can stop it. Then you can use the command stop DBWA and start it again. After starting the DBWA, just open this link, and we'll log in as admin as username and password as password. Click login. Okay, then move to this tab, SQL injection, and here submit anything as user ID. I'm submitting one as user ID and click submit. Okay, so you can see it is displaying ID 1, first name admin, surname admin. So just copy this URL. Okay, just copy this URL and then open your terminal and then type SQLMap and then specify the URL with the cookie. Okay, cookie PHP session ID. So guys, for getting this PHP session ID, inspect this page, click here, right click and inspect the page, go to the storage and then copy this value. Okay, this is PHP session ID and then paste it here. And security equal to low. As you can see, security level equal to low. Guys, do not forget these single quotes. Okay, and then hit enter. you can see it is displaying us the result. It has identified the backend database as MySQL and existence of SQL injection vulnerabilities. And you can see ID parameter in the URL as vulnerable to SQL injection. And it is testing for multiple types of SQL injection methods like Boolean based blind, error based, and time based blind, right? Union query. So this is how you can confirm that the application is vulnerable to SQL injection. In the next lecture, we'll explore how to enumerate database tables and retrieve data using SQLMap. We'll dive into options like -dbs for database enumeration and -tables to extract the list of tables. That's all for this lecture. Thank you for watching. In our previous lecture, we discovered SQL injection vulnerabilities using SQLMap. Now we'll take it a step further by extracting database information from the vulnerable application. For this demonstration, we'll be continuing from what we left off. So before we dive into extracting database information, let's quickly check SQLMap help menu. This is important to understand the options available for enumeration. So just type in SQLMap -help. So I'll check the options for enumeration. So you can see these options can be used to enumerate the backend database management system, structure, and data contained in the tables. Here we have the first option, -a or -all, that can retrieve everything. But now we use this option on a live web application without explicit permission, as it will retrieve all the available data from the database, and this may be illegal and unethical. And then we have -b option for retrieving DBMS banner, and then many more options, right? And in this lecture, we will be focusing on enumerating DBMS databases and DBMS database tables. So let's extract the databases from our target URL. Now run this SQLMap command to enumerate databases. Here we are using -dbs, that is used to fetch the list of available databases. So just hit enter. So we'll get available databases, DBWA, and information schema, right? So this is how you can get the information regarding the databases. And now we'll extract the tables from these databases. Okay. To do this, we use the -tables option, and from which database names we want to extract the tables. For that, use this option -d and mention and then type the database name like DBWA. So this command tells SQLMap to enumerate the tables within the DBWA database. So you can see, we can see that the DBWA database contains two tables, guest book and users. And if you want to enumerate the tables from information schema, just mention that database name information_schema. Okay, you'll get list of tables from that database name. Okay. At this stage, it is important to remember that extracting database information from systems without permission is illegal and unethical. So always ensure you are working on systems where you have explicit permission, such as your own local environment or within bug bounty programs. Now that we have successfully extracted database and table information, the next step is to dive deeper into these tables to extract specific data such as usernames and password hashes. In the next lecture, we'll explore dumping data from the users table and analyze its contents. In the previous lectures, we focused on basic SQL injection discovery and extracting database information. In this lecture, we'll move forward by using SQLMap to dump entire database tables. This will allow us to access critical information such as user data, passwords, and more. From the previous lecture, we have already identified that the DBWA database contains two tables, guest book and users. Our goal in this lecture is to extract and dump the full contents of the users table, which contains user details such as usernames, password hashes, and more. So just type in this command to start dumping the users table content. SQLMap, you specify the URL and then specify the cookie value, and then -d, and then here you need to specify the database name, and then -t, specify the table name, -- dump all. So this command dumps everything from the users table, revealing key information. So just hit enter. So do you want to store hashes to a temporary file for eventual further processing with other tools? So just type y. Do you want to crack them via dictionary based attack? Why? Okay, so you can see. So let's analyze the result. So you can see from the users table. The users table contain usernames, password hashes, names, last login times, and failed login attempts. And we can see SQLMap automatically identified hashed passwords in the dumped data. By cracking these hashes, we have obtained the plain text passwords of the user. So guys, if you scroll down a bit, we can see that it has dumped other tables such as guestbook, which contains user comments or feedback. So in this lecture, we have successfully used SQLMap to dump the contents of the users and guestbook tables. In the next lecture, we'll dive deeper into advanced SQLMap functionalities to automate and enhance our SQL injection testing efforts. Thanks for watching. In this session, focus on how you can quickly identify and exploit SQL injection vulnerabilities using SQLMap, an automated tool. Before running SQLMap, you need to identify the vulnerable URL. So for our demo, we will be using dbwa with its security set to low. So guys, if you open this tab dbwa security, you can set the security to low, okay, and submit it. Then we will run this command SQLMap -u and the vulnerable URL, then hyphen cookie. Okay, so this is used to pass the session ID, then hyphen batch. So this option in SQLMap is used to automate the process by skipping all user interaction prompts. And when you run SQLMap without this option, it may ask for confirmation or additional input during the process, such as whether to test for certain types of SQL injection, continue with a specific technique, or dump large amount of data. So by adding hyphen batch, SQLMap automatically chooses the default options for these prompts, allowing it to run without requiring manual input. Now hit enter, and after running this command, SQLMap will automatically try different SQL injection techniques and display the results, including types of injections found, as you can see, Boolean based blind, right, time based blind, and many more. So using hyphen batch option, we are just automating the process. Once SQLMap identifies the vulnerability, we can list all the databases on the server. Just type in this command and add this option hyphen dbs. So this will list all the available databases. Just hit enter, and you can see it is displaying the available databases, dbwa, and information schema. Next, if we want to explore the tables in a specific database, then type in the command -d dbwa and tables. Okay, remove this dbs. Okay, it is for listing databases. So you can see it is listing all the tables, right? So SQLMap will list all the tables in the dbwa database. Finally, let's extract all the data from the users table. So this is where we find sensitive information like usernames and hashed passwords. Just type in this command -d and select the database, then -t, select the users table, then dump all, then hyphen batch to automate the process, then hit enter. So SQLMap will dump the contents of the users table, you can see, right? So instead of manually testing for SQL injections, SQLMap handles the entire process in a few commands. That's it. With a few simple commands, you can automate SQL injection attacks using SQLMap. In this lecture, we'll cover how to fingerprint the database using SQLMap. This process helps us gather information about the target, including its version and technologies used. First, we'll use a basic SQLMap command to fingerprint the database. So type in the command SQLMap -u and specify here the target URL with hyphen cookie. So here you need to provide the session information. Alright, with hyphen banner. So that will fetch the database banner, which contains the version of the database and other details. So hit enter. After running this command, SQLMap displays key details such as the backend DBMS is MySQL, web server operating system is Linux Debian 9, web application technology is Apache 2.4.25, and backend database management system and its version. In this case, it is MariaDB 10.1.26, right? Now let's find the current database. So if you want to get the current database, just type current DB. Okay, so that will display you the current database you are using. So you can see it is displaying dbwa is the current database that we are using. If you want to list all the available databases on the target system, you can use hyphen dbs option. So that will list all the databases on the DBMS. Here you can see available databases, dbwa, information schema. So fingerprinting allows us to identify the database, version, and server details, which are critical for planning further attacks. That's all for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this session, we'll explore a simpler way to run SQLMap for testing SQL injection vulnerabilities using the visit mode. This is perfect for beginners who want to get started without needing to remember all the commands. So let's see how to run SQLMap in visit mode. So the command to launch it is very simple. Okay, first let's see the advanced help menu. So just type in the command SQLMap -hh. So this will display the advanced help menu. So here you can see hyphen visit. That is simple visit interface for beginner users. So type in the command SQLMap -u, specify the URL, then the cookie information, the session information, then hyphen visit. Okay, and if you want to do it automatically, then you can just use hyphen batch option. So for now, I'm removing this option, and then hit enter. So when you run this command, this will ask you some simple questions like post data, enter for none. So it's asking if you want to send post data, but if you're only working with get parameters, just hit enter. And next is asking like injection difficulty, hyphen level or hyphen risk. Please choose. So we'll choose for the first option or the default option. So just hit enter. And then again, it's asking a simple question. So if you want to perform all, then you can choose the third option. But I'm choosing the default option. So just hit enter. For beginners, you can go with the default options, which is normal. So it performs multiple injection types and displays something like this. After that, you will see about the web server operating system, that is Linux Debian 9, and then web application technology, Apache 2.4.25, and then about the backend DBMS. Then you will see banner current user, current database, DBWA, and then current user is DPA, database administrator. So that is false. So maybe current user does not have that privileges. Now, if you do not want to go through the visit prompt since time, you can run SQLMap automatically by adding the batch option to your command -batch. So this bypasses the prompts and selects default answers for you. So you can see the result. So guys, that's all for this lecture. Thank you for watching. In this lecture, we'll demonstrate how to use tamper scripts to interact with a vulnerable SQL injection point. Tamper scripts are Python scripts that modify the SQL payloads before they are sent to the target. They can encode or alter parts of the payload in ways that might help bypass filters or detection systems, such as web application firewalls, intrusion detection systems, and intrusion prevention systems. Let's see it practically. So to see the tamper scripts available in SQLMap, type in SQLMap -list tampers. Okay, so this command will list all the built-in tamper scripts that you can use. Here we have some common scripts, include 0e, union.py, base64 encode.py, and many more. So now select a tamper script. We'll use this script, base64 encode. So it can encodes all characters in a given payload. So let's see how you can use this script. Type in the command SQLMap -u, then specify the target URL, then -- cookie. Okay, that will provide the necessary session cookie with the tamper script, base64 encode. Okay, then we have -batch to run this scan automatically without prompting for user input. And then the last option, -users, for fetching the database users. So guys, before running this command, let's start the Wireshark. To capture what payload we are sending through the target, let's start the Wireshark. Starting the Wireshark, we know our target is using 127.8.01 address, that is a loopback address. So we'll choose loopback :IO interface. Okay, just select this interface and then hit enter. Now Wireshark will start capturing the packet. Open Wireshark and you can see the 40 number request. The 40 number packet that shows an HTTP GET request that includes an SQL injection payload. And this payload is sent to 127.8.0.1, which is the target of the SQLMap attack. And this is an encoded SQL injection payload, right? Now back to the terminal. You will see output indicating whether the tamper script helped bypass any filters. So using tamper scripts can be crucial for bypassing web application security measures. And the base64 encode script is just one example of how SQLMap can be leveraged to interact with complex filtering mechanism. Always ensure you have the permission to test the target system. That's all for this lecture. Thank you for watching. In this lecture, you will learn about SQLMap mobile option and how to use it. When you use the mobile option, SQLMap returns to a mobile device. This is useful because some websites change their behavior based on whether you're using a mobile or desktop device. So here is a simple command to run SQLMap with the -- mobile option. Okay, so here we have -u, where you put the URL of the website you are testing, and then we have -- cookie that is used for authentication if needed, and then lastly we have -- mobile that tells SQLMap to act like a mobile device. So let's run this command and hit enter. Now it's asking us which mobile device we want to imitate. So you can choose from options like Apple, iPhone, BlackBerry, and more. So if you want to keep the default one, just hit enter, or you can type any number. So using the -- mobile option, that helps you see if the website behaves differently on mobile devices, which could reveal hidden vulnerabilities. So to see what's happening behind the scenes, you can use Wireshark. Okay, this tool captures and analyzes network traffic. Here you can see user agent is Mozilla 5.0 iPhone, right? iPhone OS. Back to the terminal, we can see we chose Apple iPhone 8 as our device. That's why it shows us user agent as iPhone. Alright, so -- mobile option SQLMap is great for testing mobile specific behavior. Just add -- mobile to your SQLMap command, choose a device and start testing. And if you want to dive deeper into network traffic, use Wireshark to see what's going on in the background. That's all for this lecture. Thank you for watching. In this lecture, we'll walk through the process of gaining SQL shell access using SQLMap. This is a powerful feature that allows you to interact with the backend database directly, retrieve data, and execute SQL commands. This hands-on demonstration will cover real-world scenarios and provide the skills needed to control and manipulate databases through SQL shell. Before attempting to gain SQL shell, we need to identify if the target is vulnerable to SQL injection. So we already know this target is vulnerable to SQL injection. We can proceed with the SQL shell access by using the -SQL shell option. This opens a shell where you can execute SQL queries directly on the database and -batch. For doing this process automatically, so just hit enter. So this SQL map connects to the database and provide access to execute SQL commands. The first thing you should do after gaining access is to find out which database target is using. So type in database, okay, and semicolon. So this command will return the name of the current database. You can see databases tbw. So you can run this SQL query. Okay. To explore further, you can list all tables in the current database using select query, select table name from information schema. Where table schema is equal to tbwa, and then semicolon, and then hit enter. So this will list all the tables in the database. You can see guest book and users. So if you want to retrieve data from the table, you can type select star from and the table name dbwa dot users. Okay, users is the table name, and then semicolon, hit enter. So here the SQL map will output data from the users table, which includes usernames, passwords, and other sensitive information. So you can see. Now that you have seen how to gain SQL shell access using SQL map, I encourage you to try out some additional SQL queries on your own to enhance your understanding. I will add some SQL queries in the resources section of this lecture. And now if you want to exit from this SQL shell, just type in X. Okay, so you can exit from this SQL shell. That's all for this lecture. Thank you for watching. In this lecture, we'll go through how to use SQL map to test for SQL injection vulnerabilities on the testphp.vulnerweb.com. Let's get started. Before we start using SQL map, we need to identify vulnerable pages that can be targeted for SQL injection. So to scan all the vulnerable points on testphp.vulnerweb.com, you can use SQL map crawl and scan features to automatically find all injectable parameters across the site. So what is the crawl feature? So guys, if you use the -crawl equal to 0, it will crawl nothing. Okay, SQL map will only scan the specified URL. Then if you use -crawl equal to 1, that can crawl only the starting URL. And if you use crawl equal to 2, that can crawl the starting URL and the links found on it. Lastly, we have crawl equal to 3, that can crawl the starting URL, the links on it, and the links on those link pages. So if you're deeply scanning a site, you can use -crawl equal to 3. In this lecture, I will be using -crawl equal to 2, that can crawl the starting URL and the links found on it. So let's see practically. Now open your terminal and type in this command sqlmap-u and specify the target URL for the scan. Then -crawl equal to 2. It will crawl the website up to depth of 2 levels. Then -batch. So that runs SQL map in non-interactive mode, automatically accepting default answers to any prompts. Then hit enter. Okay, so it will start checking for all the vulnerable pages. So here we got a vulnerable URL, and below it is displaying cat parameter is vulnerable to SQL injection. Alright, so just copy this URL and let's list all the available databases in it. Okay, so we'll enumerate all available databases on the target. Just type in the command sqlmap-u and that URL, vulnerable URL. Okay, and then we will list all the available databases. Then use -batch to do the process automatically. So just hit enter. So this will display all the available databases. You can see we have 2 available databases, echo art and information schema. Now let's select the echo art database and we will list the tables inside it. Just copy this and then -d echo art -tables -batch. So this command will list all the tables within the specified database. So you can see there are total 8 tables in this database. Once the tables are listed, you will see some key tables such as users, right? Now let's retrieve the column names from the users table. So type in the command -d then -t for selecting the user table, then -, columns and batch. So you can see it is retrieving the column names from the users table, right? So the -t flag specifies the users table and the -column flag lists all the columns inside this table. After identifying the columns, you can now dump the users data. Okay, so let's dump the users data using dump all option, then -batch. It will dump all the user's data, including user's name, passwords, and other relevant information. So in the users table, we can see the user's information. Here we can see one entry where username is equal to test and password equal to test. So if we try this username equal to test and password equal to test, we'll be able to log in into this site. Okay. So this is how you can dump everything from the users table. Now if you want to repeat the process for other tables in the database, so let's list all the tables. So you can use hyphen tables. Okay. Now we'll try this process for another table, that is cards. So just instead of users table, we'll type cards. Okay, and this will dump everything from this cards table. So here we have successfully dumped the data from the cards table. We can see one entry, card ID with item and price. Okay. Now if you want to count total records in the users table, you can use -t users -count. So that will count total number of records in the users table. Here you can see total entries is 1, right? Now that you have seen how SQLMap can be used to identify and exploit SQL injection vulnerabilities, try applying these techniques on try-hack-me SQLMap ROM. I will give you the link of this ROM in the description. That's it for this lecture. Thank you for watching. So what is Hydra? Hydra is a powerful tool used by hackers to test the security of systems, performing what's known as brute force attacks. Imagine you have a locked door and a list of possible keys. Instead of trying each one by hand, Hydra automates the process, testing each key repeatedly to find the correct one. It tries different username and password combinations to see which one grants access. Hydra supports many different types of login methods like SSH, HTTP, FTP, and more. It is widely used because it's flexible and can work with multiple protocols, making popular choice for cybersecurity professionals to ensure systems are secure against unauthorized access attempts. In a nutshell, an automated tool for testing login security and helping make systems safer. In this lecture, we're going to ensure Hydra is set up on Kali Linux, so we are ready to dive into brute forcing techniques. Since Hydra is pre-installed on Kali Linux, we can simply check if it is already there. Open your terminal, let's run a command to verify Hydra is ready. Just type in Hydra-V. So this command checks Hydra's version, and if Hydra is installed, it should display the current version number. Like it's displaying me Hydra v9.5, so it is installed in my machine. But if in your machine it is not installed, Kali will alert you that the command doesn't recognize it. We will see how we can fix it. If for any reason Hydra isn't installed in your system, it is very easy to add it. Just type the command in your terminal to install Hydra from the package manager. Type in apt install Hydra. Alright, and just hit enter. So this command will install the Hydra. After installation, you can rerun Hydra-V to verify that it's successfully installed. Now that Hydra is installed, let's explore the help menu to get a sense of the options Hydra provides. To open the help menu, type the command in your terminal Hydra-help. Alright, so you can see the help menu gives a list of all Hydra's options and flags. We'll review this more closely in our upcoming lectures, but feel free to scroll through it to see the scope of what Hydra can do. Now that Hydra is set up and you have had a glimpse of the help menu, we are ready to dive into its main options and functionalities. In the next lecture, we'll walk through the most essential commands and flags in Hydra to set you up for effective responsible brute force. In this lecture, we'll explore how to precisely define targets for Hydra commands. So you can see the ways to specify targets in Hydra. If you want to specify a single target and service, you can use the first option. You can specify the target IP address or the host name and the service which is running on the target, or for example, FTP or SSH. Next is another way to specify target and service. So if you want to specify in a URL format, this is how you can do that. SSH and colon // and target machine IP address or the host name. Alright, then we have the third option, -s. So if you are specifying a custom port for the service, then you can use -s option. We'll see that in detail in another lecture, but for now, just remember -s option is to specify a custom port for the service. But we have to use that. We'll see that in separate lecture. Next, we have -m option. So if you want to load multiple targets from a file, then you can use -m option. Alright. So -m option is incredibly useful for brute forcing multiple targets simultaneously. So if you want to brute force multiple targets simultaneously, first you have to create a file with list of IP addresses or host names using a text editor like mousepad and just save that file. Alright, here you can see. First we created a file using mousepad and then we added list of IP addresses in it. And then we used Hydra command to brute force multiple IP addresses or the host names. Alright. So this is how you can use -m option. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. Now to successfully brute force a target, the first step is to identify the services running on open ports. To identify the open ports and running services, we will use Nmap, a powerful port scanning tool. Just open your terminal and type in the command Nmap -sv that enables service version detection to identify the services running on each open port and then specify the target machine IP address. In my case, I'm specifying Metasploitable IP address and then hit enter. After running this scan, you might see something like this. From this, we can understand If port 21 is open, we can target FTP with Hydra. And if port 22 is open, making SSH another target. And then we have additional services like HTTP, MySQL, and so on. So for brute forcing with Hydra, if port 21 is open, target FTP. If port 22 is open, target SSH, and so on. In this lecture, we simplified the process of identifying services. We scan the target to find open ports. Based on the results, we choose services to target, such as FTP or SSH. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we will learn how to use Hydra to brute force SSH logins. We'll start by covering the key flags in Hydra that allows us to specify usernames and passwords. Then we'll put them into practice with actual commands, targeting an SSH service on Metasploit table. There are main flags used to specify usernames and passwords. Understanding these flags is essential as they form the foundation for our Hydra commands. So here we have first flag -l. If you're using single username, then you can use -l and then you can specify the username. And if you want to load usernames from a file, then you can specify -L. For example, -L usernames.txt. In this usernames.txt, it contains list of user names. Okay, and then we have -p. So if you want to use a single password, then you can use -p. For example, -p and password 123. And then we have -P. If you want to load passwords from a file, then you can use -P. For example, -P passwords.txt. So in this file containing list of passwords, then we have -C. If you want to load user password pairs from a file, then you can use -C. Okay, and the name of the file like credentials.txt. So in this credentials.txt, it should contain users password pairs. All right. Next, we have additional flags like -t. This sets the number of parallel tasks Hydra will run, and increasing the task count. For example, -t4 can speed up the attack by trying multiple logins at once, but setting this too high may slow down or trigger protections on the target. Then we have -V for verbose mode. It shows each attempt in real time. And then we have -f. It stops Hydra once the first valid password is found. So this is useful when you only need one successful login. Next, we have sample commands for brute forcing an SSH login. First, we have for single username and single password. So if you're trying single username and single password, then you can use -l, -p, and then mention the IP address of the target machine with // Okay. So this case will work when you are aware of the username and password. And next we have multiple usernames and single password. So if you are specifying multiple usernames, then you have to use -L and the usernames file like usernames.txt, and then specify the single password. After that, specify the target // and the IP address of the target machine. And next we have the command Hydra l P passwords.txt, the target of target machine IP address. So this command tests a single username, that means against each password in the passwords.txt. And next we have multiple usernames and multiple passwords. So this command tests each username from usernames.txt with each passwords from passwords.txt file. Okay, and then here you can specify the target machine IP address. These are the sample commands for brute forcing and SSH logging. We'll see it practically. Before we start a practical demonstration, we need to create first files for our usernames and passwords. Let's create user.txt and pass.txt for testing Hydra's -L and -P options. And credentials.txt, we want to use -C flag for testing specific user password pairs. Open your terminal and type mousepad user.txt, or you can use any other text editor. Then hit enter. Here you can add possible user names one per line, like Kali, root, MSF, help MSF admin. As my target machine is Metasploitable 2, so I've added MSF admin as the password, as the username. So I will save this file. And then let's add potential passwords one per line in pass.txt file. Let's type mousepad pass.txt. I've already added that passwords in pass.txt file one per line. Alright. And then I will just click on cross icon. Next, I will create credentials.txt file. Type in the command mousepad creds.txt. In this file, just add user password pairs. I've already added some of the pairs in this file. Alright. And then you have to save this using Ctrl S. And then click on this cross icon. So after creating these three files, we are ready to brute force SSH on our Metasploitable machine. So let's see how to brute force SSH. So for brute forcing SSH, type in the command Hydra small l msfadmin hyphen capital P pass.txt hyphen small t 4 for parallel task hyphen capital B for verbosity, and then we have hyphen F to stop once a valid password is found, and the target machine IP address. So I can check the target machine IP address. You can see I can type the command fconfig, and then it's going to display you the IP address of the target machine. Alright, then back to the terminal. Just hit enter. We'll see. You can see the username and the password, right? So let us try max 4 tasks per one server, as we used hyphen small t4, right? And with hyphen capital V, it is displaying also all the attempts, right? Next, we will test for multiple usernames and passwords on the metasploitable target with 4 parallel tasks, displaying attempts and stopping after finding the first valid logins. For that, just type in the command. Just change this to capital L and just specify the user list, and then hit enter. So you can see it has found the credentials, right? Next, we will check for the user colon password pairs. For that, you can use hyphen capital C, and the file name is credits.txt. Then hit enter. Yeah, so we have successfully completed this. It has found one valid password, right? You can see the username is msfadmin and the password is msfadmin. So in this lecture, we have covered the main flags for specifying usernames and passwords in Hydra, and demonstrated Hydra commands for brute forcing SSH on Metasploitable. In the next lecture, we'll explore using crunch to create word lists automatically so you can test larger sets of passwords. In this lecture, we're diving into crunch, a powerful tool for creating custom word list. Crunch helps us generate word lists tailored to specific patterns, making our brute force attacks more efficient and targeted. So here's the command syntax for crunch. Crunch, and then set the minimum and maximum length of the words, and then you have to define the characters to include like lowercase, uppercase, numbers, or special symbols, and then hyphen O to save the generated word list to a file. So this is how you can use the crunch command. Alright, so let's see it practically. So for using crunch, type in the command crunch, and then here we are generating a word list with words between 2 and 4 characters using the characters ABC123, and we are saving this to small.txt file. Alright, just hit enter. So you can see crunch will now generate the following amount of data. It's around 7452 bytes, and it has saved this to small.txt. So if you want to view the content inside this file, you can use cat command. Right, so here we can see it has reduced these combinations, right, from 4 characters, from 2 character words to 4 character words, right? You can see starting from AA, then AB, and you can see the last word is 33333, right? Guys, one important thing to remember is that changing the character set allows you to generate entirely different word lists. For example, if we use lowercase letters like ABC in our set, the combinations will be based on those letters. But if we switch to XYZ, right, or even add special characters like at the rate, our word list will look completely different. So if you want to generate a different word list, then you have to change the character set, define different character sets, alright? And based on your requirement, you can change the minimum and maximum length of the words. Now imagine we know some of the password structure and we are unsure about the last 2 characters. So in that case, we can use -t option. -t option lets us fix certain parts of a password while letting other parts vary. So this is particularly useful if we know some of the password structure, right? So how we can use this? Crunch, and then you have to specify minimum length and maximum length. So I'm keeping minimum length as 8 and maximum length also as 8, and then -t option, and then I will fix this msfedm. Alright, I will fix the start of each entry as msfedm, and then at the rate with any 2 character combinations, creating options like msfedm00. Alright, so it will create the combinations like msfedm00, msfedm01 up to alright. As our target machine is metasploitable with the password msfadmin, using the -t option allows us to generate the specific word along with other variations. Now, when should we use this option? Use it when you know part of the password one need to guess the remaining characters. In that case, you can use this -t option. So let's run this command. We'll just copy this command and just paste it in your terminal and hit enter. So Crunch will now generate the following amount of data. So now we can check this word list using cat word list.txt, and it should have options like MSF EDM 00, right, to MSF EDM ZZ, right? These all are lowercase. Alright, so this is how you can generate these words. Now let's use our word list with Hydra to brute force an SSH login on a target machine Metasploit table with a known username MSF admin, and then specify the word list.txt with -P. Alright, and just hit enter. We have successfully retrieved the credentials MSF admin using our word list and Hydra command. That's it for this lecture. In this lecture, we'll explore how to brute force FTP with Hydra. Before brute forcing, we first need to identify if the target has an FTP service running. For that, we'll use Nmap to scan the target and identify open ports and services. So type in the command Nmap -S V and target machine IP address. So in my case, it is 192.168.147.129. Alright, so type in the target machine IP address and then hit enter. Alright, then look for port 21, which is the default port for FTP. So you can see the result. Port 21 is open and Nmap identifies the service as FTP. So we can use Hydra command to brute force FTP logins. Now type in this command to brute force FTP logins. Hydra -L, specify the username, -P. Here you need to use a word list containing potential passwords. Then -T, T4, that sets the task number to 4. Then -V, that enables verbose mode to show each login attempt. And then -F, that stops after finding the first valid login. Then the service, alright, :// and the machine IP address, target machine IP address, then hit enter. So you can see each login attempt. Once the correct credentials are found, Hydra will display the successful login. So we got the correct credentials as MSF admin and MSF admin. This confirms our attack was successful. That's it for this lecture on brute forcing FTP with Hydra. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we'll learn how to handle the output of Hydra attacks. Storing and analyzing results effectively is crucial when conducting penetration tests. So Hydra provides flexible options to save results and format them for easy review. Here are the key options to handle the output of Hydra attacks. First, we have -O option that saves successful login or password combination to file. By default, Hydra saves the output in text format. You just have to specify -O and the file name. Alright. Next, we have -B option that specifies the output format such as text, JSON or JSON v1. So if you're storing the file in JSON format, you have to specify -V and JSON. So let's see it practically. Guys, in the previous lecture, you learned how to brute force SSH using Hydra, and we use this command, right? Now to save the results, you just need to add -O option and then specify the file name like results.txt to the command and then hit enter. It will save the result in results.txt file. So we check the result using cat command, right? Results.txt, so you can see, right? So this is how you can store the results in results.txt file. As we know, Hydra stores the file in text format by default. But if you want to store the file in JSON format, which is useful for integration with other tools, then just add the option -B. Alright, -B and then JSON. And just change this file name to .txt extension to JSON. Alright, results.json. And then hit enter. So it will store the files in JSON format. Now use cat command to view the content inside it. So you can see it has stored this content in JSON format. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we'll explore how Hydra's -U option helps us loop through usernames first when attempting to brute force logins. This is especially useful when working with a list of potential usernames to determine which one is valid. Hydra allows us to efficiently test multiple usernames against a single password or multiple passwords. By using the -U option, we can specify that Hydra should loop through usernames first, ensuring we systematically test all usernames before moving on to the next password. So let's see it practically. First, we'll see the case for single password, multiple users. In this scenario, we'll test all usernames in user.txt against a single password MSF admin. Alright, so just type in this command. In this, Hydra loads username from user.txt and tests each one with the password MSF admin. Alright, and with -U flag that ensures Hydra loops through all usernames first before moving to the another password. Just hit enter. Alright, so you can see the valid credentials are successfully identified. MSF admin, Next, we'll test usernames from user.txt against passwords from pass.txt. Let's type in this command and change this option to capital P, then pass.txt. Alright. So in this case, Hydra tests each username from user.txt against all passwords in pass.txt. And with -u flag ensures usernames are iterated first. So just hit enter. And you can see it is trying user 1 with password 1, user 2 with password 1, user 3 with password 1, user 4 with password 1, right? So first it is iterating all the users' names, right? And then you can see the correct login is found. This is how you can use -u option. In this lecture, we demonstrated how to perform multi-user brute forcing using Hydra -u option. We have seen how to enter scenarios involving single passwords with multiple usernames, as well as multiple usernames and passwords. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we'll learn how to brute force login credentials on a vulnerable web application using Hydra. First, we need to start the DBWA. Alright, so just start your DBWA and just open this link. Then we'll use admin as username and password as password. Then click login. Once logged in, go to DBWA security tab. Set the security level to low, alright, and submit it. Then navigate to the brute force page. Here you can see we can log in using username and password. So let's test the login page with random credentials. We'll use user as username and user as password and click this login button. Alright, and observe the URL. So if the username and password or any form data are visible in the URL, then the form is using the get method. And if the form data is not visible in the URL, then form uses post method. As form data is visible, right, on the URL, so this confirms the login mechanism is using HTTP get method. Next, we'll extract the PHP session ID. Just right click the page and click here, inspect. Then go to storage tab, and here we can see PHP session ID. Just copy this PHP session ID. Alright. Now open your terminal and type in this command. First, we'll specify the user list with -L option, a file containing a list of usernames. Then we'll specify the file containing list of passwords with -P option, and then HTTP get form module. Alright, and then just copy this URL from here. And here you can see our target is 127.8.01, right? That's a local server in this case. And then we have the path of the login page on the target web application. Alright, then the colon, username equal to _user, and password equal to password, and login equal to login. This is a form structure Hydra will interact with. The caret symbols are placeholders that Hydra substitutes with actual value from user.txt and pass.txt files during execution. And then we have h is equal to cookie. Okay, so that adds custom HTTP headers like cookies to the request. And then this is a session cookie required to stay logged in or access the form. And in DBW, we set the security to low, so just then semicolon just start security equal to low. Lastly, we have s is equal to welcome. As means what success message to look for in the server response. So if welcome word is there in the response, Hydra knows the username and password are correct. And then we'll add -B option that stands for verbose mode. So it will print every attempt it makes. Just hit enter now. Hydra will brute force the credentials. And you can see Hydra got the correct credentials. Username as admin and password as password. So we successfully retrieved the credential when the DBW security level was set to low. Now let's move on and change the DBW security to medium and click submit. Alright, so you can see security level is currently medium. Now open your terminal and we'll update the Hydra command from the security low to medium, and we'll see if it works or not. So in this case also Hydra is able to identify the correct credentials. In the next lecture, we'll set the security level to high and explore how it impacts the brute forcing process. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. Guys, if we try to brute force DBW credentials using Hydra, it will fail for DBW high security level. Why? Because of anti-CSRF token, as DBW generates a user token dynamically for every login attempt, and this token changes with each request and must be included in the login request. So with Hydra, we cannot dynamically fetch and update this token during brute force attempts. So what do? We use Burp Suite. Burp Suite allows us to dynamically fetch and handle the user token and brute force the credentials even with high security enabled. Now let's dive into the process. So first we'll start the Burp Suite. Just type here Burp Suite. And then choose this temporary project in memory. Then next. use burp defaults, start burp, then go to proxy tab. From here, we'll open the browser. Click here, open browser, then start dpwa. Alright, from here, copy this URL and paste it here. And then log in as, okay, admin as username, password as password. Click login. Then go to this tab, dbwa security. Choose I, then submit it. Then navigate to brute force tab. Now back to Burp Suite. Go to HTTP history tab and delete this all previous history. Select it and then delete selected items. Now go to target tab and under it we can see sitemap, right? So delete this host, delete host. Alright. Now open your browser and then turn on the intercept. Go to proxy tab, intercept, on intercept, and then reload the site. So we can see it has captured the request. Now go to proxy settings and then the sessions. Okay, you can find it below project tab, and then from here session handling rules. Just click here, click this create a new rule, click here add, and then we'll add rule actions. Then run a micro. Then we need to select a micro. Select macro. So we'll select this request. Alright, and then click OK. After that, click on configure item and then add. Then click here fetch response and search for token. So you can see user token, right? Copy this and paste it here, parameter name, and then select this and then click here OK. Again OK. Then again OK. And then OK. Then go to the scope tab and select this target, scanner, repeater, sequencer. Okay. And then use Burp Suite scope. Then click OK. So with Burp Macro, it fetches and updates the user token for each request. And with this, we will be able to bypass the anti-CSRF protection. Now click on this cross icon and then open browser. Here, just go to this brute force tab in your browser. Then we'll enter any random credentials like user as username and user or pass as password. Then click login. And then go back to Burp Suite. Here we can see it has captured the request. You can see, right? Username equal to user, password is equal to pass, right? So we'll send this request. So first we'll add this to scope and then we'll send this to intruder. Then go to intruder tab. And here select cluster bomb as attack type. Then select this user and add dollar. Select pass. Add dollar. As we will be brute forcing these two fields in this attack, right? Then go to this payloads tab. Payload set 1, choose simple list, and from here load the list. I'm loading user.txt that contains list of user names, and then payload set 2, right? Here add password list. Then again click open, and then go to this settings tab. Here unselect this make unmodified baseline request, and here clear all items in grab match and add incorrect to grab match. This ensures incorrect login attempts show 1. Now we'll start the attack. So you can see in incorrect login attempts, it will show us 1. Alright. Now if we observe the results, we have successfully identified the correct credentials based on the unique response length or the absence of the incorrect flag. That's it for this lecture. Thank you for watching.
In this section, we'll talk about John the Ripper, a powerful tool used for password cracking. Imagine this, you create a password, say ABC. When you set this password, it does not get stored in the database as plain text like ABC. Instead, it's converted into hashed value using a hashing algorithm. For example, ABC might look like this after hashing. Now let's say someone manages to gain access to the database. They won't see your password directly. They will only see the hashed values. So at first glance, this might seem secure, but here is the problem. If an attacker gets access to these hashed passwords, they can attempt to reverse engineer them to uncover the original passwords. This is where John the Ripper comes in. John the Ripper is a powerful password cracking tool that takes these hash values and using techniques like dictionary attacks or brute force tries to reveal the original passwords. In the next lecture, we'll dive deeper and learn how to install John the Reaper and use it step by step to crack hashes. This lecture will learn how to install and use John the Reaper. So John the Reaper comes pre-installed in most versions of Kali Linux. However, if for some reason it is not available on your system, you can install it using apt install John and press enter. Once installed, you can check the help menu to see available options. Type John -help to check the help menu. Alright, now let's see an example to understand how John the Reaper works. So first, open your browser and go to hash generator website like codebeauty.org. On this site, choose MD5 hash generator. Then enter the plain text like ABC and click on generate. Then here you will get a hash value. Copy this, copy to clipboard, and then open your terminal. I will save it into a text file. So let's create one using mousepad. 1.c and paste it. Save this file. Now it's time to crack this hash using John. Type the command John and specify the file, that is new1.txt, and then the format. So we know hash is MD5 hash. Format equal to raw MD5. And press enter. Once it's done, you will see an output that shows the cracked password. As you can see, John successfully cracked the MD5 hash and revealed the original password. And that's it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we'll explore the different modes in John and how you can use them to crack passwords more efficiently. Thank you for watching. In this lecture, we'll explore the different modes in John the Ripper. So John the Ripper has three main modes: single mode, wordless mode, and mask mode. Let's go through them one by one. First, we have single mode. In single mode, it tries to guess the password based on the username and common variations. So let's understand this with an example. Here we have a hash stored in 2.txt in the format user colon hash, and we know that password is based on the username. Alright, as I generated this using this website, it's user12 and the hash value is this. So we know that password is based on the username with some modifications. Then we are going to use single mode. Alright, now let's crack it using single mode. For that, type the command John --- single, then 2.txt, and we know here the format is MD5, so MD5, press enter, and it successfully cracked the password, that is user12. Next we have wordless mode. So in wordless mode, it checks the hash against a list of common passwords. You need a word list file. I've already created one, that is word.txt, and I've added list of passwords in it. So let's understand this with an example. Go to this website, hash generator website, enter any plain text, copy the hash, and save it in any text file. I've saved this in t.txt file. So let's crack this hash using wordless mode. Type the command John -wordlist equal to word.txt. Specify the word list file and then the hash, then the format of the hash, that is raw MD5, and press enter. And we can see John found the password. Lastly, we have mask mode. So mask mode is a fast brute force method that guesses passwords based on patterns like numbers, letters, or symbols. Let's understand this practically. So go to hash generator website, generate an MD5 hash, right? Enter any 6-digit number like 132112. Copy this hash and create a file. Add l1.txt, paste this hash value, and now we'll crack this hash using mask mode. So type the command John -mask, equal to. As we know, the password is a 6-digit number. Then mask mode, if the password contains digits, then we have to use question mark P. If it contains lowercase letters, then use question mark L. If it contains uppercase letters, then use question mark U. For special characters, use question mark S. And for any printable characters, use question mark K. Since our password is 6-digit number, we'll use question mark T 6 times and specify the format as empty file. Okay, type question mark T 6 times. Then the hash file, that is l1.txt. Lastly, the format, raw empty file. Press enter. So here we have successfully cracked the password. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, learn how to crack a password protected zip file using John. So here I have a file.zip. If I try to extract this, it asks for a password. So let's crack this file using John the Ripper. First, we need to convert the zip file to hash. We'll do that using zip to John. So type the command zip to John, then the zip file name, and then the file where you want to store the hash. I'm storing it zip1.txt and press enter. So this command converts the zip file to hash and saves it in zip1.txt. So let's crack the password using John the Ripper. Type the command John, then the file name 1.txt, and then specify the word list. Word list, word.txt. I'm using word.txt. Then press enter. Here we can see that John has successfully cracked the password, and the password is 1234. Now to view cracked password again, John saves all cracked password in john.pod. To see that, type the command cat root dot john.pod. Here you can see cracked password again. And to delete this file, type rm and then the path root.john.pod, then press enter. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. Imagine you have been hired by a company to test the security of the website. They want to ensure that hackers can't steal user data or break into their systems. So you visit their website, and at first glance, everything looks perfectly normal. But as an ethical hacker, you know that appearances can be deceiving. Hidden beneath the surface, there could be serious security vulnerabilities waiting to be exploited. So how do you uncover these hidden issues? You use a powerful tool called Zap Proxy. Now what is Zap Proxy? Zap Proxy is an open source security tool used to find vulnerabilities on websites. It acts as a middleman between your browser and the website, allowing you to inspect and analyze every request and response. So in this lecture, we're going to learn how to use Zap Proxy to find security issues on a website. Now Zap Proxy comes pre-installed in Kali Linux, but if it is not available on your system, you can easily install it using apt install Zap Proxy, then press enter. Once installed, launch Zap Proxy by typing Zap Proxy. This will open up the GUI for Zap Proxy. Open the Firefox, and we will be testing this on SPHP site, sphp.vulnweb.com. So copy this URL. Now open this app. Now in Zap, choose this option, automated scan, and enter the URL. Paste the URL here. Now click on plus icon. You will see multiple options such as Magic Spider, Active Scan, Automation, Breakpoints. So from this list, select Spider that crawls the website, capture all the URLs and understand its structure. And again click on plus icon and select Active Scan that tests the captured URLs by sending requests and attempting different attacks on each URL. After selecting Spider and Active Scan, click on Start Attack. So in the spider tab, you will see the URLs being captured in real time. This gives you an idea of the website structure, and the active scan will start automatically after filtering completes. The active scan tab, click on show scan progress details. You will see status of each attack, including how many tests have been completed and how many are still ongoing. So once the scan is complete, go to the alerts tab. Here you will see all the vulnerabilities categorized by color. Red for high, these are critical vulnerabilities that need immediate attention. Then we have orange for medium, these are moderate issues that should be fixed soon. Then we have yellow for low, these are minor risks but still worth looking into. And lastly, we have blue for information. This shows leaked information that may not be risky but could be useful to attackers. And now click on any alert to see cross-site scripting, DOM based. So you can see risk high, confidence high, with description and solution. So you can read more about it from the references. Now after analyzing the results, it's always good to generate a report for documentation. So for creating the report, go to the top menu and click on report, then generate report, then choose the location and click on generate report. Once saved, navigate to the location where you save the file, open it, and you will see a well-structured report showing all the details of the scan, including vulnerabilities and recommendations. So that's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this section, we'll dive into C Toolkit or Social Engineer Toolkit, one of the most popular tools once used in Kali Linux for social engineering attacks. Although many features of this tool no longer work due to security updates and advancements, but it remains a powerful educational tool to understand the mechanics behind social engineering attacks. So let's get started with the practical. By using C Toolkit, let's perform social engineering attack and see how attackers create a phishing page that looks just like the real one to trick the target into entering their credentials. So open your Kali Linux terminal and type the command toolkit, and you will see the main menu. Select the first option, social engineering attacks, and press enter. Next, select website attack vectors, second option. And now from the website attack vectors menu, select third option, credential harvester attack method. This method allows us to capture login credentials from the target. Enter 3, then press enter. Now select web templates. This option offers ready-made templates for phishing pages. And now leave this default. This is your IP address. Just leave it default. And then select this option, second option, Google, press enter. After choosing the second option, send the link to the target. Link will be your IP address, colon 480. Copy your IP address and open the browser. I'm just testing this on Firefox. Press enter. Now as the target enters the credentials like email as kali@gmail.com, password as something, click on sign in. You can see it in your terminal like this, email as kali@gmail.com and password. Now to stop this attack, press Ctrl C in your terminal, then press enter. So in this practical demonstration, we use web template in C Toolkit to create a phishing page and capture credentials. You can try out other options in C Toolkit as well, but remember many options do not work effectively since it is an older tool. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to talk about Wi-Fi, what it is and how it works. So Wi-Fi or wireless fidelity is the technology that lets devices like phones, laptops and smart TVs connect to the internet without using cables. Instead of sending data through wires, Wi-Fi transmits information using radio signals, just like how radios and mobile networks work. And Wi-Fi follows a set of standards called IEEE 802.11, which define how wireless networks communicate. Now Wi-Fi works in 3 simple steps. First is getting the internet. Your ISP internet service provider sends internet data to your home through a cable connected to your Wi-Fi router. Then the router converts this data into radio signals and broadcasts them wirelessly. Lastly, the devices like your phone, laptop, or smart TV receive these signals and use them to access the internet. So just think of it like a radio station. The router broadcasts signals and your devices tune in to connect. Next, Wi-Fi operates on different frequency bands, which affect speed and range. First, we have 2.4 gigahertz that covers a larger area, has a slower speed. Then 5 gigahertz, faster speed but shorter range. Lastly, 6 gigahertz, the latest technology, offering even faster speeds and better security. That's it for this lecture. In the next one, we'll cover Wi-Fi security protocols. We will talk about WEP, WPA, WPA2, and WPA3, their differences, and how secure they really are. In this lecture, we'll go through the history of Wi-Fi security, how it started, how it improved over time, and where it stands today. Wi-Fi security has changed a lot, and understanding this evolution helps us see why each new version was needed. Let's go step by step and see how it got better. Alright, so first ever Wi-Fi security was WEP, introduced back in 1997. The encryption used was RC4. The key size ranged from 64-bit to 128-bit. Back then it was considered good enough, but here is the problem. RC4 wasn't a strong encryption method. The key remains static, meaning once an attacker captures some traffic, they could crack it pretty quickly. So WPA was meant to provide privacy similar to wire networks, but in reality it was far from secure. That's why we needed something better. Since WPA had too many flaws, WPA was introduced in 2003 as an improvement. It still used RC4, but this time it added TKIP, Temporal Key Integrity Protocol, and the key size was 128-bit. So TKIP made things a bit better by changing encryption keys dynamically, so attackers couldn't just reuse the same key. But the problem was still vulnerable. Hackers could still crack it using certain tools, just with a little more effort than before. So even though WPA was an improvement, it wasn't enough. We needed something much stronger. Just a year later, in 2004, WPA2 was introduced. This time RC4 was gone and we got AES CCMP. The encryption key size was 128-bit and AES was a game changer. Unlike RC4, it was actually secure. Even if an attacker captured Wi-Fi traffic, they could not easily decrypt it unless they had the correct password. So this made WPA2 the most widely used Wi-Fi security standard, and we still use it today. But like everything in cybersecurity, as hacking methods improved, WPA2 also started showing some weaknesses, especially when it came to brute force attacks. Then in 2018, WPA3 was introduced to make Wi-Fi even more secure. It brought in AES CCMP and a more advanced encryption method, AES GCMP, and the key size went up to 128-bit and 256-bit. One big change with WPA3 is SAE, simultaneous authentication of equals, which replaces PSK, pre-shared key. This makes brute force attacks almost impossible because even if an attacker captures ancient data, they can't crack it using dictionary attacks like they could with WPA2. So we know no system is 100% breakable. There are still ways to attack WPA3 like downgrade attacks or side channel attacks, but overall it's a huge leap forward in security. Right now, most of us are still using WPA2, but WPA3 is slowly taking over as new devices support it. In the next lecture, we'll dive into how attackers break into networks and how we can protect ourselves. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to hack a WPA2 Wi-Fi network, which is what most of us are using. So let's see how to do it practically. So to perform this attack, you will need a Wi-Fi adapter that supports monitor mode. I'm using Panda adapter for this demo. First, connect your adapter to VMware and select connect to virtual machine. Choose Kali Linux as virtual machine, then click OK. Now open your terminal and type the command fconfig wlan down. This command disables the Wi-Fi interface so we can modify its mode. Next, we'll enable monitor mode. Type the command wconfig wlan mode monitor. So this allows us to capture network traffic without connecting to the network. Now enable the interface again. Type the command fconfig wlan 0 up. Now let's scan for available Wi-Fi networks. Type the command arrow dump ng wlan 0. This command will list all nearby Wi-Fi networks, look for the BSS ID and channel of the target network. So BSS ID means MAC address of the target network. And as you know, Wi-Fi networks work on specific radio frequencies called channels. So here we have channel numbers. So note down the BSS ID and channel number of the target network. My target is Black Hat. So for Black Hat, BSS ID is this one. Channel number is 7. Now we'll capture the handshake. So type the command arrow dump ng -f BSS ID. Specify the BSS ID of the target network and then the channel -f channel. Then we want to store it and then $0, then press enter. So this will start listening to the network and capture the handshake when a device connects. So this command will also display a list of connected devices. Here you can see. If no handshake is happening, we can force a connected device to reconnect by sending a deauth attack. So press Ctrl C. Now open another terminal and type the command here replay ng -f deauth, number of deauth packets like 20. So it will send 20 deauth packets. Then -a and specify the BSS ID of the Wi-Fi. Alright. And then -c, you need to specify the MAC address of the client that you're trying to disconnect. So this command will disconnect the device from the network, and when it reconnects, we'll capture the handshake, press enter, and rerun the same arrow dump ng command while sending deauth packets. And here we can see we have captured the handshake. Press Ctrl C, and the handshake is already saved in .cap file. Now let's crack the password using aircrack ng. Type the command aircrack, then the handshake file kali02.cap. Specify the word list, then press enter. So we have successfully cracked the password. You can also try using the rocku.txt word list. If you are unable to capture the handshake, check if the target device is using WPA3. Even if you manage to capture a WPA3 handshake, you won't be able to crack it with aircrack ng. So what we did, we scanned for available networks, we performed a deauthentication attack, and finally we used a word list with aircrack ng to crack the password. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this section, we are going to dive into DBWJ, the damn vulnerable web application. You will learn how to exploit each module step by step, starting from scratch. If any topic seems repeated from previous sections, just treat it as revision, because here everything is covered in a step by step and practical way. I will be uploading 2 new videos every day, so if this section feels incomplete, do not worry, just keep checking in. So let's begin and master DBWJ. In this lecture, we are going to learn how to perform brute force attack using Burp Suite on DBWJ with the security level set to low. Let's first understand what a brute force attack means. A brute force attack means trying different usernames and passwords until the correct one is found. It's like guessing until the system lets you in. And this is common method used by attackers when a login page does not have a proper protection. So we will be using Burp Suite in this demo. Let's begin the practical in Kali Linux. First, make sure DBWJ is running on your system. Then go to DBWJ security tab and set the security to low. Now go to brute force section in DBWJ, and here try login with username anything like user and password anything like pass. Then click login. It will show you username and password incorrect. Alright, now let's capture this request using Burp Suite. Open Burp Suite and turn on the intercept. Try the same login again on DBWJ, like user as username, pass as password, then click login. So after clicking on the login button, we can see the request is automatically captured in the Burp Suite. Now right click the request and choose send to intruder. Then go to intruder tab, then positions, click clear dollar Now highlight the username and password value. Click add dollar, pass, dollar, and set the attack type to cluster bomb because it will test each username with each password. For example, user1 with pass1, user1 with pass2, and so on. Now go to payloads tab, and in payload set 1, add usernames like admin, guest, user, user1, or you can select users list, and then in payload set 2, add passwords like password, pass, 12345, password, Kali, or you can select password list, then click on start attack. Once the attack finishes, look at the length column, click on length to sort the results. If one entry has a different and usually longer length, that's likely the successful login. Like here in this case, the length value is 4704, and with username as admin, password as password. Let's go back to DBW brute force tab and try this credentials. Turn off the intercept. Admin as username, password as password, then click login. So we'll see welcome to password protected area. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we'll perform a brute force attack on DBWA with medium security level. So click on DBW security tab and from the drop down choose medium, then click submit. Now head over to the brute force section. So before we attack, let's understand what has changed in the medium level. Scroll down and click view source. You will be redirected to source code, and here is the key line in the code P2. This tells us when the login fails, the server waits 2 seconds before responding. That means brute forcing will be slower than before. Now let's capture the login request. So turn on the intercept and then enter anything in the login field like user as username, pass as password, then click login. And here we can see Burp has got the login request. So here right click the request and choose send to intruder. Then go to the intruder tab, then to positions, and here click here dollar, then highlight the username value and click add dollar. Also highlight the value of password, then click add dollar. Now select the attack type to cluster bomb. Since we want to try combinations of usernames and passwords, then go to payloads tab. For payload set 1, add usernames like user1, user2, admin, Kali, and then for payload set 2, add a few sample passwords like admin, password, pass2, pass3, Kali. Once you are ready, click on start attack. So as you can see, the attack is running slowly. That's because of the sleep 2 we saw earlier. So the delay makes it harder to brute force quickly. Once the attack finishes, look at the length column. Click the length header to sort the results. So the request that returns a different length, usually greater, is the successful login. In our case, username admin, password, password. This combination gave us a different response length, so it's correct. Now go back to DBW, try login with this username as admin and password as password. First turn off the intercept and then try admin as username, password as password, then click login. So here you should see welcome to password protected area admin. This confirms how brute force attack worked. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to perform brute force attack on high security level in DBWA using Burp Suite. At high security, things gets a little tougher. Let's open the source code of the high security brute force page and quickly see what's happening. So click on view source. The code first checks if the anti-CSRF token is valid, and then it sanitizes the user and password inputs and encrypts the password using MD5. After that, it checks the database to see if the credentials match. If everything is correct, it shows a welcome message. If not, it delays the response randomly using sleep rand 0 to 3. This random sleep means the server waits anywhere between 0 to 3 seconds before showing username or password incorrect message, just to slow down brute force attempts. Finally, a new anti-CSRF token is generated for the next request. So to successful login, you need a correct username, a correct password, and a valid CSRF token. Even if the username and password are right, if the token is wrong, the server will still reject the request. Now let's start setting things up. Go to Burp on the intercept. Now just reload the page. You will see the request captured in Burp. Since the CSRF token changes every time, we'll make Burp handle it automatically using a macro. So here is how we'll do it. Go to project options, then sessions. Under session handling rules, click add. Give it a name like rule 1. Then in rule actions, click add. Run a macro. Then click add. Select the request. Click OK. Then click on configure item. Then again click add. Click on fetch response. Search for token. Copy this name. Paste it here in the parameter name. Select this value. Then click OK. Again click OK. Again click OK. And then take this tolerate URL mismatch. Then click OK. Now let's define the scope. The scope tab. Click intruder only. And in URL scope, select Burp Suite scope. This will make sure Burp only uses the macro during the brute force attack. Then click OK. Now go back to DBWA. Put anything random into username and password fields. User, username, pass as password. Click login. Go to proxy. Click on HTTP history. You will see a small tick mark on the request you just captured. Right click the request, send to intruder. Also click on add to scope, then click no. Then go to intruder tab, then positions, click here, and highlight the user and password fields and add section signs around it. We are not touching the token, but we'll take care of it. Now set the attack type to cluster bomb. Then go to payloads tab. In payload set 1, add user names like user 1, Kali, admin, user 2. Alright, then in payload set 2, add or load your password list like pass1, password, pass2, Kali. Then click on options tab. Under the options tab, set the number of threads to 1. Then scroll down, untick this, make unmodified baseline request. Then scroll to grab match, click here clear. Then add incorrect here. This will help Burp recognize failed login attempts. Click start attack. Now Burp will automatically refresh the CSRF token for every request while trying different username and password combinations. It will be slower because of the random sleep. Once the attack finishes, sort the results by length. So when you look at attack results, you will notice for the wrong username and password, there will be a tick mark in Burp because the incorrect message is matched. But for the correct user and password, there won't be any tick mark. Also, the response length for the correct credentials will usually be a little longer compared to the incorrect one. Now log into DVW with username as admin and password as password. First, go to proxy tab and turn off the intercept. Go to DVWA, username as admin, password as password. Click login. You will see welcome to password protected area. And that's it. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to solve the command injection module in DVWA at low security level. Before starting, make sure DVWA security is set to low. Go to DVWA security, set it to low, and click submit. Now go to command injection page. Here you will see a simple form with an input field and a submit button. But before we start, let's understand what command injection means. Command injection happens when a web application takes user input, like a text box or form, and sends it directly to the system shell without any safety checks or filtering. This is dangerous because it allows attackers to inject and run additional system commands, commands that the server will execute as if they were a part of its own instructions. Let's see how it works practically. Enter 127.0.01 and click submit. You will see it pings the local system. So far, this is expected behavior. Now let's check the source code of this page. Scroll down and click on view source. So it takes our user input using $_request, directly use it in the ping command with shell_exe. That means whatever we type goes straight to the system shell. This is dangerous and that's why this is vulnerable to command injection. So let's try command injection now. Enter 127.0.01 semicolon ls. This semicolon is used to separate two commands. So it will first ping and then run ls to list files in the current directory. Once you click submit, you will see the ping output followed by a list of file names. This confirms that the input is going directly to the system shell and we are able to execute our own system level commands. You can also try out shell operators like AND operator or OR operator. Alright, next we'll try to read the password file. So type 127.0.01 semicolon cat etc passwd and click submit. This will show the system user information file. We'll first see the ping result. So that it lists system users like root, one. So this shows how attackers can read sensitive files using command injection. And with this vulnerability, attackers can even open reverse shells and get full access to the system. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to test command injection at medium security. So first set the DVW security to medium. Then open the command injection page. Also click on view source to see what's changed in the code compared to low security. Here's the main difference. In medium security level, the script adds a blacklist. It removes certain characters from the input like AND operator, semicolon. So if you try to use 127.0.01, $ampersand who am I, click submit. It won't work because $ampersand gets removed. But we can still bypass this as $ampersand is not blacklisted. So you can use 127.0.01, $ampersand who am I, and click submit. In the output, you will see the ping results and the server is running as www-data. You can try more commands too like ls, pwd. Alright, that's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to test command injection at high security. So first set the DVW security level to high. Then open the command injection page. Now click on view source to see how the backend code is handling input at this level. Here you will notice DVWA uses a blacklist to remove some dangerous characters from the input. So if you try using any of these characters, they get removed before the command is executed. Even though 5 with space is blocked, what if we just use 5 without the space? Let's try it. Enter the command 127.0.01 and then 5 symbol and then ls without the space, then click on submit. We can see it works. That means we are able to inject the ls command successfully. You can also try 127.0.01 then 5 pwd and click submit, and the result will show the current directory path. So even with high security, the blacklist has a weak spot. It only checks for 5 with a space, not without it. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to perform a CSRF attack in DB at low security level. Before starting, make sure DB security is set to low. Go to DB security, set it to low, and click submit. Now go to CSRF section. Here you will see a form that lets you change your password by entering the new password twice. Now you might think that just clicking this change button will change your password, and yes, it will. But remember, this is just normal functionality. It changes your password because you clicked it yourself while logged in. However, in real CSRF attack, the attacker tricks a logged in victim into unknowingly triggering the same action without ever visiting the CSRF page, and that's what makes it dangerous. So our goal in this lecture is to simulate that kind of attack. But before we begin, let's understand what CSRF means. CSRF stands for cross-site request forgery, also known as one-click attack. Here is how it works. First, an attacker creates a malicious link. If a logged in victim clicks that link, it sends a request on their behalf without their knowledge to a trusted website. Since the user is already authenticated, the request goes through and actions like changing passwords or transferring funds can happen. Now let's see it practically. We'll try to change the password. In this SRF page, enter a new password. Let's use pass1 in both fields. Make sure Burp Suite is running and intercept is on. Then click change. This request will get captured in Burp. In Burp, right click on the capture request and go to engagement tools. Then click on generate CSRF POC. A window will open with some HTML code. Click on copy HTML. Now open any text editor. Paste the copied code and save it as csrf.html. Okay, here in desktop. Click save. Now go back to Burp Suite and click drop to stop the request. Then turn intercept off. Now go to Firefox. Do not reload the DB page. Instead, open DB in a new tab. Okay, and log in again with username, admin, and password. As we haven't performed the attack yet, so the password is still password. After that, open csrf.html file in Firefox. And you will see a form with submit request button. Click it. This simulates the victim clicking on a malicious link created by an attacker. As soon as you click submit, you will see a message saying password changed, even though the victim never visited the change password page or entered anything manually. This shows that the CSRF attack worked as intended. So let's confirm it by logging out and checking if the new password was applied. So click logout. Then log in back using username as admin and password as pass1. Click login. If you are able to log in, it means the password was successfully changed using the CSRF attack. Now if you want to reset everything back to default, go to setup tab in DB. Scroll down and click create or reset database. This will reset the login credentials back to username admin and password. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we are going to perform a CSRF attack in DB, but this time at medium security level. First, make sure DB security is set to medium. Go to DB security, choose medium, and click submit. Now from the left hand menu, click on CSRF. Here you will see the form to change the password by entering it twice. Now scroll down, click on view source to understand what security check has been added at this level. You will find this line inside the code. Here this line checks the referrer header to confirm that the request came from the same domain. If the domain in the referrer matches the server domain, the request is accepted. So this acts as a basic CSRF protection, but it's not very strong as the referrer header can be manipulated using tools like Burp Suite. Now in the CSRF page, enter a new password. Let's use admin in both fields. Now make sure Burp Suite is running and intercept is on. Click change. In Burp Suite, the request gets captured. Look for this line. Copy this referer header and open Notepad. Paste it in Notepad or Mousepad. As we need it later, on Burp, right click the request, then go to Engagement Tools, then click on Generate CSRF POC, copy HTML, open the file csrf.html and paste it in this file. Then save it. Now in Burp Suite, click Drop to stop the current request. Then turn intercept off. Now go to Firefox. Don't reload the DWG page. Instead, open DWG in a new tab. After that, open csrf.html in Firefox. Open with Firefox. You will see a submit request button. Do not click it yet. Go back to Burp Suite. Turn intercept on. Now click the submit request button. Here we can see the request gets captured. Now go to Mousepad. Copy this line and manually add this after encoding. Then click forward. Now turn intercept off. Then go to Firefox. It will show password changed. This means the CSRF attack worked successfully. Now in TBWG, click logout and log in again with username admin, password admin. Click login. If login works, the password was successfully changed using CSRF. But this method only works if you have hijacked the victim browser. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to perform a CSRF attack in DBWG, but at high security level. So in DBWG, click on CSRF. Here you will see a password change form. But at high security, there is an extra layer of protection. A unique user token is included and validated before changing the password. So scroll down and click on View Page Source. In the source code, look at this line. This confirms that anti-CSRF tokens are being verified. So basic CSRF attack won't work because the server checks if the token is valid. Now we use a different vulnerability to bypass the CSRF protection, a DOM-based XSS attack. So from the left-hand menu, go to XSS DOM. You will see a language drop-down. Select English and click the select button. Now in the URL, we'll add a simple payload to test for XSS. So at the end of the URL, after English, add a hash and then the script tag with alert, double quotes tag, and then close the script tag. Now press enter and reload the page. So you will see a pop-up that says hacked. This confirms that the page is vulnerable to DOM-based XSS, which means anything after hash gets executed by the browser, not sent to the server. Now that we know XSS works, we'll use it to load a malicious JavaScript file. That JavaScript will read the CSRF token from the page and send a request to change the password without the victim ever knowing. So first open any text editor like Mousepad or Leafpad and create a new file. Name it as xss.js. Alright. I'll provide the code in the description of this lecture. Just copy and paste it. So inside the script, you will see two important variables. The URL. This is the target page we are attacking. In our case, we are attacking the CSRF page. So go to CSRF section in DBWG and copy the full URL from your browser. Then paste it here. And second is the pass variable. This is the new password you want to set for victim. You can change it to anything you want. I will keep it as admin. Once you have set the URL and password, save and close the file. Now we need to host this xss.js file so it can be loaded from browser. Open your terminal and navigate to the folder where you saved xss.js. Here start a simple Python script. Type the command python3 -m http.server 8080. This will start as local web server on port 8080. Press enter. Now go to your browser, open 127.0.01 colon 8080 slash xss.js. If everything is working, you should see a JavaScript code displayed in the browser. This means your script is successfully hosted and ready to use in our attack. So copy this URL. Now we are going to prepare the final malicious URL using XSS DOM vulnerability in db.j. First, from left-hand menu in db.j, click on XSS DOM, select English. Now in URL, we'll add a payload at the end of this URL to load our external script. So after English, type a hash symbol, then script tag. Inside the script tag, I will use the src attribute to load our external JavaScript file. Double quote and paste the URL here of the file. And finally, close the script tag. Then press enter. So here this URL looks normal. Just shows the English language page. Now copy this full URL. This is what we need to send to victim. So this URL looks like a normal db.j link, but after hash, we have added a script that loads our xss.js file. So let's open this URL in a new browser tab, but make sure you are already logged into db.j as a victim. As soon as the page loads, it will look normal to the victim, but silently our script will run in the background. So we'll see a pop-up like get token. This confirms the CSRF token was captured. Right after that, the victim password will automatically be changed to admin without their knowledge. Then log out of db.j and log in back using username as admin, password as admin. Click login. Here we can see the login works successfully. So this is how we can perform a CSRF attack in db.j at high security using DOM-based XSS to bypass anti-CSRF protection. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to exploit a file inclusion vulnerability in db.j with the security level set to low. But before jumping into the attack, let's first understand the basics. So what is file inclusion? It's a vulnerability where the server includes files based on user input, usually through a URL parameter. If the input is not properly filtered, attackers can access sensitive files on the server. There are mainly two types of file inclusion: LFI, local file inclusion, that includes files from the local server, and RFI, remote file inclusion, that includes files from an external URL. In this lecture, we'll be demonstrating both LFI and RFI in db.j with security level set to low. First, make sure db.j security is set to low. Now open file inclusion module. Here you will see links to file1.php, file2.php, file3.php. When you click on file1.php, URL changes to page equal to file1.php and it will show you the content of file1. Similarly, clicking on file2.php updates the URL to page equal to file2.php and shows the content of file2.php. Same goes for file3. So we know the value of page parameter in the URL controls which file is being included. Now let's check the source code to understand the vulnerability. Click on view source, where you will find a line like this in the PHP code. This is where the vulnerability lies. The server is directly including a file based on user input. So whatever we pass to the page parameter, the URL, gets included and executed by the server. And there is no proper validation of filtering here, which means we can try to include any file we want, whether it's local system file or the remote script. Now let's test for LFI, local file inclusion. So far we saw how clicking on file1.php, file2.php or file3.php includes and displays those files in the browser. Now instead of including one of those save files, let's try to include a sensitive system file, the Linux password file. So change the URL to page equal to /etc/pass-wd. This tries to include the pass-wd file, which contains user information on Linux systems. So if it works, you will see output like this. That means we have successfully exploited the vulnerability using LFI by making the server includes a local file we are not supposed to see. But if /etc/pass-wd doesn't work, that usually means the application is starting from the root directory. It might be running inside some other folder in the system. So to reach /etc/pass-wd, we need to move up directories. So add in the URL // You can keep adding to go back further. Even if you go too far, it won't break anything. The system will just stop at the root. And press enter. Here you will see the same output. So the idea is, if we are already at root, /etc/pass of duty works directly. If not, we use directory traversal like // to get there. You can also test RFI, remote file inclusion. So let's try including an external URL like google.com. So page equal to http google.com. Press enter. Here you can see Google homepage. Now imagine instead of Google, we hosted a malicious PHP web shell on our own server. By including that remote script here, we could potentially gain remote code execution on the target system. That's why remote file inclusion is considered extremely dangerous. It is not just expose files, it can let attackers run their own code remotely on the victim server. And that's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to exploit file inclusion in DVLJ at the medium security level. First, go to DVLJ security and set it to medium. Then click on file inclusion. Now click on view source to understand how the backend is handling our input. Here we can see the code reads the page parameter from the URL. Then it removes dangerous substrings by replacing them with an empty string like HTTPS replaced with empty string to block remote file inclusion, and // replaced with empty string to block local file inclusion through directory traversal. So if we try to include a file like /etc/pass.wt using // it will be stripped and blocked. Now let's test a basic LFI payload. Hit enter. And here we can see it doesn't work. That's expected. The filter removes // before it's processed. So let's see how we can bypass the filter. We know filter blocks // but we can bypass it using // How the bypass works, we input // inside this // part gets moved by the filter. What remains is // So this // becomes a working // after filtering and path resolution. So let's try this payload. Page equal to paste it. And here we can see we can see the content of etc pass.wt. This confirms our local file inclusion bypass worked. Now let's try including a remote page. So if you try to load a remote page like page equal to http :/google.com, we can see it's not working because the code removes http : but we can bypass it. Instead of writing http : we split it as http : tp : // As we know, the filter moves http : // what's left is st plus tp : // so the final result becomes http : google.com. So the browser sees it as a valid URL and loads it. Now let's try this RFI payload. Copy this. I will paste it here. Here we can see Google page loaded successfully. This confirms the RFI bypass worked. And that's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we are going to exploit file inclusion in DVLJ at the high security level. First, go to DVLJ security and set the security level to high. Then next click on file inclusion. Then click on view source to see how the backend handles user input. Here you will see that the code does strict input validation. It only allows file names that starts with file or exactly include.php. Anything else is blocked. Since the filter allows anything starts with file, we can use the file protocol to directly request files on the local file system. So let's try this payload. Here it starts with file. So it passes the filter, and here you will see the content of etc pass.wt. This confirms that our local file inclusion bypass worked even at high security. But at high security, RFI is not possible due to security measures in place. And that's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to exploit the file upload vulnerability individuals at the low security level. First, what's file upload vulnerability? Imagine a website that allows users to upload images like profile pictures, but does not really check what you're uploading. That means you could upload anything, including a malicious PHP script that the server might actually run. This can give you control over the server, and that's why file upload vulnerabilities are so serious. They let attackers upload dangerous files that the server might execute, giving them unauthorized access. Now click on View Source to look at the code behind the file upload feature. Here we can see there is no file type validation. So any file including malicious PHP code can be uploaded and executed on the server. Let's upload a harmless image like a JPEG file just to make sure the upload works as expected. Click on Browse, select an image, click Upload. You see the file path displayed first, followed by the success message. So just copy the path and paste it at the end of your URL. Press enter. So here we can see the image. Next, let's upload a PHP reversion to gain remote access. I will provide the code in the description of this lecture. Just copy and paste it to mousepad or any other text editor and save it as reverse.php. Make sure to replace this IP address with the IP address of your attacking machine. Now click Browse File, select reverse.php and click Upload. Here also you will see the path displayed first, followed by the success message. Next, on your attacking machine, open a terminal and run and see -nlvp 4444. This starts a listener on port 4444 waiting for the reversal connection. Now visit the reverse.php. This will execute the PHP code and connect back to your machine, giving you a shell. Here we can see. Once you have the shell, you can run commands like ls, okay, for listing files and folders, pwd for getting the present working directory. So that's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to exploit the file upload vulnerability. Individuals at the medium security level. Go to file upload. Here we can choose an image. Click on browse. Let's say images.jpg. Click open. Then click upload. You will see successfully uploaded. That means the file was accepted and saved on the server. Now let's try uploading a PHP file. So again click on browse. Then select reverse.php. Click upload. So you will see your image was not uploaded. We can only accept JPEG or PNG images. So it only accepts JPEG or PNG images. Now click on view source to see what's happening behind the scene. Here we can see that the code only accepts JPEG or PNG files, but here is the vulnerability. The server checks the file type using content type sent by the client browser, which means we can change this header using Burp Suite and bypass the check. So let's bypass this using Burp Suite. Now click browse and select reverse.php. Then turn intercept on and click upload. So you can see that request is captured by Burp Suite. Here find the content type header and change this to image/JPEG. Then click forward and turn intercept off. So you can see successfully uploaded. This means we have successfully bypassed the restriction and uploaded our PHP file. Then your terminal start a netcat listener. Type the command nc-nlvp 4444. Now visit the reverse.php file just uploaded. When the file runs, you will get a shell on the server. Now you can run commands like ls, pwd, and that's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to exploit the file upload vulnerability in DVLG at the high security level. So click View Source in DVLG to see how the file upload is handled. Look at this part of the code. The server is only checking for JPG, JPEG, or PNG based on file extension. This means an attacker could rename a malicious file to bypass this check. If we try to upload a PHP file like reverse.php and click upload, it will show you your image was not uploaded. We only accept JPEG or PNG images. So we can bypass this by embedding PHP code inside an image exif data using exif tool. First, make sure you have an image file you want to embed your PHP code into. Let's say you have a file named 1.jpg. Now copy and paste this command from the description and press enter. This will create two files, 1.jpg, the modified image with our PHP code, and 1.jpg underscore original, the original. Now browse and select 1.jpg and click upload. You will see successfully uploaded. That means the file was saved, but it's still a JPEG file. So if you visit this, it just shows the image. Our code won't run because the server only executes .php files. So to execute our PHP code, we need to use another vulnerability like command injection to rename our file. So go to command injection and type 127.0.01 pipe mv move paste your path of 1.jpg, and then we'll rename this to 1.php and click submit. And now go back to file upload. Here at the end of the URL, paste the path of 1.jpg, but change this 1.jpg to 1.php. Then press enter. So this will run our PHP code. Okay. Now I can execute a command. Just add $cmd equal to any command like ls. So this will list the files on the server. And that's how we can exploit the file upload vulnerability at high security. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we'll learn how to bypass the captcha in DVLG at the low security. First, open DVLG and set the security level to low. Now click on insecure captcha. So here you will see change your password form with new password field, confirm new password, a checkbox, and a change button. Now click on view source button at the bottom of the page. Alright, let's take a look at the source code so we can understand how this vulnerability actually works. First, at the top of the file, there is a check for step 1. Here is what it does. It checks if the user clicked the change button, and if the step is 1, then it validates the captcha using tCAPTCHA check. If the captcha is valid, the user is shown a confirmation page. Basically, it moves to step 2. Now look at step 2. Here is the interesting part. When the user is at step 2 and clicks the change button again, the code updates the password, but it does not check the captcha again. That means we can bypass the captcha just by sending step equal to 2 directly. Now in the new password field, enter 1234, confirm new password, enter 1234. No need to check the captcha box, turn intercept on, then click the change button. Find the interceptor request, look for step equal to 1, change this to step equal to 2, and forward this request. Now turn intercept off, go back to Firefox. You see the message password changed. So that's it, captcha bypassed. And that's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we'll learn how to bypass the captcha in DVLG at the medium security. First, open DVLG and set the security level to medium and click submit. Now click on insecure captcha. So here you will see change your password form. Alright, Let's quickly check what's happening in the code. Click on View Source at the bottom of the page. Now, if you have seen the low security version, this will look familiar. But there is one small extra check here. First, the code checks if the change button was clicked. And if it is step 1, then it runs the CAPTCHA check. If it is correct and the password match, it shows a second form with hidden inputs like step equal to 2. And here is the difference. It also adds pass underscore captcha is equal to true. So this hidden value is used in the next step. Now in the final block, the code checks is it step 2 and was pass underscore captcha sent. So if that field is missing, it says we didn't pass the captcha. But here is the catch: if we manually add pass underscore captcha equal to true to our request, the server accepts it and updates the password anyway. And that's how we can bypass the captcha at medium level. So let's try it out. On the new password field, enter 1234, confirm new password 1234, then turn intercept on and click change. Then the request change step 1, step equal to 1, 2, step equal to 2, and add and passed underscore captcha equal to true. Now forward the request, turn intercept off, go back to Firefox. You should see password changed. That's it, captcha bypassed. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to bypass the captcha at high security level in DVLJ. First open DVLJ and set the security level to high, and then click submit. Now click on insecure captcha. Here you will see change your password form. Now let's check how this works behind the scenes. So click on view source. So here the code first checks if the change button was clicked. If yes, it collects the new and confirmed password values. Then comes the captcha check. This part sends you a response to a third-party reCAPTCHA service to verify it. If the captcha is correct and both passwords match, it updates the password. So far, everything looks normal. But here is the trick. The code also has a second way to pass the captcha. If gReCAPTCHA response equal to hidden value and at http user agent equal to reCAPTCHA, that means if you send gReCAPTCHA response as hidden value and your user agent is set to reCAPTCHA, the server will think you passed the captcha even if you didn't. So instead of solving the captcha, we can just fake these two values in Burp Suite and the server will accept it and change the password. That's how we can bypass captcha at high level. So let's try it out. In the new password field, enter 1234, confirm new password 1234. Now turn on intercept and click change. Now in the request, we need to make two changes. First, change the user agent to reCAPTCHA and set the gReCAPTCHA response to hidden value equal to hidden cn underscore value. Now forward the request and turn intercept off. Go back to Firefox. You should see password changed. That's it, captcha bypassed. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to explore SQL injection at the low security level in DVLJ. Let's begin by understanding what SQL injection actually means. So SQL injection is a technique wherein an attacker inserts malicious SQL code into the input field, usually in forms that interact with the database. If an input isn't properly checked, the attacker can view, change or even delete data they are not supposed to access. Now let's try this out in DVLJ. First open DVLJ and set the security level to low, then click submit. Next go to SQL injection module. So here you will see a form asking for a user ID, type 1 and click submit. You will get this output, ID 1, first name admin, surname admin. So this confirms the input is being used to fetch user info from the database. Now let's look at how that works behind the scenes. scroll down and click on view source. Here is what the code does. It grabs the input we enter into the user ID field. Then it puts that value directly into an SQL query. But the issue here is there is no input validation or sanitization. That means we can now try injecting our own SQL commands into that query. Now that we understand the basics, let's test if the page is actually vulnerable to SQL injection. So in the user ID field, just type a single quote and click submit. If you see SQL error, that's a confirmation. The input is being used directly in a SQL query and the app isn't sanitizing it. Here we can see it's vulnerable. Now let's dig deeper. So we'll find number of columns. To do that, we'll use an order by class. In the user ID field, type 1 single quote order by 3 hash. Then click submit. Right away we get an error, unknown column 3 order class. That clearly tells us the third column does not exist. Now let's try 1 single quote order by 2 hash. Submit again. And this time no error. The page loads fine. So now we know the results of the query return 2 columns. Now that we have confirmed that, let's use a union select injection to pull some data from the database. So in the input type 1 single quote union select user function comma database function, then hash, click submit. And here is what we get: app@localhost and db. So we have just pulled the database username and the current database name. Next, let's try listing all the tables inside this db database. So type single quote union select 1 comma group underscore concat table name from information schema dot tables where table underscore schema equal to db. Then hash. Alright, then click submit. And now under surname we get textbook users. These are all the tables inside the db database. Now let's dig a bit deeper and get the column names from the users table. So type single quote union select 1 comma group underscore concat column name from information schema dot columns where table underscore schema equal to db and table underscore name equal to users. Then hash, click submit. And there it is, the full list of column names, the users table. Now that we know the structure, we can target the exact data we want. Finally, let's try to grab the admin username and password from that table. So type single quote union select user comma password from db.users limit 0,1 hash. So here limit 0,1 means start from the 0th row and return one record only, and click submit. And here it is, first name admin, but the password is in hash. So copy this hash. Let's crack it using this online tool. Paste the hash. Click decrypt. And the result is password. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to explore SQL injection at medium security level. First, go to default security and change the security level to medium. Then click submit. Now open the SQL injection module. Here in the dropdown, select user ID 1 and click submit. You will see ID equal to 1, first name admin, surname admin. So far, same as low level. Now click on view source to see what's happening in the backend. So here is what the code does. First, it checks if the submit button was clicked. Then it takes the input from the ID field and passes it through MySQL real escape function. This function tries to escape special characters like single quote or double quote, so basic SQL injection won't work directly. After that, it builds and runs this query. Then it shows the results, just like we saw earlier with the admin details. So overall, the input is filtered a bit, but it's still going into the query, and that's what we'll try to bypass. Now let's see how we can still exploit this with Burp Suite. Open Burp Suite and turn intercept on. Back in DB project, select user ID 1 and click submit. Once Burp catches the request, look for this part ID equal to 1 and submit equal to submit. Now we'll inject the SQL payload to pull the admin username and password from the database. So type ID equal to 1 space union, select user comma password from db.users, limit 0,2 hash and submit equal to submit. So here limit 0,2, this just says give us first two records from the users table starting from row 0. Now click forward and turn off intercept, and there it is, user admin, and this is the password, but it is in hashed format. So that's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to explore SQL injection at high security level in DB. First, go to DB security and change the security level to high. Now open the SQL injection module. Here you will notice it does not show an input field this time. Instead, it says click here to change your ID. Click on that, and it opens a new window with the form asking for user ID and a submit button. Enter 1 and click submit. Back on the main DB page, you will see the result. So far, it's working like before, but let's see what's happening behind the scenes. Click on view source. I notice something different. The input isn't coming from a normal form field. Instead, it's being pulled from a session variable and then used directly in the SQL query. So what's the problem? Well, there is no escaping or filtering, and that makes it vulnerable. If we store malicious input into the session, it gets injected straight into the query. Now let's try exploiting this using SQL injection. Now again click here, and in the user ID, type single quote union, select user comma password from db.users hash, click submit, and here is the result. That's it, we just dumped usernames and hash passwords from the database, and that's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to explore blind SQL injection at the low security level in DB. First, set the security level to low, and then open the SQL injection blind module. But before we dive in, let's understand what blind SQL injection is. Normally, when you try a basic SQL injection and use a single quote, you will often see an error message on the page, a clear sign that the site is vulnerable. But with blind SQL injection, it's different. Even if you use a quote, the page won't show any error at all. That does not mean the site is safe. It just means it's not displaying errors, making the vulnerability harder to spot. So to confirm if it's vulnerable, we use true and false statements. If a condition is true, the page will respond normally, and if condition is false, the page will behave differently. Let's test this out. First enter 1 as user ID and click submit, and we can see the result. User ID exists in the database. This tells us that user ID 1 is valid. Next, test a true statement. So enter 1 single quote and 1 equal to 1. We know the statement is true. Click submit, and we can see the result. User ID exists in the database. So the true condition worked. Now test a false statement. Enter 1 single quote and 1 equal to 0, and we know the statement is false. Click submit. You can see the result. User ID is missing from the database. This confirms that the site is behaving differently for true versus false inputs, which makes it vulnerable to blind SQL injection. Now that we have confirmed the vulnerability, let's move to the next step, extracting information from the database using SQLMap. So first copy the page URL. Next open the terminal. Now list all the databases. So type the command SQLMap -u double quotes, paste the URL, -- cookie equal to PHP session ID. Here you need to paste the session ID. So to get your PHP session ID, right click the page, click inspect, go to storage tab and copy the PHP session ID value. Paste it here, semicolon, security equal to row, -- dbs, then press enter, type y, and so here you will see available databases like DB Roger information schema. Next we'll list all the tables in the DB Roger database. So type the command SQLMap -u, specify the URL, -- cookie, PHP session ID, security equal to low, then add -d option, DB Roger, -- tables, press enter, y, and you will get the table names, guestbook and users. Now we'll list the columns in the users table. So type the command SQLMap -u, specify the URL, -- cookie, then -d, DB Roger, then -t, users, -- columns, press enter, y, and we will see columns such as user, avatar, paid login, first name, last name. Okay. Lastly, we'll dump usernames and passwords from the users table. So type the command SQLMap -u, URL, -- cookie, and here we'll add -d, DB Roger, -t, users, -c, user comma password, -- dump, press enter, y, and y, press enter, and you will get the usernames and passwords. And that's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to perform a blind SQL injection attack on DB Roger, but this time with security level set to medium. So first head over to DB Roger security and set the security level to medium. Next, open the SQL injection blind page. So you will notice that unlike the low security level, we do not have a text input field here. Instead, there is a drop down where you can select the user ID like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So let's select 1 and click submit. You will see user ID exists in the database. So now we know how the application responds when an ID is valid. Let's test whether this input is actually vulnerable. We'll use Burp Suite to intercept and modify the request. Turn intercept on in Burp and click submit. In the captured request, you will see something like id equal to 1 and submit equal to submit. We'll test it with a time-based SQL payload. Change the id value to id equal to 1 and leave function with 6 seconds delay. Or try using or instead of and. Then forward the request. Turn intercept off. If the page takes around 6 seconds to respond, that's a clear sign the injected SQL query was executed. And as we can see, it's taking time to respond, which confirms the application is vulnerable to time-based blind SQL injection. Now that we have verified the vulnerability, instead of doing everything manually, let's use SQLMap to automate and extract the data much faster. So turn intercept on, select one and click submit again. Now open a terminal and type SQLMap -u, then double quotes. Then copy this URL. Paste it here. Then -- cookie equal to includes your session ID and security level. Then Burp, copy this PHP session ID and security equal to medium. Paste it here. Double quotes. Then use -- data option equal to within double quotes. Paste this ID equal to 1 and submit equal to submit. -- data is used because the parameter ID equal to 1 is sent via post. Then add -- DPS, press enter. So it finds the available databases like DB and information schema. Now let's enumerate the tables in the DB database. So type -d DB then -- tables. Press enter. You will get the table names like guestbook and users. Now let's list the columns of the users table. So type -d DB -t users -- columns. Press enter. You will get the columns like user, password, first name, last name, and more. Finally, let's dump the actual data from the user and password columns. So type -d DB -t users -c user comma password -dump. Press enter. Y and you will get the usernames and passwords. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to perform a blind SQL injection attack on DB but this time with the security level set to high. So first head over to DB security and set the security level to high. Then open SQL injection blind. Here, click here to change your ID. This will open a small form where you will see a text input field and a submit button. Now to test if this input is vulnerable, we'll use true and false statements. If the condition is true, the page will behave normally, and if the condition is false, the page will behave differently. Let's test this. Enter 1 and click submit. Here we can see user ID exists in the database. That confirms ID 1 is valid. Now we'll test a true condition. So enter 1 single quote and 1 equal to 1 hash. Click submit. You will see the same message. User ID exists in the database. That means the condition was true and executed successfully. Now let's test a false condition. So enter 1 single quote and 1 equal to 0 hash. Click submit. This time you will see user ID is missing from the database. So the page detected differently, which confirms it's vulnerable to blind SQL injection. Now that we have manually confirmed the vulnerability, Let's automate the attack using SQLMap. But before that, we need the cookie and post data. And for that, we'll use Burp Suite. So turn intercept on in Burp. Then go back to change ID page. Enter 1. Click submit. Burp will capture the request. Open the terminal. Type SQLMap -u. Copy this URL. Paste it here. Then hyphen cookie equal to, copy this value, and paste it here. Then hyphen data, Burp, copy this ID equal to 1 and submit equal to submit. Paste it here. And hyphen devious. Now press enter. So here you will see available databases, DB information schema. Now let's enumerate the tables inside the DB database. So type -d DB hyphen table. Press enter. You get the table names like guestbook and users. Let's now list the columns in the users table. So type -d DB -t users columns. Press enter. Here you will get columns like user, avatar, paid login, first name. Alright. Finally, let's dump the data from the user and password columns. So type -d -t users -c user password -dump. Press enter. Y. Press enter. And you will get the usernames and passwords. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to explore the concept of weak session ID, DB with the security level set to low. First, go to DB security tab and set the security level to low. Then click on weak session IDs. But before we dive in, let's quickly understand what a weak session ID is. When a user logs in, the app gives them a session ID to track their session. But if these session IDs are predictable, like 1, 2, 3, an attacker can easily guess someone else's ID and take over their session. That's what we are going to demonstrate here. So here you will see a simple generate button. Every time you click it, DB will create a new cookie called DB session. So basically each time we click generate, it gives us a new session ID. Let's understand how this works behind the scenes. So click on view source. It opens up the code. So what's going on here? When you click the generate button, it checks if the variable called last session ID exists in the session. If it doesn't, it starts from 0. Then it just keeps adding 1 every time you generate a new session. Finally, it sets that number as the value of the DB session cookie. Pretty simple, right? But also predictable. And that's exactly what makes it big. Now let's confirm this using Burp Suite. Open Burp Suite and turn intercept on. Go back to DB. Click the generate button. In Burp, you will see DB session equal to 4. Now turn intercept off. Then turn it on to capture the next request. Again, go back to DB and click generate. See what's happening? The DB value increases by 1 this time. And this is exactly what a weak session ID looks like. It's completely predictable. If I know my session ID is 5, I could try 6, 7 or even 4 and potentially hijack another user session. That's why predictable session IDs are real security risk in actual applications. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to look at weak session IDs in DB with the security level set to medium. First, go to DB security tab and set the security level to medium. Then click on weak session IDs module. So here, every time we click the generate button on this page, DB creates a new cookie called DB session. Now let's take a look at how this works. Click on view source and you will see this PHP code. So what's going on here? When you click generate, the server uses the time function to get the current Unix timestamp. Then it sets that timestamp as the value for DB session cookie. Simple, right? But the problem is it's also predictable. So let's test it using Burp Suite. Turn intercept on in Burp. Now go back to DB and click generate. Then in the interceptor request, you will see DB session equal to the value. That DB session value is just the Unix time. You can copy and paste this into a tool like epochconverter.com. It will show you the exact date and time that session was generated. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to look at weak session ID in DB with the security level set to high. So first head over to DB security tab and make sure it's set to high. Now go to weak session ID module. So here you will see a generate button. Every time you click it, the application sets a new cookie called DB session. Let's take a look at how this works. Click on view source button. So what's happening here? When you click the generate button, it checks whether last session ID exists in the session. If it doesn't, it starts from 0. Then it increments this value by 1 with every new click. That number is then hashed using MD5 function. Finally, the hash is used as the value for DB session cookie. So at first glance, this seems safer than using plain numbers. But is it really? Let's find out using Burp Suite. Now turn intercept on in Burp. Go back to DB. Click generate. In the interceptor request, look at the cookie value. That's an MD5 hash. Now copy this value and turn intercept off. Then paste it into any online MD5 decryptor. Click decrypt and it resolves to 1. Next, turn intercept on again. Click generate one more time and copy this value and turn intercept off. Now paste it here. MD5 click decrypt and this one decrypts to 2. So even though value is hashed, it's still based on incrementing number, which is easy to predict, and that's why it's still considered a weak session ID. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to explore DOM-based cross-site scripting or DOM accesses in DB with the security level set to low. First, head over to DB security tab and set the security level to low. Now click on accesses DOM. So before we jump into testing it, let's quickly understand what DOM accesses is. In simple terms, this type of accesses runs in the browser, not on the server. It happens when a website uses data from the URL or some user input and then processes it directly using JavaScript without validating or sanitizing it. Let's say the site pulls something from the URL and displays it using JavaScript. If we sneak a script into that URL, it will execute right in the browser. That's what we call DOM-based accesses. So attackers can exploit this to do sneaky things like stealing user data, showing fake login pages, or hijacking sessions, all without ever touching the backend. Let's try it out. Now back in DB browser, you will see a drop-down asking you to select a language. Choose English and click select. So you'll notice the URL changes to something like default equal to English. So let's test it using a basic XSS payload. Replace English with XSS payload. Do script tag, then alert function with single quote XSS, then close the script tag, press enter, and you will see an alert pop up in your browser with the message XSS that confirms the page is vulnerable to DOM accesses because your input was taken from the URL and executed in the browser through JavaScript. And that's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to test DOM-based cross-site scripting in DB Loader, but this time with the security level set to medium. So first go to DB Loader security tab and set it to medium. Then click on XSS DOM module. And on the page, you will see language dropdown with options like English, French, Spanish, and German. Select English and click the select button. Now you'll notice the URL updates to default equal to English. Now let's try the same basic XSS payload as before. So replace English with script tag with alert function, single quote, XSS, close the script tag. Press enter. But this time nothing happens. No pop-up, which means the payload was blocked. So let's check the source code. Click on view source to see what's going on behind the scenes. So what's happening here? It's filtering out an input that contains script tag. If it finds it, it just redirects you back to English selection. Let's now use a slightly different payload to bypass that filter. So replace the default value in the URL with this payload. Here we are using a closing select tag followed by an opening body tag. That is an onload attribute set to run the JavaScript alert function. Press enter. And this time you will see the alert box pop up with the message XSS. That means it's still vulnerable. And that's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to test DOM-based cross-site scripting in DevOps, but this time with the security level set to high. First, head over to DevOps Security tab and set it to high. Then open the XSS DOM module. So on this page, you will see language dropdown with options like English, French, German, and Spanish. Here, when you choose a language and click the button, it updates the URL accordingly. Now let's try injecting a simple payload in place of English. So type script tag alert function XSS, close the script tag. As soon as we hit enter, we are redirected back to default equal to English. So clearly the payload is being blocked. Now click on view source to see what's happening behind the scenes. Here you will notice the code is using whitelist to only accept specific values like English, French, German, or Spanish. Anything else causes a redirect back to English. So if we try to inject the payload directly into the default equal to parameter, it just won't work. Now let's take a different approach. Instead of injecting into the default parameter, we'll use the fragment part of the URL. Everything after the hash symbol. So type the payload, script tag with alert function, XSS, close the script tag. And reload this page. And you will see a pop-up with the message XSS. This works because everything after the hash is handled by JavaScript in the browser, not the server. So even though the server is filtering inputs, JavaScript can still be manipulated, which is exactly what DOM XSS is all about. And that's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to explore reflected cross-site scripting, also known as reflected XSS, in DevOps with the security level set to low. First, go to DevOps Security tab and make sure it's set to low. Now click on XSS reflected. Before we dive into the demo, let's understand what reflected XSS is. So this type of XSS happens when user input is immediately reflected back on the page without any filtering or sanitization, and that input gets executed right in the browser. So let's try it out. On this page, there is a simple input field asking what's your name. Let's type John and click submit. And you will see hello John. So whatever we type is being reflected directly on this page. Now instead of a name, let's try injecting a small script. We'll type a basic XSS payload. So type script tag, use the alert function with the message XSS, and then close the tag. Now click submit. And there it is, a pop-up appears with the message XSS. That means the browser actually executed the script we entered, which confirms that this page is vulnerable to reflected XSS. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to test reflected cross-site scripting in DevOps with the security level set to medium. First, go to DevOps Security tab and set the security level to medium. Now click on XSS reflected module. Here you will see a page asking what's your name. Just test it using a basic XSS payload. In the input field, type script tag. Use the alert function with the message XSS and then close the tag. Click submit. This time, instead of a pop-up, it just shows hello alert XSS. That tells us the script did not execute. It was filtered out. Now let's check the source code to see what's happening behind the scenes. So click on view source. And here you can see it simply removes script tag from the input, but it's case sensitive. So let's try to bypass it. Here in this payload, we'll change the lowercase t in script tag to an uppercase t and click submit. And now you will see the pop-up with the message XSS. So even though it was trying to block script tag, it failed to catch this slight variation. That means the page is still vulnerable to reflected XSS. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we are going to test reflected cross-site scripting or reflected XSS in DevJury. With the security level set to high, first head over to DevJury security tab and set the security level to high. Now click on XSS reflected module. So here you will see a page asking what's your name. Let's test it with a basic XSS payload. In the input box, type script tag, use the alert function, and then close the tag. Click submit. This time, instead of a pop-up, it displays hello with closing angle bracket. So clearly our script did not run. That means the payload was filtered. Now let's check the source code to see how this filtering works. Click view source. Here it's using a regular expression to block anything that looks like a script tag, even if it's written in a tricky or slightly changed way. Now let's try to bypass this. So instead of using a script tag, we'll use an event handler. In the input box, type body tag with the onload attribute. Inside that, we'll call the alert function with the message XSS. Now click submit. And there it is. We'll see a pop-up with the message XSS. So even with this high level filtering, the page is still vulnerable to reflected XSS. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to explore stored cross-site scripting, also known as stored XSS, in DevJury with the security level set to low. So first go to DevJury security tab and make sure it's set to low. Now click on XSS stored. So first understand what stored XSS is. Stored cross-site scripting is when a malicious script gets saved on the server, usually in database, and runs automatically when anyone visits the page. Unlike reflected XSS, this one doesn't need the victim to click anything. The script just runs every time someone visits the affected page. Now let's test this in DevJury. Here you will see a page with two input fields, one asking for your name and one for the message. Let's test it out. In the name field, type anything like TS, and then in the message box, let's inject a basic XSS payload. Type script tag, call the alert function with the message XSS, and then close the script tag. Now click on the sign guestbook button. Right away you will see a pop-up with the message XSS. This means the page is vulnerable to stored XSS. Now click OK on the pop-up. So here you will notice the entry now appears in the guestbook section, name TS and message. You won't see the script code here because it's executed instead of displaying as text. So what's happening here? The script you entered was saved in the database, and on every page load, it gets executed again. So anyone who visits the page will get the same pop-up without clicking anything. That's what makes stored XSS more dangerous and reflected. The malicious script persists until it's manually removed from the backend. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to explore stored cross-site scripting, also known as stored XSS, in DevJury with the security level set to medium. First go to DevJury security tab and make sure it's set to medium. Then click on XSS stored module So here you will see two input fields, one for name, one for message. Let's try injecting a simple payload. In the name field, type TS, and in the message field, type script tag, call the alert function with the message XSS, and then close the script tag. Now click sign guestbook. But instead of a pop-up, it shows name TS, message alert, XSS. The script did not execute. Looks like something filtered it. Let's check what's going on behind the scenes. Click view source. So here we can see this basically strips out any HTML tags and escapes special characters, which means the message is being properly cleaned and made safe. Now check the sanitization for the name field. So here we can see it only removes lowercase script tag and only that exact pattern. Let's try to bypass this filter. Now I'll inject the payload through the name field instead. But there is a catch. The input has a character limit. So right click the name field and select inspect. Look for this line. Change the max length to 100. Alright. Now type here script tag with uppercase S. Then call the alert function. And then close the script tag. So here we have used an uppercase S in script tag to bypass the case sensitive filter. On the message field, type hello. And click sign guestbook. And there it is, a pop-up appears with the message XSS. That means the page is still vulnerable to stored XSS just through the name field instead. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to explore stored cross-site scripting in DVLJ with the security level set to high. So first go to DVLJ security tab and make sure it's set to high. Then click on XSS stored module. So here you will see two input fields, one for name, one for message. Let's try injecting a payload. In the name field, type TS, and then in the message field, type script tag, call the alert function with the message XSS, then close the script tag. Now click sign guestbook. But instead of a pop-up, it shows name TS, message alert XSS. The script did not execute. Looks like something filtered it. Let's check what's going on behind the scenes. Click view source. Now take a look at the sanitization part. So the message field is well sanitized. HTML tags are stripped. Characters are escaped. No chance for XSS there. Now look at how the name field is being cleaned. So this is using regular expression to remove anything that looks like a script tag, even if it's a bit modified. So standard script tag won't work here either. But what if I use a different HTML element with an event handler? We'll try to bypass using body tag and download. But first, the name field is too short to fit this. Right click on the name field, choose inspect, change the max length to 100, and now type here body tag. Use the onload event to call the alert function with the message XSS, and in the message field type hello. Now click sign guestbook, and there it is. We'll get a pop-up with the message XSS. That means the page is still vulnerable to stored XSS. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to look at how to bypass content security policy DVLJ when the security level is set to low. First, go to DVLJ security tab and make sure it's set to low. Then click on CSP bypass module. So here you will see a message saying you can include scripts from external sources, examine the content security policy, and enter a URL to include here. Basically, you're allowed to load JavaScript from a few trusted domain. But first understand what CSP is. CSP stands for Content Security Policy. It's a security mechanism that controls what kind of content like JavaScript can run on a page and where it can come from. It helps prevent things like XSS attacks by blocking scripts that come from untrusted sources. Now let's take a look at how this feature is working behind the scenes. So click on View Source. Inside the code, there is the CSP header set. That means this page allows script to load only from cell, pswin.com, example.com, jQuery, and Google Analytics. Then below you will see this line. So whatever URL we enter gets directly injected as script tag as long as the domain is allowed by CSP. We'll now create our own simple JavaScript file and make dvlj load it. First open your terminal and check if your container is running. Type docker ps, press enter. As you can see, dvlj is running on port 80. So we can access this directly using http://127.8.0.1 without adding any port number. Now let's create a script with a basic payload. Type the command echo alert at sc.js, press enter. So this will create a file named sc.js containing a basic alert pop-up with the message hat. Now copy this file into a dvlj container. Type docker cp sc.js dvlj /bat/www/html/sc.js. Press enter. Run your browser. Open 127.8.01/sc.js. Press enter. If you see the script, that's perfect. Copy this URL. Now go back to CSP input field in dvlj and paste this URL. Click include. And there it is. You will get a pop-up with the message hacked. That means the CSP is weak here and the app allows scripts from external domains without validating them further. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to bypass the content security policy in dvlj. When the security level is set to medium, go to dvlj security tab and make sure the security level is set to medium. Then click on CSP bypass module. So here you will see input box with an include button. This is where we'll try injecting our script. Now scroll down and click on view source. Here you will find this code. It's adding a content security policy header that says scripts are loaded from self, unsafe inline, allows inline JavaScript, and it allows scripts with the specific nonce. This is the exact nonce we need to include in our script to bypass the policy. Also, this line disables browser level XSS protection. In this source code, we can see an example payload. This is exactly the kind of payload we need. It already includes the correct nonce. Let's copy it. Paste it into the input box and click include. You will see a pop-up, which means our script worked and the page is vulnerable. Why did this work? Because the nonce was hard-coded. It stayed the same every time, the way they used in our script, and the browser allowed it to run. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we'll bypass the content security policy in dvlj. When the security level is set to high, first go to dvlj security tab and make sure it's set to high. Then go to CSP bypass module. So here you will see this text. The page makes a call to json.php to load some code. Modify that page to run your own code. Below that you will see 1 plus 2 plus 3 4 plus 5 equal to. Click the solve the sum button. You will see the result equal to 50. That confirms the script is working correctly. Now click on view source. Here you will notice this line in the PHP code. That's a pretty strict CSP. It means only scripts from the same origin are allowed. So no external scripts or inline JavaScript can run. As you scroll down, you'll also spot this JavaScript line. This line loads the script dynamically, and if you look closely, The callback parameter is directly inserted into the response and it's not being sanitized. Now open Burp Suite and turn intercept on. Then click solve the sum button again. So in Burp you will see the request. Let's modify this request. Replace solve sum with alert accesses. Then click forward. Now go back to your browser. You will see a pop-up XSS. That means our payload successfully executed even though strict CSP was in place. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we're going to look at JavaScript attacks module in DevBrowser. When the security level is set to low, first go to DevBrowser security tab and make sure it's set to low. Then click on JavaScript module. Here we can see a basic form. It asks you to submit the word success to win. There is an input field with the default value, change me, and a submit button. Let's go ahead and click submit without changing anything. We get a message saying we got the phrase wrong. Alright, that wasn't the correct phrase. Let's not try entering the actual correct phrase. Change the value from change me to success and click submit again. This time we get invalid token. So there is some kind of token validation happening behind the scenes. Scroll down and click view source. In the source code, we can see JavaScript is being executed. It performs two key actions. Passes the phrase through rot13 function. This substitute each letter with 113 places ahead in the alphabet. Then it calculates the MD5 hash of that rot13 output. And that hash is saved in a hidden input field called token. So let's recreate the same logic in the terminal. Type this command echo change me pipe symbol tr. Here we are using the tr command to apply what's called rot13. tr stands for translate. And in this case, it shifts each letter by 13 positions. A to Z represents all uppercase and lowercase letters. That's the range we are translating. And this tells tr how to rotate them. So this performs a rot13 substitution on the input text. Now press enter and we can see the output. That's the rot13 output of change me. Now let's generate the MD5 hash of rot13 output. Type echo -n, then double quotes, pipe symbol, MD5 sum, press enter. So this is our token. It's the MD5 hash of the rot13 encoded value. Now open Burp Suite, turn intercept on, and click submit again. In the request, we can see the token is just the MD5 of rot13 of the phrase. Repeat the same process, but this time with the correct phrase success. So type success here and press enter. We can see the output. That's the rot13 output of success. Now let's generate the MD5 hash of this rot13 output. Type echo -n, then paste this, press enter. So this is the valid token for the phrase success. Copy this token. Now go back to Burp Suite and in the request, replace the token value with the one we just generated. And change the phrase to success. Then forward the request. The browser. You will now see the message, well done. So that's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. This lecture explored JavaScript based attacks at medium security level in DevBrowser. First go to DevBrowser security tab and make sure it's set to medium. Then click on JavaScript module. Here we see a basic form, a text input field with the default value changing and a submit button. It asks us to submit the word success to win. Let's click submit without changing anything. We get the message, you got the phrase wrong. So clearly the default value did not work. Now let's try entering the correct phrase. Change the value from change me to success and click submit again. This time we see invalid token. So there is some token validation happening behind the scenes. Now scroll down and click on view source. Here you will see this. The JavaScript is being pulled from medium.js. Here we can see this is obfuscated JavaScript. Now to deobfuscate, use the site deobfuscate.io. Paste the code here and click deobfuscate. Once deobfuscated, the logic becomes easier to understand. Here is what's happening. The function builds a string like this, xx plus phrase plus xx, then reverts it. Let's take an example. If the phrase is change me, it becomes xx, change me, xx. Reversed, it becomes xxe, meg, nah, t, xx. So this reverse string is set as the token. Now here is something important. The function that generates this token runs 300 milliseconds after the page loads. So it uses whatever phrase is present at that exact moment. Usually the default value change me. That's why if you try changing the phrase later, the token does not update. Let's see how to bypass it. Now right click on the page and select inspect. Change the value to success. This XSE MEGs to success. Also this value to success. Then click on console tab and type dual something, double quotes, XX, press enter. This generates the correct token for the word success. Then click submit. You should now see well done. That means the token and the phrase both match successfully. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching. In this lecture, we'll explore JavaScript based attacks at the high security level in DB. First, go to DB security tab and make sure the security level is set to high. Then click on JavaScript module. So here you will see a basic form. It asks us to submit the word success to win. There is a text input field and a submit button. Let's try entering the correct phrase. Type success. And click submit. You get the message invalid token. So there is some kind of token validation happening behind the scenes. Now scroll down and click on view source to understand what's going on. You will see this. So JavaScript is being pulled from hi.js, and here we can see this is obfuscated JavaScript. So copy this. Now to deobfuscate it, use this site deobfuscatejavascript.com. Paste the code here. Then click deobfuscate. Once deobfuscated, scroll down, and here we can see we have three important functions. Function token part 1, token part 2, token part 3. So these functions manipulate the token field using a sequence of string reversals and SHA-256 hashes. Now what's happening here? Token part 1 sets the token to the reverse phrase. For example, success becomes SSECCUS, and after 300 milliseconds, token part 2 access is called, which prepends access to the reverse phrase and hashes it using SHA-256. Then on clicking the submit button, it appends ZZ to that hash and hashes again using token part 3. Now let's run these in order and generate the correct token manually. So here, right click on the page and select inspect. Change the value to success. And also token value to success. Also set the phrase to success. Then click on this link, right click and select use in console. Press enter. Now run token part 1 ABCD, comma 44, press enter. That reverses success and stores it in a token value. Next run token underscore part 2 XX, press enter. Finally run token underscore part 3 null, comma ZZ, press enter. So that's the final token. Copy this. Now turn intercept on in Burp Suite and click submit again. You see this interceptor request. Replace the value of token with our generated one. Then click forward. You will now see, well done. That's it for this lecture. Thanks for watching.